Hello, my lovelies. Welcome in. Happy time zones. Happy Monday. I hope you all had a good weekend. Obviously, this is not the new model. We're gonna go through all my models. Sorry about the 25-minute wait. Don't you love when you click start stream and then the new medication that you're on immediately is like, we gotta run away now. I'm fine. That was an ordeal. Hi. I'm gonna catch up in chat before we really get into anything. But yeah, surprise. The stream is called Surprise Prince the 3.0 debut. I never do debuts properly like proper VTubers do. I don't know that I fully consider myself a proper VTuber. I don't understand the culture and the lingo. But, so I don't have anything ready, but we're at least we'll go through my previous models and talk about why I made a new one. Oh my god. Let me scroll back in chat. You may have noticed, while you're on the starting soon screen, that the FanWorks, little slideshow got updated, finally. I really need to get into the habit of updating that, like, every week. Because I had to add 374 images. Because you guys are crazy, silly. I mean, I was just mentioning in Discord before stream that we'd hit like 800 pieces of fan art in like 16 days ago. But we hit 900 today. What? In 16 days? You guys, it's the power of. It's not actually mostly you, really, Green. In the last 16 days, it's Choice has been drawing and spinning the wheel a lot. Blue has been drawing like every single one of my OCs as plushies, and Elixir getting through all the Sanrios. I blame you three primarily. Oh, my body feels so gross. I don't think it likes the new meds. Okay. We'll get into that probably after the new model. We'll just get the new model out of the way, and then I'll talk to you guys about updates, and then get Etsy orders ready for the week like usual. Let me scroll all the way back. So we might have to pull chat out. We'll see. We'll see if OBS behaves, but. Welcome in Olivia, welcome in Corbu, welcome in Blue, welcome in Ashley, and welcome in Sweet. Choice, hello. Thank you for the first time chat, welcome in. Welcome in Sam, welcome in Dali. Kitty, thank you so much for the resub, welcome in. Welcome in Fine, welcome in Cinnamon, welcome in Elixir. We're talking about Fan Art Showcase. Good luck with your chores, guys. Welcome in Mid-Romiel. Welcome in Kiwi. Oh, actually, saying that, I wanted to set alarms for the meds and I didn't remember to do that. Oh, it's past 2 o'clock. Well, I'll just take it now. Should have done this before stream started. It's fine. We'll talk about why I'm on medication. Since this morning, I got the prescription before stream. I have 2 different stuff to take at the moment. What fun. But I mean, if the situation that just happened, I think I might already be having I don't know if you can have side effects that quickly from them. Right. There we go. Where are we? Thank you for the reminder. Welcome in Queen. Welcome in Dallas. Welcome in Drowsy. And now we're all caught up. Hi guys. Also, you may notice that Maury's been freed from his corner, because when I was testing stuff out with OBS and making sure the new model worked fine and lining it up nicely, I wanted to move Mori on the... Here's what's been happening, for people who don't know why Mori's been stuck in a corner for a long time. Also, for those who don't even know who Mori is, he's my IKEA alien. Hang on, I should actually have him with me IRL. Hang on. There we go. Now we say IRL too. Hi, Shrimp. Oh, and welcome in to anyone who's lurking. So, in OBS you have different scenes. So, like, the starting soon screen that you guys just saw is a scene. This screen is a scene. And then when we go to the screen share, that's a different screen, right? And I can be in one position on this screen and in a different position on the other screen. Even though this is the same, it's not an image, is it? But it's the same source, right? And so, if I put an image on this screen, like Mori, and I position him in the middle, and then when we're on starting screen, if when we're on the screen share, if I want him in the corner, that should be fine. I don't need to upload the image twice. It's just the same image. It knows, hey, this image, put it in this position when you're on this scene, and put it in this other position when you're on this other scene. And that still worked, but for some reason with Mori, it broke. Everything else was right, you know, I was in different positions on different screens, the head pats were in different positions on different scenes, but Mori just, it broke him. And whenever I moved him on one scene, it made him move on every scene. So when I moved him to the side on the screen share, that's why it put him in the corner. Not even the same position. Like, it's not even like, oh, it made him be in the same position on each screen. It's just if I moved him more to the left, more to the right, sorry, on the other scene, then that's why he was, like, here. Because it literally just wouldn't let me move him anymore, and I deleted him and put him back in. Like, deleted the picture and put him back in, and it still was broken. And I'm like, what the fuck? But no other pictures I added after him was broken. So it just didn't like Mori for a bit. But it just worked the other day. I just tried moving him again and it worked. So he's back to where we can see him. Yes. I'm gonna give full warning right now. If I like start to lose train of thought today, or seem like really run down or tired or out of it, I just started new medication this morning. And side effects are that I could get, like, out of it. That I could get kind of, achy, tired, out of it, basically. So we'll see what happens, but just so you guys are aware. I'm trying my best to be energetic, but Jesus, that was a fucking ordeal before stream. Oh my god. Right, we're gonna, yeah, I made a new model. Oops. Here's the thing. It wasn't planned. I literally made it on Saturday. And I decided to make it on Saturday. So, very surprise impromptu upgrade. But something that I've wanted to do for a long time. And the reason why we're suddenly upgrading the model now is I was watching Smilky stream on Saturday, which I keep meaning to pop back into Smilky streams more. I'm a bad fellow Yorkshireman. Two things of the reason why I don't watch other people's Twitch streams as much the last few months as I used to. One is my computer is getting worse and worse, and it, like, because it's so old, it's struggling more and more every day, and watching Twitch on it is such a struggle for it. Like, a lot of the time the audio will just, like, cut in and out non-stop, and that's not the streamer, it's my end, it's fully my end. Or sometimes, well, actually, all of the time, the audio and video will go out of sync, and I will hear the audio, like, on time, but the video will be like a minute or 2 minutes behind. So I'll like see someone say like, look, I'm waving, but then I won't see the wave for like another minute. Which is kind of annoying. It doesn't do it on my phone. But I don't use my phone to watch things. I'm on my PC all day. So that's part of the reason. And then the other reason is just I get nervous. For me, which, well, again, that's why if you ever see me when I'm collaborating on with Julia on her streams, and she'll say, like, especially if she's got her webcam on, like when she's making the book nooks, and she'll say, like, oh, like, ask where something is, and I'll look over and I'll be like, oh, it's over there. And you might be like, but then by the time she's already grabbed the thing, and it's like, because there's a delay, so while I can hear her speak straight away, because we're on the Discord call, I don't physically see what she's doing until, like, 20-30 seconds after she said that she's done it. So, and then reason number 2 is I get nervous. Like, for me, watching a stream that I'm not collaborating in, like, just watching someone else's stream is, like, uses up my social battery. It's, to me and to my brain, it's not like watching a video. Since it's live, and since I feel like, well, if someone's live and talking, it feels like I'm part of this conversation. So I want to be paying attention. I want to, you know, in case I have something to say or something to add, you know, or if the streamer, like, asks a question and I'm like, oh, I know the answer. And to be clear, that's not how it is for everyone. If your social battery is not drained by watching stream, if you can put me on in the background and, like, not pay attention to me, that is okay. That is absolutely fine. I do not mind people just having me on in the background. I don't mind people lurking and never chatting. Just for my brain, it uses social battery. And I haven't had a lot of that to spare lately. But I popped into Smilky's stream because it was their birthday, and I was like, you haven't watched them in so long, the least you can do is go say happy birthday. Which is wild to think. I'm like, has it been over 2 years since I found Smilky's channel? That's wild. So yeah, and especially then, like, with the streamer who has, like, a bigger audience, like more people watching and therefore more people in chat. Like, I can just about keep up with my chat. But someone who's got like 80 people watching and therefore at least maybe like, if we say half of those people are talking in chat, that's a lot and it can move pretty fast. And that can be overwhelming for me if I do feel like, oh, I have something that I could say. But so, like, I don't know. Even if it's not my stream, that's so weird. Like, I get nervous watching someone else if there's a lot of people in chat. I think just because, what if I say something stupid? Like, what if I type something stupid? Which is not, like, I don't watch mean people. Like, why would their stream be mean to, why would the stream chat be mean to me? I don't know. I just get, like, nervous. And some of the streamers that I used to watch a lot, have grown so much since I followed them, and I'm so happy for them. And I'm just like, that's a lot of people. I'm scared. But I'm glad I did pop into Smilky's stream on Saturday, which, let me give Smilky a shout out. If you're not following Smilky, I feel bad. I don't think I have the Yorkshire VTuber tag anymore. I think I got rid of it. So I was like, am I doxing myself? But, if you want a fellow Yorkshire person, Smilky uses they, he pronouns last I checked. If you want to see cool artists, like Smilky makes most of their own models and assets and stuff, and they have little companions, little animal companions. I didn't realize how much I'd missed watching their streams until Saturday. And what they were doing on Saturday is they had a bunch of new, I don't know, like poses? Add-ons? For their model. It wasn't like a brand new model. Smilky Mits. The only people that I am consistently subscribed to on Twitch is Julia Green and Smilky. They're the only, recurring subscriptions that I make sure never end. Because what would I do without the little pixel dancing smoke emote? I use it all the time. But yeah, so they were showing, like, they have a live 2D model, and they were just showing, like, new, like, hand, like, poses and stuff that they'd made, and little, like, extras and stuff. Like, they had, that little extendable little pointer, and the hands on the hips, and the book, and then, like, that arms cradling, and then they could put different people in their arms. I was like, man, that is so cool. I haven't seen, like, anyone showing off, like, a new model, or talking about, like, new stuff they've made for their model in a long time, mostly because I haven't been watching people stream. And I got all inspired just from, I think I was only in the, I was watching stream maybe an hour to 2 hours, and just that was enough for me to be like, I'm all inspired now. I think I really do want to try doing making a new model and doing with it what I wanted to do with this one. So that's what happened. And I will show. So Green and Julie have already seen. If anyone who was in Silent Co-working would have seen me preview it on Saturday. But let's go through the ages, and I'll make a new ref sheet. I think I'm just gonna make a ref sheet that has all 3 models on, because I do not mind what outfit people draw me in. If you want to draw fan art, I don't mind if you use the 1.0, the 2.0, or the 3.0 model. Where's old 1.0 Prince? Oh god. This was the start. I know you guys can't see it yet. This was the start of this art style that I was trying out. It looks quite freaky now. It's so weird having this model back up. So I used this, I think, from May 2022 when I started streaming up until May 2023, maybe? When did I make 2.0? I don't know. Oh, I could find out, actually, because I could just look when the file was made. Who's the little ghost from the emote? That's my girlfriend. That's my partner, that's Julia. Let me give Julia a shout as well. If you're not already following. You might have seen Julia in her old model. Julia's old design is the one that you normally see when you go to her stream, which is when she's just got like the kind of cardigan and the hat on. Her new form is the sheet ghost form, but she hasn't updated, she hasn't drawn. Well, that's not true. She hasn't finished drawing all the stuff she wants for that form yet, so sometimes when you're on stream she's still using the human goober that I drew for her, and sometimes she's using one of her little sheet ghost PNGs. So if you want to go follow Julia, please do. Especially if my streams are too early, we often collaborate over on her channel. I stream with her in the evenings, UK time, like afternoon, Pacific time. And if you don't follow her elsewhere, she also does audio ASMR roleplays on YouTube like what I do, but obviously with female characters, OCs and fandom characters, and she posts Not Safe for Work exclusive audios on her Patreon. She also has Safe for Work and Not Safe for Work audio commissions open right now, and she's got art commissions open right now. Yeah. Go give a little peek. This is Prince 1.0. As you can see, I have very thin pupils, which, when I first started drawing in this art style, because I struggled with eyes for so long. Like, just drawing eyes on their own, fine, but drawing eyes on a head, I just feel like whenever I try and do, like, pretty anime eyes that have, like, the black line at the top and at the bottom, or, like, all the way around, it just looks bad. It just doesn't look right when I do it. I don't know why. It's never looked right. So this art style was me being like, well, why don't we just not draw a line on the bottom? Why don't we just have it be just the white eye? We'll do a line on the top, but no line at the bottom. And let's not outline the pupil. Let's just draw the pupil in the eye color and no black outline around it. So this was the start of that, but how I did it at first was with these really, really thin pupils, which just look freaky. I think the only other place you might have seen this art style is Arden and Ambrose's original thumbnails. they also have the thin pupils. Like when they used to be in the little circles. Those also have these really thin pupils on them. Where am I? I'm trying to find the file. Green says they think August. Let me see if that seems right. August 2023. Because a lot of you might have ever seen this model. Most of you joined during the 2.0 era. See when I made this. Because I thought it might have been for my 1 year anniversary, because I just got to the point where I felt two things with this model that I wanted to change. Is it's a lot of black on black on black on black on black, right? Like, a lot of the people's VTube models have such fun outfits, and I've always been a little bit, not like jealous, but I've always been like, man, I wish my outfit was cool, and mine's like all one color. But at the same time, a lot of other VTubers are obviously more modeling themselves like kind of anime outfits, or even not. If I say Genshin, I don't mean like they're copying Genshin, but I mean that kind of complexity in their outfits. Looks really cool, and then I feel like mine in comparison doesn't have a lot of detail, and it's a very monochrome, you know? All black outfit can be fine IRL, because you can see different fabric textures, but in a drawing like this, that doesn't really come across, you know? So that was one thing that frustrated me, and then of course the really thin pupils, I phased that out of this art style very quickly and went to just drawing normal pupils. Like, just wider ones, and so the fact that my art style had changed and I was drawing wider ones, even though this still had the old thin ones, was bugging me. I have it here. Green says August 2023, but, no, looking at the file, I didn't make the PNGs until November 2023. Which would have made sense if it lined up with the subathon. That would have made sense. It would have been good if I'd looked up. I can look up. Hang on, you know what I can do? I can't check my VODs because I didn't start saving my VODs to YouTube until like a year into streaming. So I don't know if those old VODs. I might have not started saving VODs until. Oh, never mind. I was like, I'll scroll back in the clips channel. Oh, wait. Twitch deletes clips after so long. Oh, hang on, these ones still have. Okay, so I still had the 1.0 I still had the 1.0 model when me and Julie were playing the password game. So yeah, that would have been. So yeah, I didn't upgrade until like November 2023. Because in October 2023, you can see in the clips I'm still using the 1.0 model. When me and Julie were password gaming. And then while I was playing Alice, we were using the Undertale model. So I didn't switch to the 2.0. Until, yeah, November. So, I used this May 2022 till November 2023. And the reason I wanted to, I finally was like, now's the time to upgrade it, is I love 2D animation, and I don't really like 3D animation, and I've never wanted to quote-unquote upgrade to a 3D or a live 2D model because, I just don't want a 3D model at all. I don't really like many 3D animation, like, art styles, and it's just a personal taste. 3D animation just always freaks me out. No matter how cool it looks, 99% of the time it gives me uncanny valley. So, like, even something like, even realistic stuff, like Baldur's Gate 3, I don't like really looking at the models that much. I don't like looking at them move and talk. It freaks me out. It's just how my brain is. And Live 2D is where you draw it two-dimensional, but then you animate it 3D. And then the second part of why I haven't wanted to do those models is motion tracking. You have to have a webcam pointed at you to, you know, track, motion track. Which my computer cannot handle having like a movable model up, like to have VTube Studio open. and have the webcam going, and it's not gonna happen. But even if it was a, even if my PC could handle it, I know I'm gonna feel uncomfortable with the camera pointing at me. I don't like my webcam pointing at me. And also, like, I don't like the idea that if you're a PNG YouTuber that you have to upgrade to a 2D live 2D or a 3D model. I hate that people call it an upgrade, or ask, like, when you're gonna upgrade, because it's like, shut up! Being a PNG tuber doesn't, you don't ever have to quote-unquote upgrade from that or change to any other art style. And there's plenty of people that use PNGs and GIFs in really different and creative ways. So, like, the first time I saw anyone using GIF stuff was a Starfruity. Had, instead of this, which is a bit behind the scenes, his ENVtuber, this is what my model's in. Essentially, you upload eyes open, eyes closed, mouth open, mouth closed, like those 4 different combinations. So eyes open, mouth closed, eyes open, mouth open, eyes closed, mouth open. And then it just randomizes the blinking. It just randomly switches between the eyes closed and eyes open one to make it look like you're blinking. And then it switches to the mouth open one anytime it detects noise coming through the microphone. This is how it worked. I forgot I had different emotions for this one. I can blush. I forgot about that. But I don't even remember what were the hotkey numbers. Nope, that didn't work. Nope, never mind, the hotkeys don't work anymore. Oh my god, I completely lost track of what I was saying. Help. But yeah, alright. And then, Oceanax, all of her models are, like, 2D animated. But, like, actually 2D, like, frame by frame animated on these, like, essentially GIF loops. Or video loops, I'm not sure what format they're in. And there's a bunch of people that are doing creative stuff with 2D models and different art styles and stuff. And I wanted to make the switch because I wanted to incorporate actual 2D animation into my model, because I'm like, no, if I incorporate animation, we're actually 2D frame by framing this. I don't want to do 3D animation. Because I just don't like 3D animation. And also there was a program called ENVtuber Plus that had gone live at the time, that essentially let you tween your model, or like keyframe animate your model, but within the VTubing program, instead of having to do all of that in like After Effects or VTube or in a 2D Live, whatever. I was calling it 2D Live. It's Live 2D. And then export it as a video and put it in. So ENVtuber will actually let you like animate your model within the program, and I thought that was really cool. And so I'd planned on using that, and I actually drew my entire 2D, my entire 2.0 model, which we'll go back to. Like, all of this is in separate pieces. Like, I have so many, I'll switch to the screen share for a second so you guys can see. Where's my screen share? Like, there's 33 different pieces for this model. Like, I drew everything on separate layers. The crown, the earring, front hair right, front hair left, eyelids, eyes open pupils, eyes open whites, eyes closed, mouth open, mouth closed, front collar, head, like without the eyes and mouth. The other earring, pendant, lower left arm, fingers, because we'll just go through it. I'll just bring up the image thing. Oh no, you can see two of me. You can see me poking behind. But I drew everything as pieces because I was going to tween it. So like those fingers there, and then the fingers that are resting in front of the goblet, and then the front of the goblet, and then the liquid in the goblet, and then the back of the goblet, and then the back of the hand. Because especially when I wanted to animate I was like, well, doing it frame by frame, scary. but I've never done animation classes. I've only done a little bit of rotoscoping for fun. But all of that is in separate pieces because I was like, I'll tween it. So we'll just put like a point on the elbow. And then we'll just do like tweening, like keyframe animation to just say, hey, move the PNG of the arm up and down. So it's like rocking up and down from the elbow. And then put a bit of secondary animation in the hand, have the hand kind of rock back and forth. And then have the liquid in the glass, like rocking back and forth. But it would just be, it's just keyframe animating, tweening. Like, I'm not drawing new frames, I'm just saying, move the PNG in this direction. Right? And that was the plan. That's why this isn't, like I said, like 33 different pieces. And the plan was I was going to put them in ENVtuber Plus, and this was all going to be animated. And, I did everything. I put it in ENVtuber Plus, and one, didn't realize, ENVtuber Plus uses a shit ton of CPU. And, you know, on my old, maybe on newer PCs it's not so bad, but it really struggled running. Even when I wasn't streaming. I didn't even try streaming with it because it ran so badly when it was just open. But I was like, okay, well, let's still see if we can try and, like, animate this and get everything going and get all the pieces lined up in the right place. But it was just eating up way too much CPU while it was open. And two, there was, like, a bouncing animation that happened every time you talk, which, ENVtuber has. We can turn that on, hang on. Here we go. Now every time I talk, I bounce. This is what I have on when I have the Goober model up. It just is like, we'll bounce you up and down when we detect noise from the microphone, right? ENVtuber had that, or something like that. It was like less of a bounce, and I think it was kind of a squashy stretch kind of bounce, kind of like what the head part emote of All Rocks that's normally up looks like. And there was no way to turn it off. I couldn't figure out how to turn it off, how to stop it from squashing, stretching, bouncing up and down. Now maybe that's changed, and I'm not like slagging off ENVtuber Plus. Like, the reason why it probably struggled so much on my PC is because it's so old. And but I have seen other people say they've had the same issue where it uses up too much CPU. So I did all of that, and I made all of, you know, this model in so many different parts, and then I couldn't use ENVtuber Plus. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? This was all depending on me being able to use this program. Now, I could have gone and animated it in After Effects. I could have. That's what I did with my detail model. This one. How everything's kind of like moving up and down at different speeds. That's just in After Effects. It's just keyframe animation. And I could have gone and done that with all the parts I'd made for this model, but I got so upset over ENVtuber Plus not working for me that I was like, no, I don't want it. And also because in order for that to work, I would have had to have exported it as a GIF and then put the GIF in ENVtuber, because you can put GIFs in here as well as PNGs. The only problem is when you put GIFs in here, sometimes, most of the time, there was kind of a little bit of a fuzzy white outline, and that was really bothering me. And I was like, well, even if I go all the way to animate in After Effects, I'm gonna have this white outline and it's gonna piss me off. So I just didn't animate it, even though I'd made all the parts to animate it. And I was just like, it's a PNG now. And so this is what I've been using since November 2023. And, the pose obviously is based off and inspired by the fan art that Floralness did for me, which is the fan art that I used in my profile picture. And I put a bit more red in that outfit because I was like, I'm fed up of everything just being black. And I changed up the shape of the collar a lot as well, because the old one looked weird. I mean, the old one is literally based off an actual cape that I do own. The old one is entirely an outfit that I do own. This one is not. But yeah. And so I was fine with the design of this one, but I've always been pissed off that it's not animated. That I never did the ENVtuber Plus wouldn't work, but also something I had wanted to do with it and never even attempted was to have a actual properly 2D animated blinking animation. Because what this is just 2 pictures, just eyes open and eyes closed, but I really wanted to actually frame by frame animate the blinking and have like 8 frames or so, like different images to make the blink look more natural. And I've animated blinking before. That's one of the few things that I've done that I used Crown Prince's Scribble Kibble blinking tutorial. And that's something that I'd messed around with years ago, and that's the only bit of actual 2D animation, frame by frame animation that I'd ever done. That's not true. There's emotes that I've animated. But the camera dancing emote that I made was obviously used off a base from DeviantArt. The spinning emotes I made of me and Julia, that was without any base or reference. That was me just trying my hardest. But I had actually tried animating a few days ago. I tried to do some sketches for a Moi emote, and I hated it, and it didn't look good at all, and I scrapped it. But yeah, I'd always been annoyed that, like, hey, even though we didn't end up being able to tween everything, I was always annoyed that the arm didn't have any animation, because I'd really wanted, since I'd drawn all those pieces, I'd really wanted animation in the arm that's holding the goblet. And was, you know, at any point since November 2023, I could have upgraded this model and drawn new eyes and a new mouth. Like, the eyes and mouth are on separate layers from the face. At any point, I could have just drawn a few frames for the mouth to have, like, a looping talking animation, so it's not just open and close. Like, it's not just one picture of it open and one picture of it closed. I could have done some in-between frames. And same with the eyes. But I just never did it because I got too scared, and then I forgot, and then I got scared, and then I forgot, and then I got scared. And then I was watching Smilky on Saturday and was like, why is it that every time I watch Smilky streams, it triggers inspiration? I don't know what that bear man is made of, other than milkshake. But like, I don't know what essence is giving off. Yeah, Green agreed with me. And I was like, do I just make a new model right now? Because I immediately just had the image in my head of like what pose I wanted it to be in. And I was like, but I can't do that right now. I mean, I've already done my work for the day. The rest of the day is mine to do with as I please, but I'm not really gonna animate a new model in half a day randomly because I got inspired by Smilky. Like, surely not. But I was like, well, I have this idea, like, similar, like, I wanted it to be kind of, you know, similar to this one, with, like, I wanted to keep the goblet, but like I said, I wanted that hand animated, but I was like, what if instead of twinning, I actually try and animate it, and what if we finally properly animate the blinking in the mouth? So, I sat myself in my chair, I got a little goblet that I have in my hand, and just sat there and just twirled the goblet around in my hand, just like kind of spanned my wrist around in a circle. Got that video into Photoshop to rotoscope it because I don't do animation. I've never done I have an illustration degree, not an animation degree. I don't know much about animation. I know very basic stuff. I'm not Mr. Animation degree over here like Mr. Fogg is. So I was like, I'm just gonna rotoscope the hand. I'm gonna rotoscope it, which people don't know that what rotoscoping is. It's a type of animation where, you trace over video footage. You might have seen it in some old Disney movies. I think like some of like Sleeping Beauty's dancing animation is rotoscoped. I was like, I'll do that with the hand because I am not figuring out how to animate that from scratch. And this is meant to be fun. But I was worried. I was like, but then will the rotoscoped hand look really weird compared to the rest of the drawing? Because none of the rest of it's gonna be rotoscoped. But I was like, well, if it looks weird, we'll just say this is my art style. This is my animation style. so I rotoscoped it. And I'm such an idiot. I've done this before with rotoscoping, when I used to rotoscope for fun years ago, which is I just imported the video in, like I did when I made GIFs, and then forgot until I'd drawn like 4 frames. I was like, wait a minute, what am I doing? This video's 30 frames a second. What am I doing rotoscoping? I didn't change the frame. At least I realized 4 frames in. At least I didn't draw all of them and then go, oh my god, I just drew 30. So, luckily I was only 4 frames in and was like, oh, I need to get this video down to 12 FPS, which I animate in Photoshop using the frame timeline, not the video timeline, the frame timeline, which means I actually can't set something to 12 FPS. So I just have to set the second delay as 0.12 seconds, and then it's kind of about right-ish. Yeah, I was like, oops. So what I did, I just deleted every other frame of the video, which I know makes it 15 FPS. But hey, I didn't want to do the math to work out what frames to delete to make it 12 FPS, and it's not a proper animation program. I was like, 15 is fine. That's fine. So it's actually drawn at 15 FPS. But it's, I don't care. It's just for me. No one's hiring me to do this. So we did that. Did the eyes. I wasn't sure about the hand. I was like, hopefully it'll be fine. It might look a bit weird, because obviously it's rotoscoped, so it's not super smooth lines. Like if you watch like an anime, because they're using such smooth line art, it's like, yeah, the shape of this thing isn't changing, but because my style is much more sketchy and I use this like crayon kind of looking brush, I'm like, hopefully it's not too distracting. That obviously how I missed the 2.0 rendition. Well, this is my 2.0 model that I'm using right now. I think maybe you mean... Did you mean 3.0? So... what was I just saying? Yeah, hopefully it doesn't look too weird. The part of the model that you're gonna see that I haven't shown yet is rotoscoped. No, it isn't. Did the blinking animation and was like, oh thank god, I feel better. I feel better. I can do I can feel like I can draw an okay blink. I feel better. And then the mouth was I've never animated a mouth before. So that was scary. I think I did 4. I did 4 frames. Because what I wanted for the mouth is it's not going to be lip synced. Because it can't be. Because how could it possibly? How would the microphone know what words I'm saying and what shape to make? So it will just be going bop bop bop, like up and down like this one, but with more frames to it and with the jaw actually moving downwards as well. So I just have closed a little bit more open, a little bit more open, and then a little bit more open. And it's just gonna loop through those. You'll see. But I also drew it so that, well, I guess it makes more sense to explain it once you guys see it. Why am I nervous? I'm really happy with it. And, oh, the other thing I wanted to say before we completely go away. So this 2.0 model and the 1.0 model, I've added as channel point redeems. So if you ever want to make me time travel, and turn me back into Prince 1.0 or Prince 2.0. Those are now also channel point redeems. Because I don't mind. Like, I'm not uncomfortable with the 1.0 or the 2.0 models. And like I say, if you guys do draw fan art of me and you want to draw these outfits instead of the new one, because yes, the new model has a new outfit, that's fine. That's fine. I don't mind. Like, these aren't, I'm not like ashamed of these. They're not like in a closet somewhere. I just don't use them anymore. I also re-added the Baby Bat and the Chibi Prince ones. I didn't realize I'd turned those off. I think the reason, I know why I turned them off, because I got like insecure, and I started being like, because sometimes people would raid while I had the Chibi model up, and I just was like, oh my god, what if they think, for some reason I was just like getting dysphoric and was like, what if they think I'm a girl if they come in when I'm using this model? But that's stupid. That's stupid. So, the baby bat and the chibi prince model that were drawn by Nem, gifted to me by Nem, are back. And then, yeah, Prince 2.0 and Prince 1.0 are also now there as channel redeems as well, if you want to make me time travel. I did post a little sneak peek because I was showing that Murray was back where he was supposed to be. I put it on Discord and Tumblr and Blue Sky. So you could see some of the outfit, and if it did look familiar, it might be because it's, again, based off clothes I actually own. The shirt, not exactly. I did kind of steal the shirt from Gabriel a bit. But I guess I don't know how the big boys, how the proper streamers, I shouldn't say that, that's me. I don't know how the proper VTubers do this, though. I guess they have like a drum roll or something. Oh, I'd forgotten actually how this looked and how happy with it I was. Because I think also you can see, like, there is a change in my art style, but I'm a lot happier with how this new model looks, because I just feel like the face looks a bit more like me. Like, obviously it's still like a fantasy version of myself where I, like, already have top surgery and stuff, and have, like, a bit more masculine features, but, like, I think the proportions are just better. Like, and to be clear, all I rotoscoped was the hand. I didn't, like, I referenced the pose, but I didn't trace it. But I think looking at the 2.0 model, sorry, I haven't switched yet. I'm noticing, like, more mistakes, like the hairline's crooked. I'm just noticing that now. Like, why is it going kind of up weirdly at the corner? Also, I think the hairline's just too far out. I think the forehead's too big. Everything's really stretched out. Like, the whole face is quite long. Which I liked doing for a while. But I think that's just my insecurities about my own IRL face making me feel like that. But it's obviously, it's very stretched out. The head might even be a little too big. I'm not sure. Like, it looks fine, but then I look at the new model and I'm like, oh. No, the new one, the proportions look better. So, and I think as well, like, if you guys know, I think it looks more like kind of how the drawings I did recently of, when I was doing those, like, full body drawings of Lucy and Lysander and Hawthorne, those weren't intended to be the new thumbnail art, but then I just, like, couldn't be bothered to draw them again. But I liked them all, and I enjoyed drawing them more. When I drew my original older thumbnails, I drew them on such a big canvas, and the same with my old models, and I hate drawing that big. I don't like it. I like drawing pretty small. That's how I am, like, IRL, drawing in a sketchbook, but also digitally. I just prefer drawing really small. I think it's also, if my art style was more like oil painting-esque, right, and I did a lot of shading, then I think drawing big would be fine. But because I don't really do a lot of shading, it just looks really empty, I think, without the, my brain went blank. Without, yeah, I need much more shading. Anyway, I guess I just move this over here and then I turn everything. I didn't make any other expressions, but there is the possibility with this to upgrade because of the way I did the, the different layers. So I guess I do this. And then I just say hi. Hi guys. This is what I look like now. I think maybe in a couple places there's some, like, transparent pixels where there shouldn't be. Like, it looks like there's a bit of white fuzz around my hair that I might have to try and get rid of. But I mean, there's a bit of white fuzz around the whole outline because ENVtuber doesn't do the best with GIFs. I'm not super happy with the mouth, I'm gonna be honest, but I've also never animated a mouth before. And obviously if it looks choppy with the mouth, it's just because it's cutting between the talking animation and then the closed mouth animation. And it might just be cutting between those two really fast. Ah! Same with if the hand suddenly looks like it's skipping a few frames. It's because it's like switching between different GIFs. I guess I could have prevented that if I'd had the talking animation just be the face changes and nothing else. Just be like a floating head. Wait, that wouldn't have worked. Never mind. This is just what you have to deal with. Hi guys. Me. It's more relaxed natural. Yeah, I'd hope so. No, the other one definitely, the pose also looked much more stiff as well. Me. Hi. But yes, the corset and the pants are things I own IRL. So if the corset looked familiar, it might be because of photos that I've shared in the past with me wearing this. The shirt, sadly, is not something I own. I mean, I own white shirts, but I obviously wouldn't wear them like this because I don't have top surgery IRL. But I stole it. I'll show you where I might have stolen it. Don't tell Gabriel. He doesn't need to know. And by stolen, I don't mean copied. Don't sue me, Hakita Ultrakill. I almost said underkill. It's called inspiration. Everyone gets inspiration from other things. Specifically... Let's go over here. Or not. Where'd it go? Hello, I dragged you over here. There we are. I might have stolen it. Don't tell him. He doesn't know. He'll have to find me first. And then, I mean, if he wants it back, he'll have to take it off me himself. I can't say that with a straight face. But yeah, this is what model I'm going to be using on the regular now. Like I said, the 2.0 and the 1.0, you guys can switch me back to with your channel points if you want. But yeah, the other thing with how this one looks is both of the arms are actually on entirely separate layers, so the body and the face is like one. I mean, obviously I do them as separate layers, but in terms of the animation, the body and the face is like, and the hair and everything is one static image. And then the right arm is placed over the top, and then the left arm is also on the top, and then obviously the hand is on the top of the arm, moving around. I think there's like 13 different frames to the hand animation. But what that means is I can make different poses. Like, I drew everything underneath these arms, so I could make different poses where, like, I don't know, I could have one where I'm, like, holding Mori, like, just, like, cradling him, or I could have one where I have, like, a book open, I could have one where I've just got my arms folded in my lap. I could do whatever, because I drew the arms entirely separately. So we could have upgrades, people, upgrades. I don't know when, but yeah, it gives me the ability to switch stuff out, and you know, whether that be entirely reposition the arms or whether it just be draw a new hand that's just holding Mori up, like Oh, I forgot this wasn't a full body image. He could be here instead. You know? But yeah, there's my debut. I don't have anything planned. I know a lot of people, like, when people who take VTubing more seriously than I do are like have like events and stuff that they're gonna do on stream and celebratory stuff, but I don't have any of that planned because this wasn't planned. I didn't know or anticipate that I would have a new model today. They literally had the idea on Saturday, and then I made the whole thing on Saturday. So yeah, drawing the face at this angle made figuring out what to do with the mouth animation a little scary. So hopefully it doesn't look too weird with the lip kind of just popping out to the side. But I didn't want to do a face on, because just the straight facing forward, which is how most people draw their VTuber models, that makes sense if you're going to like have it motion tracked, so you can turn to the side. But considering that this isn't going to be motion tracked, I think having the complete face facing forward thing just looks really dead and stiff, you know, if it's not going to be animated. If it's just a PNG, I think it's more fun to have a different pose if you're going to be a PNG. But yeah, I'm pretty dang happy with the blinking. The mouth I'm like not super happy with, but like it is what it is. It's a mouth. I can always change it. Like the mouth is on a completely separate layers from the face. So like if I ever just want to like if I feel like I could do the mouth better in the future, I can do that. Yeah, and like I say, like I hope that it wasn't like distracting, that obviously like some stuff with the hand looks like obviously maybe it's changing shape at certain points. Like I know that the shape of the goblet changes a bit. I know it does. I tried to fix it a lot. Like, it looked a lot worse initially when I was done rotoscoping. I was like, oh god, that's changed. Oh no. And I cleaned it up a lot. But I know, like the little kind of lump, I don't know what you'd call it, the little bit that's not the stem of the goblet, but that is, the bit in between the cut bit. I know that's changing shape quite a bit, but maybe you don't notice if you don't focus on it. I also didn't realize how high up I'd put this, because there is more. Like I animated the little rim or whatever. It's not the rim. Base. The base of it's twirling around down there. I didn't realize I hadn't set myself as high up as I could have. But I don't know if it's a distraction seeing the base of it. I feel like maybe keep it a little cut off. I kind of like how this looks better. But yeah, so this is me now. So what's been up with me? Oh, thank you for stopping by, Galactic. But thank you guys for being supportive of the new model. Yeah, hopefully every now and then I'll add something new for me to hold or something. Not necessarily. Every pose might not be entirely like animated, but if I can get my hand in a similar position, maybe I hold Mori up and like give him a little squeeze. Maybe I squeeze his belly, like pinch him by the waist, and maybe that can be a new hand animation. Who knows? Or it's just me like shaking him back and forth or side to side. Something, but not today. My head already hurts. But what's up with me? Well, stomach still hurts. Twirl a game controller? I don't understand with them. I mean, I know what a game controller is. Do people often twirl them? I don't use game controllers. I've never used an Xbox or PlayStation controller in my life. I don't know how to use them. I don't know what the triangle button do. I don't know if I've even ever held one. I grew up with CD-ROM PC games and a Nintendo DS Lite, and then my sibling got a Wii that sometimes we played on together. The few times like that they'd allow us to play like Mario Kart together or something. And then I have a Switch now that I never play. I mean, my sibling plugs controllers into their... Well, they have a PlayStation now, and they do plug controllers into their PC when they game, but I use mouse and keyboard. I don't know how to use a controller. But yeah, what's put up with me? So my stomach still hurts. So we're gonna do the health update, because you know it has to happen. So, still don't have my MRI results. I did try and ring I said I'd keep ringing the hospital up every 2 weeks and to remind them that they need to chase that up. But I kind of forgot, because I was in so much pain from my stomach. And then when I remembered, I did try and call them, but I couldn't get through. So I've got to try and ring them again. And hopefully they pick up next time. As for the tummy situation, so I still have stomachache. It's been 4 weeks now. I saw the doctors... Well, I tried to see the doctors initially and they were like, no, you need to go see the pharmacist, and then I saw the pharmacist and then I had medication, and the medication helped with some of the symptoms but not with the tummy ache, and I still have the tummy ache. And then I went to the doctors. Well, no, and then they made me fill out these forms and stuff, and they won't let me see a doctor yet, and then once I was like, yeah, it's still not any better, and they were like, okay, well then you need an appointment. So then I got an appointment for 2 weeks before they said, okay, fine, you can make an appointment. And then when I saw the doctor, he was like, well, give it another 2 weeks, and if you're still in pain, come in and see me, because my period had just started, so it was hard to tell if I was still having the aches and pains. Fuck. So, fine, I'll give it another 2 weeks. It did not get better over the course of the 2 weeks. There was, in fact, a bit where it got quite a lot worse. I've been in a lot of pain. And then it seemed like the last couple of days it was getting a bit better. Like, Saturday, Sunday, it didn't hurt quite as much, but it still hurt. And then this morning I woke up and I was like, well, we gotta bring the doctors on Monday then. It's been 2 weeks. So I rang them this morning, got an appointment, had the appointment before stream, was like, it still fucking hurts. And it hurts more today than it did yesterday and the day before. Also my hip's been flaring up so much the last kind of like 4 days. So now I'm like, does it still hurt? Like, oh, my stomach's pissing me off right now. I mean, obviously it has. It's been hurting for 4 weeks. But usually the pain's right in the middle. And right now, it's right in the middle. I'm saying that out loud so that I remember that that it hurts right in the middle right now. Because earlier it hurt a bit more to the sides. And my brain started freaking out like, oh my god, maybe you're gonna... No. It's probably just the combo with my tummy ache and my hip hurting is why it hurts at that side. Because it is my right hip that I have the chronic pain in. I also might have pulled like a muscle in my back or my side. I don't know. Yesterday my right side started hurting, and then today I was like, well, it is still hurting, that's weird. And I tried to do like a few stretches to see if it would hurt more when I stretched, and it just made everything hurt more. So stomach ache, and also in the middle of my tummy, and also in the right side of my tummy, and also in my right hip, and then also I've got my chronic pain down my leg at the moment, and now also kind of my right upper back, and kind of coming around under my armpit, around my side of my ribs, hurts and is really stiff. So what fun. I also have a headache. So this morning was interesting. They were like, yes, they just put me into the same doctors last time. I'm like, great, I don't have to re-explain things. And I got there and it was a medical student. I was like, oh, she was very nice, but I did have to re-explain everything. But she then did go and then she was like, right, well, I've got to consult with the doctors. Then I had to leave and go back in the waiting room, and then she talked with the doctor, and then she called me back in, and then they were like, right, you're getting 2 sets of meds, and I'm like, oh, okay. They're like, we don't know if this is what it is or if these will help, but take these 2 different medications because it could be either of these things. So they might help, but they might not make a difference, but try them. Also, you're gonna need to do a blood test, and that will, thank you for the hydrate, that will, why was that hydrate so quiet? Also got my music too loud. And they were, so, okay. So, went to book the blood test. They don't have any appointments for blood tests available for 2 weeks. I was like, oh, I was hoping I could do it like tomorrow or something. So, fun. Gotta wait another 2 weeks before I can have the blood test to rule out a bunch more serious stuff. Went to the pharmacist, was like, prescription, and they were like, okay, we don't have it yet, but it'll probably pop through in a minute. And then I was waiting in there about 10 minutes, and they were like, yeah, we don't still have it. You sure the doctor sent it? And I was like, fuck, they better have. So I left the pharmacist, went back to the doctors, and was like, hey, the pharmacist says they didn't send the prescription through, even though the doctor said that he was going to. And she was like, the receptionist was like, oh, I'll go check. And then she went, and then she was like, and I had to wait in the waiting room while she did that, and then she came back and she was like, okay, she should have sent it through now. And I was like, thank you, and then I had to go back to the pharmacist, and I was like, they said it should be coming through now, and she was like, yep, I can see it. They just didn't fucking, we shouldn't swear, she was just like, they just didn't hit send the first time. And then I had to wait for them to get that ready, and then I came home. So, now I'm on like 2 different, like, tablets, pills, capsules, whatever you want to call them right now. What fun. I've got to take one of them once a day and the other one 3 times a day. I have written a post-it note. I was gonna make alarms. For myself. To remember when to take them. So I might do that now. Some of them are awkward because some of them are like, you have to take it this many minutes before or after food, which I'm always like, ugh, when it comes to those ones. But also I can't take it, once I take it, I can't have the other medication for 2 hours before or 2 hours after, so I'm like, ugh, maths. I gotta work things out. So let me do that now if you guys don't mind. Right, so we're taking medication number 1, I'm going to take at 8 in the morning. For fun. And then medication number 2, I'm going to do at 10. And then also at 2. And then also at 8. I was just trying to split them apart, but also not take them immediately before bed. I didn't say either of them had to be taken with food. So. Okay, I have alarms now. I feel warm. I think, I mean, I will say, like, when I was on the starting scene screen, I was all ready to stream, and then was like, oh, the meds are, something's happening. Which I suspect the meds. But yeah, I think both of them have side effects that are like, you know, you might feel, a little feverish, a little sweaty, tired, dizzy, out of it, basically. So, I can already tell that I feel, like, really warm and headachy and, like, just kind of shit. Like, just kind of, like, the closest I can compare it to is, you know, like, after you get, like the COVID vaccine or something, or maybe I mean, this only happened to me with the COVID vaccine. You know how you feel, like, worn down for, like, a couple days? Like, you're not throwing up or anything, you're not actively sick, but you just kind of feel kind of sick and kind of shit for a couple days after because of the side effects. That's the closest thing I can, say is kind of similar to how I feel right now. Like, I know I'm not sick, I'm not gonna be sick. But I'm just like, oh no. I just feel kind of like shit, but like physically. Just open a window because I am warm. Ugh. So that's the state I'm in right now. So if I do, I've already lost track of what I'm saying so many times today. That's probably why. I think literally one of them says to like be careful, either be careful driving or not drive if you're taking it. So that's the kind you can expect me to be a little tired and not 100%. Maybe I'm like 70% right now. That's just the prints you're getting this week. And next week, actually. I think one of them... They didn't say how long to take them for, which is not helpful. I mean, one of them, the dose only lasts 2 weeks anyway, and it says on the leaflet, take it for 2 weeks, so cool. The other one, they gave me loads of, even though the leaflet says, to not take it. Well, no, the leaflet says, you know, it gives examples. It might be like, you might have to take it every day for a long time, or it might be that the doctor's told you 2 weeks, 4 weeks. I didn't get told anything, and they've given me a lot. They gave me 2. I didn't expect to get 2 boxes, so I don't know if they want me to use all of that, or if I just keep taking it until they say not to. I guess we'll see. Obviously, if it has any really bad side effects, then I'll just have to ring them and be like, I don't think I can do this. I've only started taking one of them so far, because when I got back from the doctor's, it was already past 8 AM, and I'm like, and it does recommend you take it first thing in the morning, and I was like, it's already like midday now. I'll just start taking that one tomorrow. So I'm only on one of them so far, and I already am like, I don't feel so good. So I've got to try and take it easy. Which isn't what I wanted, because I'm going out this weekend with my sibling. Which I'm looking forward to. I will reveal more afterwards, because I don't say where I go before I go. Not that any of you guys are creepy, but like, I've already had someone come up to me in person, because they liked my videos before, and I didn't like it. Which, to be clear, like, if I'm ever like, working Artist Alley at a convention and I tell you guys you're more than okay to come over. But, I didn't expect anyone to recognize me. Which is why, like, if you notice that, like, my Instagram and TikTok have been scrubbed of my face and my cosplay, for the most part. I don't think everything, but most of it. That's why. A child came up to me and said they liked my videos while, like, having merch of, like, Ambrose and Arden, like, on them. Like, the keychains, like, on them. And I was like, you're a child. Oh no, I know they were a child because they reached out to me on TikTok afterwards and they had their age in the bio, and I was like, oh no. Please don't. I mean, you shouldn't even be watching this stream if you're under 18, but definitely don't come up to me and say you like listening to— maybe they just listen to the safe work stuff that's on YouTube, but like, don't do that. But I'll tell you guys about it afterwards. Hopefully, I hope I feel fine and able to, because at the moment I'm like borderline almost like reaching for my cane at the moment, and now on top of that I'm like not feeling great. Hopefully, obviously, the meds get rid of the stomachache. I don't want to go through all these side effects for nothing. But obviously they won't be able to rule everything out until the blood test results come back. So at the very least I'll be on these for like— I'll be on one of them for 2 weeks. And the other one for maybe like 3 weeks. Unless they give me some horrible side effects, in which case I'll stop taking them. But if they seem fine, then like— which sucks, because imagine if it's not a problem that these meds can solve, and I'm taking them for no reason. But we won't know if it's something else until the blood test comes back. But I haven't even done the blood test yet because they don't have any appointments for blood tests open until for 2 weeks. What do you mean you don't have one for 2 weeks? How long does it take to take my blood? Well, kind of a bit actually, to be honest. Because every time I have to get my blood drawn, they can't find a vein. Oh no, I forgot about that. Last time I had a blood test, they had to take it from the back of my hand. Because you couldn't. The first time I had one, the first two times they did manage to find one in my elbow. But Took a long time. Look, luckily I've never had to be like, they've never like missed. Thank fuck. I've never had to be like pinpricked a bunch, but I have very veiny wrists and hands, mostly probably because I have Raynaud's. But yeah, no, my elbows, you can't see shit. You can't see any of them. It's nothing. There's nothing there. So yeah, they had to go on the back of my hand last time. Which, if you haven't had it in the back of your hand, it's not comfortable. It's way more comfortable having it in the elbow. But yeah, they couldn't find anything, so it is much more owie. It's much more owie to have it in the hands. Oh fucking god damn it, I'm gonna have to have it in the hand again, aren't I? No. Maybe I'll get myself some good shit this weekend as a treat. I will hopefully be able to go to one of my favorite places to eat while we're out. I haven't gone out with my sibling in years because normally they just don't go out much, and there's not a lot of stuff, or they don't have like a budget to spend on anything. Which is fine because sometimes I'm like, well, we could still go out, but they're like, no. They're not really someone that enjoys like going out shopping. And they've never come along to like a Comic Con or anything with, mostly for budget reasons, but also just because they're not that interested in that stuff, which is fine. But yeah, going out this weekend. Hopefully the medication side effects don't have me like fucking curled up in bed. I want to have a nice day. I've been wanting to go to this place for years, for multiple years. So fucking I better not get nothing better stop me. And I'll have like, I was so happy that I took Julia there when she was over, and she liked it. And I was so happy because I was like, I feel like my food tastes are very basic and bland, but that's also probably the autism. Whereas Julia's like a proper cook, a proper chef, you know? Not professionally, but I mean like, she cooks a lot. I don't know how to cook. I can bake stuff. Okay, I can bake one thing. But, when I move out, I want to learn how to cook more. So I was just like, I don't know. Julia's tried way more foods than me, so even though I think this is really good, maybe it isn't. But she agreed. So I'm like, no. My siblings probably not gonna eat it because it's just not food that they like, but that's fine. That's fine. I've literally said, because I'm paying for their, I was like, if you come with me to this thing, I'll pay for your train ticket. How about that? Because they want to go anyway, but they couldn't afford the train. I was like, I'll pay. But in return, you have to let us go eat at the place that I want to eat. And they're probably just going to bring packed lunch, but it's fine because the place I want to eat is more almost like a takeaway place. Like there's not much room to sit in, so I normally end up eating in like there's like a food court area, so it's fine. I'm not like making them sit with me at like a table in a restaurant or something while I eat and they don't eat. Like they'll find their own food and we'll just like eat in like a food court kind of mall situation, right? They're still gonna eat, but I was like, I pay for your train ticket. I get, you know, because the place where I want to eat is a bit further away from where we're going, but I'm like, that's what you have to repay me with, is you let us walk all the way over there for me to get my favorite little meal. So just think about that. Just think that I'm gonna eat on Saturday. Oh my god, I didn't expect these meds to already make me feel like shit. I did read the leaflet. Which, like, I don't like reading the leaflets in medications, because, like, normally it just makes me, like, anxious. But it sure did say, like, tiredness, drowsiness, or something, and I was like, yeah, whatever, I've never, like, sometimes I do get side effects from medication, but normally I don't get tired or drowsy. Like, every time I've taken medication that says it'll make me drowsy, it never has. Oh, I think we found the one that does. I think we found the one that does. So maybe I'll just, like, sink in this chair, and then Saturday I've got to walk around, but hopefully I'll feel fine. I'll bring my cane with me. My cane's like a fold-up, collapsible one, whatever you call it, so be fine. nothing's keeping me away from eating fish and chip. It's a really good fish and chip place though. You don't understand. It's so good. I've been to a fair amount because I love fish and chips. Which like don't get fish, like, oh my god, don't get fish and chips in London. I've yet to find a place in London that is nice to eat at. I'm sure there's like really fancy expensive restaurants that are, but that's not my budget, right? No. I've been to like 2 or 3 different places in London because every time I go to one, it's gross and I don't go back. Obviously, it's overpriced. It's like twice as much as down there fish and chips than what it would cost up here. But I've been to like 3 different fish and chip places in London, at least, maybe more. Because that's normally what I love fish and chips. That's like a good safe food for me, right? And so every time I pop down to London, I'm like, oh god, I'll find a fish and chip place. Because I can't, again, the autism, I can't eat a lot of places. I do have tummy sensitivities, obviously. And stuff I'm allergic to, and, or like, maybe not allergic to, but stuff that upsets my insides. And, texture problems with food and all of that, so. I keep trying to find like a safe place, to eat in London, and she's freaking, no, the last one was so bad as well. Like, the taste was just bad, and the chips weren't proper, like, they were, no. If I'm getting fish and chips from a chip shop, you better be giving me proper chip shop chips, not like, I don't know if they were frozen chips. They were, but, which is nothing wrong with them, but that's not what I expect from a chip shop. They just, it wasn't it. Wasn't it? I mean, in my experience, there's some fish and chip shops, actually, that are in the middle of the country that are okay. I don't know why London is so fucking crap at it. Like, last time I was there, because I wouldn't really choose to go to London. The only time I ever go to London is if, like Hadestown, I couldn't not. Or because, international flights. We do have many airports throughout the UK, but a lot of international flights only serve London airports, so we had to go down there. I had to go to London to collect Julia and return Julia. And I remember I was literally trying to find somewhere to eat, and it was chucking, like, on the last day she was there, and it was chucking it down with rain, and we were like, well look, there's like all these, there's like a Costa Pret a Manger type places. We'll just look in there, we'll get like a sandwich, and I couldn't. Julia's like, yeah, I'll get this, what do you want? And I was like, I can't eat anything. I feel so bad. Like, either, like, it's like half of them had onion in, which I can't eat because I'm allergic, and like the other half had like barbecue sauce in, which I can't eat because I find disgusting. Like, why would you do this to me? Or they had like mayonnaise in, which will make me throw up, because I really find it, I can't eat it. I find it really gross. Like, can you just have a sandwich that doesn't have mayonnaise in it, please? So many places, like, if you go in, like, supermarkets that do, like, meal deals, like Co-op or Tesco, like, all their sandwiches have mayo in. I'm like, why would you do this to me? Like, all their meal deal sandwiches, like, pre-made stuff. So in the end, we had to retreat to Pizza Express, which I didn't want to do, because the last time I went, I've been to Pizza Express twice before in my life, and both times had sucked. I went once as like a tween, and discovered that they don't cut the pizzas for you. So Pizza Express is a pizza chain, kind of like Pizza Hut, but they're a bit more expensive than Pizza Hut, and they kind of, I feel like, try and present themselves as if they're like, more of a restaurant and less of a fast food, but I'm gonna be real, they're way more expensive than Pizza Hut, and yet, just go to Pizza, like... No, it doesn't taste as good. So I didn't want to go to Pizza Express. But we were like, it's chucking it down with rain. We wanted to have lunch 2 hours ago, we can't find anywhere to eat. We're just gonna have to go to Pizza Express, that's the only thing nearby. Where it's like, well, we can eat pizza. And I will say that pizza's not disgusting, but it's not Good. That's what I was gonna mention. Okay, I've been to Bella Italia locations. That's strange that they didn't cut your pizza. Maybe that's just London, because I've been to Bella Italia locations across the country, and they do cut your pizza. Same like Pizza Hut do. Pizza Express, the times I'd been to Pizza Express, I'd been as a tween, and they didn't cut the pizza. And it was like me and like 2 other people I was with, and we were all like, maybe like 13, and we were like, Can we have the pizza? What do you want us to do with this? We're sharing, like, what are we meant to what are we meant to do? They didn't give us a pizza cutter either, they just gave us a whole pizza, and we're like, we might have had knives and forks on the table, and like, do they want us to cut it with knives and forks? What do they want to? And so like one of my friends was like, can we have the pizza cut? And he looked at us like we were fucking idiots. Like, and this wasn't like a small or like a flatbread pizza, it was like a full big pizza. We're like, what do you want to? And they just, the waiter was like, looked at us like we were disgusting. And he very reluctantly was like, took it back and cut it, but I'm like, what? And then the second time I went, which is when I was like 21, I was like, I didn't have a good experience in here last time, but whatever. But we were in a rush, we didn't have a lot of time. The other 2 people I was with didn't want like a full pizza, so I was like, well, I can't order a whole big pizza for myself, so I had like some kind of little flatbread thing, which was okay. It had toppings that I didn't like, so I had to pick them off. It wasn't cut, but it made sense because it was just like a much smaller pizza. I was like, that's fine. I ate it. It wasn't great, but it was fine. It was food. And then me and Julia went, now at 26, and they didn't cut the pizza. They did not cut the pizza. And I'm like, but that time when we asked, I was like, can we... Julia was so confused. She was like, what the fuck do you mean they haven't cut the pizza? So like, Julia was like, can we have the pizza cut, please? And what they had now, or at least what they had at that location, is they had like a whole tub of pizza cutters, like just on the side of where like the cashier, like where the computer was, right? And she just pulled one out and gave it to us, and then we cut it ourselves. And I'm like, why don't you just give that to us? Like, if we have to cut it ourselves with a pizza cutter, that's fine. I don't mind that. I can use a pizza cutter. But then, why don't you give us... And if you have, like, they had, like, multiple buckets full of them. So I'm like, why don't you give the pizza cutter with the pizza? Why don't you just bring the pizza cutter to the table with the pizza? And then we can cut it ourselves, that's fine. But, like... Clearly people ask for them if they've got multiple buckets of them. On, like... on the counter. Clearly people ask for them. So why don't you just give them? Why don't you just serve them with the cutter? Yeah. And then the pizza was made and the sides. Julia had a side. I can't remember what she had. She said it was okay. The pizza was eh. The side I had was gross. It was a reminder of like, yeah, I'm not, this is 3 for 3 meals at Pizza Express that have been shit throughout my life. So, not doing that again. Like, I shouldn't have to, it's so ridiculous, because London's such a big city, I shouldn't have to be like, yes, I'll just get a sandwich from Greg's every day, but I'm gonna be real, that's the only place, that's the only place I know it's safe. Cheese and ham baguette from Greg's, and I know I'll be fine. There are Pizza Huts in London. We couldn't get, I don't think we were close enough to any of them, or they're already closed or something. Which are fine, like, I'm fine with Pizza Hut. Some people might think that's gross. I will say, from how people have described Pizza Hut in the US, I think maybe they're better here than they are the US. Because I remember talking about Pizza Hut before, and being like, please don't judge me that I like Pizza Hut, that's like the one fast food chain that I like eating at. I know it's like, I know it's not healthy. It's fast food. I know it's kind of greasy, but like, to be honest, I don't find it that greasy, but I also like, I've never had Domino's, so I can't compare it to that. I would say it probably is less greasy than Pizza Express, but it also tastes better and costs less So fuck Pizza Express. But Pizza Hut's here, which when I mentioned this last time, I had confused Americans. So all of our Pizza Huts have a free salad bar. Like, if you get any food from Pizza Hut, like if you're eating in, you get free unlimited access to the salad bar. So you get a bowl, and you fill it with whatever salad you want. They have like the little, kind of like serve yourself, like school lunch dishes, whatever you call them. Full of different veggies and like tortilla chips and sauces and croutons and stuff. And you make your own salad, and it's unlimited. You can keep getting as many bowls of salad as you want. Or if you're like me, because they stopped serving nachos, you can make one bowl of salad, and then you can get another bowl, fill it with tortilla chips, put the hot sauce on the top and grated cheese, and then be like, I've made my own nachos since you won't serve them anymore. Because the hot sauce at the salad bar, the hot sauce they have on the table is not what they used to put on the nachos. You can still get the nachos from some Pizza Hut locations if you get it takeaway, but it's like not on the regular menu anymore. Pro tip, like, my pro tip is like, the hot sauce at the table in the bottle I find gross, and I find too spicy. And it's not the same as what they used to put on the nachos. The one that's at the salad bar is the same as the one they put on the nachos. That's the good shit. That's the only hot sauce I can eat. Because, like, spicy stuff upsets my tummy. And also, I can't cope just with really spicy stuff anyway. I don't enjoy it. You've never witnessed the salad bar? Yeah, so there are some pizza locations that are takeaway only. They just have like a little counter. I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about Pizza Hut restaurants. One, unlimited salad bar, which is great. Normally I would fill one bowl with like lettuce, and like they have like shredded carrots and like cucumbers and stuff. And then I'll have another bowl where I just put tortilla chips and the hot sauce in. I love the cheesy bites crust. That's my weakness. I had it for the first time when I was like 10, and I fell in love with it. It's like, would you like stuffed crust, but if there was 3 times the amount of crust? Yes. Cheesy bites crust is great. So one, I had Americans confused by the salad bar, so I don't know if they don't have the salad bars there. 2, the sides. They do chicken here, like, kind of like chicken strips. It's my favorite fast food chicken. I like their chicken more than McDonald's, more than Popeyes. And Popeyes is a chicken place, but I don't really like the texture of like the batter or whatever you call the coating on Popeyes chicken. And I don't think it tastes of anything. I like the Pizza Hut chicken. I think it's really good. I would go there and just order a bunch of the chicken. The cookie dough is pretty nice as well. I've been to other places that do cookie dough desserts, and I think I like the Pizza Hut one more. I had the cookie dough from Bella Italia once. Ew! The cookie dough at Pizza Hut is like the thickness of a cookie, so it's pretty thin, which is fine. And then they put ice cream on the top, and the cookie dough's hot, and then the ice cream melts, and and the portion's not too big, so it's like edible. The Bella Italia one is like, comes like a deep dish pizza. I'm like, what? Thank you! Right? It's gross from Bella Italia, right? I thought it was just me. I was there with a friend. And Bella Italia is like an Italian chain in the UK. It's a chain restaurant, but it's like a level above fast food. Like I wouldn't put it in the same league as like Pizza Hut and McDonald's and stuff. And they do like pizzas and pastas. Normally I get pizza there because I don't think I can't eat any of the pastas. They had a pasta special once that they did just for the summer that was like a 4-cheese mac and cheese. Could eat that, but they don't do any kind of mac and cheese normally. Normally there's a bunch of stuff in them that I can't eat. Mostly a lot of the time again they put onions and stuff. And their sides are fine. The fries are but oh my god, the cookie dough is gross. How do you fuck up cookie dough? I'll tell you how they fuck up the cookie dough. 1, instead of it being like, here's a cookie, like Pizza Hut cookie dough is kind of like the size and shape of a Subway cookie, right? That's the thickness. That's a normal cookie, right? We can imagine a Subway cookie. The Bella Italia one is like a deep dish pizza, of cookie dough. Like, not the size of it. Like, it's still about probably, maybe it's a bit bigger circumference-wise than a Subway cookie, but it's thick. Like the thickness of a deep dish pizza. So it looks almost more like a pie or a tart than it does a cookie. But okay. Also, it didn't help that they were really, really slow at getting it out. They just like kind of forgot about it. Anyway, that's not the point. So already we're like, that's a lot. But I guess if it tastes good... It's meant to be chocolate chip. They put the ice cream on it, whatever. Because it was so thick, there was way too much ice cream and not enough cookie. Like, we were done with the ice cream and we're still like, there's so much cookie left. Point 3, we ate, like, half of it and there were no chocolate chips in it. Until we got to the second half and we were like, oh, there they all are. You know, like sometimes if like you bake like a chocolate chip muffin and all the like chocolate chips like sink to the bottom. I like to, it's like that, but they'd all like got sunk to the side. How do they sink to the side? They just didn't mix it well, I guess. The like chocolate chips or like caramel pizza, whatever it was. What makes it a lot more edible, because you've got like this melted chocolate, not just mouthfuls of dough. They just I guess didn't mix it at all, and they were only in half of like, and even the half they were in, there wasn't many, and we were just eating half of it. Like, there's got to be chocolate chips in here somewhere, somewhere, and you know, had to look up because I've never been. That looks the size of a pie, right? It's too big, and there were 2 of us, and we didn't finish it, and. Yeah, we got through about half of it and we were like, oh, there's the chocolate chips. Well, we're full now. And I can't recommend eating just straight cookie dough without any kind of chocolate chips or anything in it. Also, it didn't taste great, so that didn't help. Also, it wasn't the best tasting thing. But, like, I think it would have been better if there was actually chocolate chips in the whole thing. But, like, I personally I've eaten at Bella Italia plenty of times. Their pizza, normally I just got, like, pizza and fries, that's fine. The last time I went with Julia, they have, like, these chicken strip sides now, which are good. I think they're good. And they have, like, mozzarella sticks now and, like, garlic dough balls. Those are all good. I'm not shitting on Bella Italia. I do like eating there. The pizza's fine. I like the pizza. The sides are fine. I actively like some of them. We did order dessert last time we were there, not the cookie dough, because I'm never making that mistake again. I can't remember if they had gelato or something. We ordered it. It, like, never showed up. We were just like, we finished eating ages ago. Where's the dessert? Because the thing is, we had tried to order the dessert when we ordered everything else, and the waiter was like, no, you order dessert after you finish your main. Which I guess, I've been to restaurants that do that as well, that don't let you order dessert straight away, because I guess it's in case, like, your eyes are bigger than your belly and you order the dessert, and then they bring it to you, and then you're like, oh, I'm full now, I can't eat it. That's probably why. So they were like, no, you tell us if you want dessert after you finish eating, you don't. And we were like, okay, like, I've been to places that do that before, that's fine. So we were like, okay, we finished eating, and we were trying to make eye contact with a waiter who, like, repeatedly misgendered me. Fucking every time I went to eat somewhere with Julia, they were like, alright, ladies, come this way, and it was just like, I want to die. Side note, every time we ate somewhere that had, like, wait staff, that happened every time. Maybe, if there's any waiters in chat, just don't gender people. You could have just said, alright, come this way. You didn't need to put ladies in there. Alright, ladies, how are you today? You could just say, how are you today? You don't have to use gendered language at all. Anyway. That's not a gripe at Bella Italia, every place did that we went. Point is, so like, okay, we've eaten everything. We can order dessert now, right? So we're trying to make like eye contact with the waiter, and he was just like hanging in the back and would not coming out into the restaurant, and we were like, and then this other lady came up eventually, a different waitstaff came over, because obviously we'd finished eating ages ago. Managers get upset if you don't do it, then they just should say guys. They should call every group of people guys. That's pretty gender neutral. I think guys is gender neutral. Or folks. Folks works too. I feel like that's more like American to say. I don't know how many people here use folks to refer to a group of people. But yeah, so we're waiting ages. We're like, we're gonna get that ice cream. We're gonna get a dessert, and we're not getting the gross cookie dough. Come on, Bella Italia. This is this is my second attempt at ordering dessert from you. You can do this. You can have a good dessert. And we just couldn't fucking find a waiter. And I just kept trying to make eye contact with him, and I feel like he did make eye contact with me a couple times, but just like didn't come over, and eventually this other waiter came up, because obviously we'd been sat there ages with empty plates. And she was like, do you want me to clear those away for you? And we said, yes. Or Julia was like, oh, yes, thank you. But also, can we order dessert? And she said, oh, yeah, I'll be right back. She's like, and she said, oh, yes, of course. Now, I don't think English was her first language, so maybe she didn't understand what Julia said. Or at least she had an accent, right? But, like, Julia very clearly was like, also, can we order dessert? And she said, the waiter clearly went, yes. And then took all the plates and left. And then never... No, it's not true. She came back, but not to us. She then just like went over to the bar and like started talking with the staff over there, and then was just walking around and like seeing other people and then talking to other staff. And we're like, did she not understand that we asked for dessert? Or did she immediately forget that she said she would come back over and take dessert from us? Oh, Green, thank you for the resub. She just never came back to us. We were like, are we insane? That's 2 different waiters now who we've asked, can we order dessert? And they've both been like, yeah, later, and oh yeah, just give me a second. And then just gone and done other things. And like, I get if you like, you're juggling like serving different tables and stuff, but I mean like, we sat there for like, after we finished eating and we were waiting to like get dessert, we were there like 15-20 minutes, and then after that lady said, okay, yeah, I'll do your dessert order in a second, or at least said yes. We were like, cool. Maybe she just meant yes, you can order dessert, but not yes, I'll take the order. But we waited there for like another 15-20 minutes, and then Julie was like, let's just go. I'm just gonna go and ask someone for the bill. This is ridiculous. We shouldn't have been sat here for like 30-40 minutes after we finished eating with 2 different waiters saying they'll take dessert orders from us, and then like, cause I don't want to be mean to wait staff. I'm sure it's not a fun job, but like, Julie just went up to someone. And then we dealt with a third, and then we had a third waiter, and we were like, can we just have the bill, please? And then we left. So, maybe just don't get dessert from... I will say, we also didn't have a great experience doing food from Pizza Hut either, actually, as much as it tasted fine. Pizza Hut in the UK now, you don't order from a waiter. There's QR codes on the table that you scan on your phone, and then you order food on your phone, and then you, obviously, it knows from the QR code what table number you are, and then it just sends that to the kitchen, and then a waiter will come out and bring you the food. And we had the same thing of like, well, actually, we had a slightly different thing. No one bought us our drinks. We just didn't get our drinks at all. We didn't get any drinks, and then we were waiting, and eventually our food came out, and we had to say the guy before we got any drinks, and we had to tell the guy that came up to give us our food, we were like, can we have our drinks, please? He's like, oh, you didn't get them? We're like, no. And the thing is, it wasn't that busy. Like, there was quite a lot of people in the front half of the restaurant. They sat us at the back half of the restaurant, and then we were the only people sat in the back half of the restaurant. So like, I was like, did they forget? I don't know. So we then did get our drinks, cool. And then we ate everything, and then and then you can just leave, right? Because you pay straight away on your phone. So if we just ordered mains and sides, once those arrived and we'd finished eating, we could have just left, and then someone would have come and cleared the table after, because we've already paid. And so that I do like, as much as it's annoying to have to do it on your phone, and I guess, yeah, if your phone's dead, well, then you don't eat at Pizza Hut. But what I do like about it is it means I don't have to hunt down a waiter in order to get the bill. I've had too many experiences of eating somewhere, wanted to leave because I'm done eating, and I can't find anyone who will bring me the check. I'm just like, please let me pay. I just want to go home. I just want to leave. I've been sat here to 10, 20 minutes. I keep trying to make eye contacts or wave over waiters, and no one will acknowledge that I'm here. I just want to leave. So what I appreciate about the QR code system is that doesn't happen to me anymore, because I've already paid, so I can just leave whenever. So yeah, like, no one came, we just forgot about our drink order, and then we got them after our food. And then obviously they meant to stagger it to tell them, like, okay, they also wanted dessert, so get the dessert after. That was my first time ordering dessert on the QR system. So I was like, yeah, they'll just have a note somewhere to bring them over after a certain amount of time, maybe. Nope. We were there ages after we finished eating, and no waiters were even coming anywhere near our half of the restaurant. And my anxiety was just like going through the roof. I'm like, Julia's like, we're gonna have to go up and just ask. You're gonna have to go. One of us is gonna have to go and find a waiter and just ask. And I was like, I don't like talking to people. And eventually it got to the point where I was like, I'm more pissed off than I am anxious. So I did go up and I was like, can we have? And he was like, oh yeah. And then he went and got them. But like, maybe if you're in Pizza Hut with the QR code system, maybe order your mains and pay, and then go back in and order your dessert separately afterwards and pay a second time. Because I don't know why they forgot the drinks. I've never had, but again, probably because it's on a computer and you're not talking to a real human being. Because normally you get your drink straight away. So that's the downside of the QR system. People forget about you, I guess. But yeah, Pizza Hut's been using the QR code. I didn't know they were in Scotland, but in England, yeah, they've been using the QR code system for at least 3-4 years. If you in the sit-in, obviously dine-in restaurants. Sorry, we're talking about food. Was July? Talking about food for a while. Oh, my head's so hot. I want like an ice pack taped to my forehead, please. They might have. I haven't been to one since I was a child. Ah, maybe so. Maybe that's why then. Sorry, enough people talking in chat. Gelato is kind of like ice cream. Yeah. Well, I don't know. That was gonna be my first time having it, and I never got to have it. So who knows? I get like if managers are telling you off for gendering people, maybe just be like, but then that just don't, because it's gonna be, you're gonna misgender someone because you can't tell. One, you can't always tell if someone's binary trans, and you can definitely not always tell if someone's non-binary. So it just sucks. I was like, maybe with Julia here, people might actually maybe think I'm a guy, but no one did. Which is weird, because whenever, like, I've had so many people see pictures of me and think I'm a cis man. And when Julia, like, shows pictures of me to her coworkers and stuff, because she doesn't out me, because that's the right thing to do, you know, is you don't out people. She just says, this is my boyfriend, and they just assume I'm cis when they see pictures of me. And I'm like, I've had that happen so many times, but then people see me IRL, and then it's like, no, I've never had someone gender me correctly IRL. Who obviously, who doesn't know me, right? Like a stranger. I'm like, maybe it's my voice, but I'm like, but it happens before I even say anything. And it's like, And it happened even during COVID when I was like, genuinely, I didn't mind wearing a mask because I was like, maybe people will think I look more like a guy because they won't be able to see the bottom half of my face. Nope. So I must be my height. I'm like, because in a picture they can't tell how tall I am, right? So I'm like, it's because I'm 5'4", isn't it? That I, like, if multiple people can think, yeah, sure, that's probably a guy from pictures, why does that never happen in person? And I'm like, it's because I'm 5'4", and I can't do anything to change that. I fucking hate height dysphoria so much. And before anyone in chat goes, actually there is height surgery. No. Don't. I mean, I don't want to tell you what you should and shouldn't do with your own body. It's your body, but like, don't do that. It's so risky and experimental and like terrifying. Don't. I'd rather be able to walk, thank you, than someone. I don't even want to think about how it's done, to be honest. I don't even like I'd rather be able to walk than have extra bones in me. Like, I don't know if that's what they do. I don't know what they do. I don't want to know. I'm squeamish even just thinking about the bone thing, so I'm gonna stop talking about that now. But, yeah, no. I mean, I don't think it's chest, because in photos people are fine with it, like, and I will say, like, it doesn't help that I do have a big chest, and even when I bind, I still have a visible, you know. But I mean, even in pictures where you can't tell, even when I wear really baggy shirts, I'm like, it's just the height. Just the height. Which sucks. And I'm like, even if I had like a full beard or something, I feel like people would still think I looked weird for a guy. Cis guys can be short. I know! But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Happy St. Happy St. Patrick's Day. I didn't know it was St. Patrick's Day today. Then happy St. Patrick's Day. It's not often that I was gonna say it's not often that I meet people shorter than me. I'm like, no, actually. Whenever I make friends with someone, they end up being around my height. Like, the friends I had at uni were all between 5'3" and 5'5". Green, you're like, what? A bit taller than 5'5", 5'6". Julia's 5 foot even. She's a little girl. She's a little ghost. So I get to feel like the tall one. Which is so weird because I was such a tall child. I had my growth spurt when I was like 6, 7 years old, and I was like one of like the 3 tallest kids in my entire school. So I had the experience of being taller than average, and it was really cool, and it felt real nice. And then I stopped growing when I was 10, and everyone else kept growing, and then I wasn't tall anymore. And I was like, no. It was just such a weird experience. Most people who are short are used to always being short, but I'm like, I was really tall for a child. Like, I think I was 5 foot by the time I was like 7. Which is tall for a 7-year-old. And then, maybe not 7, maybe a bit older, but like, the point was, very tall for kids. But, I'm taller than Julia. Wait, I'm taller than someone. The moment you said you were 5'1", I was like, I'll mention how tall Julia is, and then you'll. He's so, oh, I feel bad. She's just a little guy. She's my little guy. Happy birthday, Alex. I never thought I'd get any height euphoria from being taller than someone, because I always thought I would want to date taller. And then Julia happened, and I was like, I mean, you're perfect for me. I'm not gonna not date you just because you're 5 foot. But I did think, I was like, maybe when we're out in public, it'll make me pass better because she is shorter than me. But, at least to anyone who genders to his face, it didn't. I know I have long hair. I don't know. Whatever. People... Have one experience of being the tallest, my brother's rapidly approaching my height. I don't like it. Oh, Green. Fucking... I don't think younger siblings should be allowed to be taller than you. I think that should be, like, the law. I'm 5'4". My mom is 5'6", my dad is 5'8". So not a super tall family. My sibling's 5'10". No one knows how. No one knows how that happened. Where that came from. What the fuck? They stole all the height. I was gonna say in the womb, I'm like, we're not twins, they're 2 years younger than me. What the fuck is that bullshit? Also, hi Starlight. Someone said, and hi, wait, someone said something about Minecraft. I have not seen. I don't check Discord while I'm streaming unless someone says you need to see something. Oh. I was like, I was so zoomed out and I was like, why is there a sign on the one that, for those who aren't in the Discord, I was genuinely like, oh, someone made them in Minecraft? That's cute. They're each 3 blocks tall. Arden is a brown block and then like a pale block and then a brown block, and Ambrose is like a red block and then a pale block and a yellow block. So, I'm so zoomed out. I was like, why is there a sign on Ambrose? Is that like, is it because Ambrose has boobs? Oh, and then I zoomed in, I'm like, oh, it's got a face, it's got eyes, and so they drew a face on him. So it's just 2 little eyes and a mouth. I was very confused before I zoomed in. I was like, why does he have a sign? I thought that was meant to be, but I get that's his face. Well, I'm glad you guys are having fun. Yeah, some people in my Discord this morning were saying that they wanted to make a Minecraft server. So full disclosure, if you see that, it is not made by me. It is not official The Vampire Prince Minecraft server. It is nothing to do with me. A bunch of, like, some people just wanted... I say some people. Oliver wanted... Oliver wanted to make a server, just to play with, on Minecraft with other people in my Discord. Which is fine, I don't mind if people want to do that. So, there's some people in there playing Minecraft. I think they're in survival mode. Go say hi to them if you want. I probably won't join. I do have Minecraft. I played it a little bit with Julia years ago. In creative mode. She used to have I don't think it was a server, I think she had a realm. And then I took over and started paying for it, and then I think neither of us are paying for it anymore, so. I play in creative mode, and I've been making this giant castle for a long time. It's like a replica of the Beauty and the Beast castle from the Disney animated movie, but like I changed the colors up, and it's still haven't finished it. But it's maybe like 65% done or so. But we just stopped. I've only played survival. I think we played survival once briefly. I don't enjoy survival modes. I like using Minecraft like how I use Animal Crossing, like just to build things. But, the first time I ever played Minecraft was in Creative Mode with my sibling. They wanted help because they were recreating Toontown in Minecraft, and I was like, okay, I can help you put some blocks down. But I don't like playing survival mode. I don't like that, like, an enemy or something would sneak up and attack me. I don't like that, and I don't like crafting. And that's half of the word Minecraft. I don't like crafting in games. Having to find resources and that's why I barely play New Horizons. I don't like crafting in Animal Crossing. Well, there's many reasons. I don't play New Horizons that much anymore, but like, I don't like crafting. I don't like having to go and find resources and then make a thing with them. It's tedious. It's annoying. I hate it. I just want to be able to have the thing. Like, the only reason that I would be interested in playing Minecraft is to, like, build something for a while. I really wanted to recreate, like, some Sylvanian families. Houses and, like, playsets in Minecraft. Like, I think that would be fun. But, just having to just explore. I don't know if open worlds are for me. I just don't like crafting. And I don't know any recipes for Minecraft. If there's not a book, like, I'll never remember. I can't remember stuff like that. So I'd never even remember even how to make, like, a torch. I'm gonna be real. Like, wait, you don't make torches, do you? I don't fucking know. Just a basic thing then. I don't know what a basic thing is that you make in Minecraft. But I wouldn't remember how to make anything. I'm sure Julia showed me how to do a couple things and I instantly forgot. So, no. If you guys are playing in survival, I probably won't ever join. That's not fun for me. Yeah, but it's not even just one stick, one coal, but it's also like you have to go find the stuff. And what if you can't find the stuff to make the stuff that you want? Like, for me, the enjoyable part of Minecraft would be building something. And it just takes too long to get to that point because you have to get all the resources for it, right? If that makes sense. My brain is so tired. Hi, Hills. The whole time I've been like, when you finish this Minecraft rant, say hi to say hi to Hills. Yes, I have been reborn. I animated it myself. I have actual, like, proper 2D animation. I've been wanting to.
When you'd invite me back for a bite.
Wow. I've been wanting to have 2D animation in my PNG model for a long time. I'm personally not interested in having a 3D or a live 2D model. I'm just not a big fan of how they look. And I know you can have different art styles. And don't get me wrong, some people's live 2D and 3D models look really cool. I just personally don't like 3D animation, so I've never wanted that for myself. I've wanted to try and be 2D animated. But I just got too scared before. But I do have a proper blinking animation that's like 8 frames. So it's not just like 2 pictures. I can properly blink now. And a looping talking animation that's like 4 frames. I'd have to like constantly talk without stopping in order for you to be able to see the whole loop. But it's hard to hang on, if I mute my microphone and make like a consistent noise, you should be able to see. There you go. I just hummed into the microphone. I just didn't want to do that with me audible. And then the hand... Go back is rotoscoped. From my own hand, I sat in my chair and I twirled my little goblet I have around. And then was like, that'll do. Let's rotoscope that. And I think there's like 13 frames of animation in the hand. Oh, I know people like it. I was worried, since it's rotoscoped, obviously if you look at any individual part of it for too long, it does look really choppy. Because I didn't properly like onion skin it or anything. I'm really happy, like, the initial rotoscope was a lot clunkier. The goblet changed size way too much, but I went and cleaned a lot of it up. I tried to make the goblet size more consistent, and especially, I mean, the liquid I didn't rotoscope because there wasn't any liquid in the in the goblet in the video that I took of myself doing it, so that is just drawn. But I did really try getting the goblet looking right. But if you look at any of the fingers or the fingernails, it's like they might change size a bit too much and it looks more choppier because it is rotoscoped, and I was like, I don't want to have to go and clean that up. I wasn't planning on making a 3.0. I was watching Smilky Shake stream on Saturday for the first time in a while. I've been neglectful and I just hadn't tuned into a stream in a bit. And just, yeah, whenever I watch Smilky, I just always get inspired to do stuff, apparently. And I was like, why don't I just, like, it was their birthday and they were showing off new stuff for their model, and I was like, man, hey, remember when I really wanted to add, like, blinking and mouth, like, actual frame-by-frame animation to my model and I never did that? I should do that. I know I've been scared to do that, but I should just try and do that. And then Brain went, wait, why not just draw a whole model? Why not just draw a whole new one? Because I just had the pose idea straight away and I was like, well, that, maybe. And then I just, like, pulled my phone out and put the front camera on and recorded myself sitting, so I could get the hand animation reference. And the hands are on separate layers, so like the body and the face and all that animation is separate from the two arms. That both of the arms and the hand are on like separate layers. So if I want to make more poses, I can just draw new arms. And like all of the leg and my knees and everything underneath the arm is there. It's just underneath. So if I want to come up with new poses or anything, I could just add new arms if I want to have like a drawing, like a sketchbook in my lap or something if I'm drawing, or I don't know what else, but like I can add stuff down the line, which will be nice. It's just this one for now, but as I think of more stuff, I might make new arms. And then I'll just put them as like different expressions in, this is still in ENVtuber. It's just in ENVtuber as a GIF. Where are you, ENVtuber? Here we are. So I'm still... What? You don't do that. So we're still in ENVtuber, but you can upload GIFs to ENVtuber as well, as PNGs. So instead of the usual, like, eyes open and eyes closed, there's no eyes closed variations because the blinking animation is just in the actual model. The only difference is I have one GIF where my mouth is closed the whole time, but the blinking and the hand animation is still happening. And then another GIF where the mouth is doing this looping talking animation. So that's the only thing it's switching to is between like all the animation but with the mouth closed, and then all the animation but with the mouth open. And I didn't put the drift on like I usually do. Like all my old models have always had the drifty thing, but I just felt like it was too much. Since the model got animation going on with the hand anyway, I felt like the drifty was too much, not necessary. So yeah. People finding it a visual stim. I'm glad. And yeah, if it ever like looks like it's like shuddering or like juttering like at any point, it's just because like it is on a loop, so it should like loop smoothly. But obviously because it is switching between the mouth closed and mouth open model, sometimes when it switches between those two models, it'll switch to a different. It might catch it at a different frame in the animation, so it might kind of stutter. I think the only way to make sure that that doesn't happen would be to have the talking variant somehow, like, just be the head. Without the body, without the hand. But then I'd just be a floating head whenever I talk. So I'd have to, like, what I'd have to have is, like, the gif of me blinking and the hand moving just as a video in OBS. And then the ENVtuber would just be mouth open, mouth closed, and I just have to, by hand, drag the mouth to hover over the right place on the face in OBS, and I just was like, that's gonna annoy me. That's gonna be annoying. So you just have to deal with sometimes it, like, juttering a bit when it switches to the mouth open one. But yeah, I made a thing. I did it in, like, I don't know. I think I was, like, maybe, like, 10 hours. Speedrunning it. I had the idea, and then I just made it in one day. And I was like, I guess I have a 3.0 model now. It really wasn't planned at all. But I'm happy, because like I said, for people that missed it, with the 2.0 model that I had, even though it was a PNG, I actually had separated all of the layers, like and the different fingers and the different hands and the arms and everything, so that it could be animated. Like, I had saved all those as separate pieces, so that they could be, like, tweened or, like, rigged in a way. And then I just never did it. I just never did it. I got too scared, and I just never did it. And also because I wanted to do it in ENVtuber Plus, but then after I drew everything, I found out that it doesn't run well on my computer. It uses up too much CPU, so it wasn't possible. And I was like, oh, but I already chopped everything into pieces. I was gonna animate this one, kinda. And I could have still put it together and tweened it in OBS, not OBS, After Effects. But I didn't, because I was like, oh, fucking no, I'm upset now. Now it will just be a PNG. Fine, it's fine. But hopefully with a bit more animation it does... Like, I'm still very much like a PNG tuber. I've heard some people use the term GIF tuber. But I don't ever want to switch to a 3D or a 2D model, but hopefully this is a bit more of, like, an immersive way of having an actual 2D model. Not a live 2D model, but an actual two-dimensional model. Yeah. And like I said, like, whenever I have the time or the inspiration, I'll add different hands and arms, and we can have different stuff going off. But yeah, and anyone who came in late, again, if I seem out of it, which the amount of times I forgot what I was saying today, I started new medication this morning, and I am very much feeling the side effects, so I will be in it. I'm gonna be kind of tired and drowsy and, like, brain fog for a bit. I did not say, I mean, confused by the phrasing of any new audios this week. I don't know if you're just wanting to ask what new audios are coming this week, because, like, just any new audios this week. Well, yes, I always post 3 audios every week. If for any reason that there was gonna be no upload on a certain day or certain week, I would announce it. But so far, in 3 years, I've never missed an upload. I don't think at the beginning I had an upload schedule, and then it was Monday and Saturday, was it? It was 2 a week, and then I went up to 3 a week, which is Monday, Wednesday, Saturday. And then I dropped back down for 2 for a bit because it was, like, burning me out. And then YouTube didn't like that I did that, so then we went back up to 3. If for any reason it goes back down to 2, or I have to take a week off, obviously, that would be announced. But so far, never missed a scheduled upload. There's been some times where, like, an audio might look as if it went up a day late, because what happens is I post at 11 PM UK time, and there's been a couple cases where once a video goes live, like, this has only happened, like, maybe, like, 2-3 times max, and the video's, like, not exported correctly, like, there's no audio, or, like, it's the wrong, one time it was the wrong video. I accidentally uploaded Your Hand Part 2 before Part 1. We don't talk about that. And then I have to delete it and then quickly upload the next one. but if I haven't even got the correct video exported, by the time that's done, it might have ticked over to midnight. So sometimes it might look like I uploaded one a day late, but at the most, videos might have been an hour late at the most. But even when Julia came over for 2 weeks, I just recorded. Normally I'm about 3-4 weeks ahead in terms of what I already have recorded. But when Julia came over, I had to get like 8 weeks ahead so I could take 2 weeks off from not recording because I couldn't take my microphone to the Airbnb with me. Well, I could have, but I didn't have a laptop. There's no way I could have brought my PC with me. So obviously for any time, like whenever I move, which will be soon, hopefully will be soon. If uploads have to go down, obviously you guys will know. I had not said what audios are coming this week yet. Let me go see. I am pleased to announce that all 3 audios that I have scheduled for this week, all of them are fully monetized. I could cry. Because I've been in a battle. Most of you know I've been in a battle with YouTube for a long time because they keep putting limited ads on my videos instead of full ads, which is green. They keep putting me in the yellow, which is limited ads, which means instead of like maybe I would get £10 for this video, but instead of £10 for the video, I'll get like 10 pence, which is like instead of $10, I'll get like 10 cents, which is stop no, because it like it doesn't, and they never say why. They never say why. I suspect it's because they think there's sexual content in it. They do that quite a bit with ASMR. They just think like whisper sounds are inherently sexual, which they're not. It's a bot doing it. Like, it doesn't know any better, but like YouTube should. But last week for the have some of my old videos retroactively been? Oh my god. I think maybe some of my... Okay, the Johan audio that went up on like Christmas Eve or whenever that was the last one that was fully monetized until 3 weeks ago. So that we went like 2 months without anything being fully monetized. And then 2 were fully monetized the week after that, and then 0 the week after that, and then 1 the week after that. Which the Lucian Reverse Comfort was fully monetized, the Hypnos one was fully monetized, the Hawthorne Comfort was fully monetized, and then Gabriel was fully monetized. And then all 3 that are going up this week are fully monetized. I never thought I'd see the day. The last time I had a full week of fully monetized videos was probably a 1.5 years ago. YouTube's been unhappy with me for a long time. Green, it's funny you say Lucian, because I was about to ask where you were. Because tonight's audio is of Lucian. And it's the first audio that's gonna actually address his canonical wings, since he didn't canonically have wings until like January. But Wednesday's audio is one that I recorded a long time ago, and then I just kept pushing back. I was like, this is like my emergency. I need an upload here. I need to know I made a verbal art out loud. Great. The one that's going up on Wednesday is one I recorded maybe like 2 months ago, and it's been like my backup emergency audio if I have like a gap that I don't know what to fill with. Because it just kept happening that there were other audios I wanted to do first, and this one just kept getting pushed back. So the request is from a while ago. It is a generic boyfriend roleplay, no specific character. Specifically it is top dysphoria comfort for trans men. Usually I don't say. Normally when we do these, like, if you come to stream, you get to know what audios are going up this week. Normally I don't say the scenario, I just say the character. Like, I'm not telling you what the Lucian audio is. It's just Lucian. But for the BFE one, I'm like, no, I'm gonna say, because otherwise it probably is really unappealing. I don't, I'll try and see, I'll try and see who the requests are from for these. The Lucian one that is going up tonight was a request from Lovable Bull on Patreon. All these are from requests on Patreons. I only take requests from my patrons. The BFE one was requested by Charlie and Collective Unit System. And then the one that's going up on Saturday was requested by Trina Wise Hollabout, Yak 6 Connor, Angelus, and Juzu. And it's funny that someone says that you like the Angel Demon dynamic with Lucian and Lysander, because it is a nice matchy week. Because in the middle, we're gonna have the BFE audio on Wednesday. And then bookmarked on either end, we have Lucian on Monday. And then we have Lysander on Saturday, and it's gonna be the first audio for him since they got their canonical designs, so he actually gets thumbnail art now. I don't know how long it's been since the last Lysander audio. I think a little while, huh? For people that don't know, Lucian is the name of the visiting king character, and Lysander is the name of the villain character from the Villain X Hero series. God, it's probably been... Oh, I'm scrolling back. How long has it been? How long has it been? I didn't have any requests from me for a while. I'm like, there's Lucian, that's Lucian. There's Lysander. September. The last one with him was September. Oops. But he's getting much more requests more frequently now than he was before, so he should be showing up more frequently. Same with Hawthorne. They're getting requests more. Probably since I designed them, they've been getting requests more often, so they should show up more frequently. Again, the only reason why a character might drop off for a while is just because they're either not getting requested, or the requests they are getting are ones I don't particularly like, or are just really short, like, can we see Orpheus again, instead of, can we see Orpheus in this specific scenario? Or they are getting requested, but they're like the least popular request. There's other requests that are more popular that I want to get to more. So yeah, that's this week's audios. I mean, I don't have any more. I don't think any more recorded Hawthorne, but what I think we won't go as long without seeing them again. Like, I don't have any current other audios recorded for Hawthorne or Lysander, that are in the queue, but I don't think so. But also my memories aren't very good. But I suspect we won't go 4, 5, 6 months without seeing them again. You know. Hopefully, we should get to each OC more frequently. Like I said, I have more OCs than there are... Yeah, I think I have more OCs than there are upload days every month, and obviously I'm still doing fandom audios as well. So we won't get to every OC every month, so I can't guarantee that you won't have to wait a little bit before seeing them again, but it should be more frequently than it was before. And I got new OC. Oh, I was planning out more OCs, so hopefully I can get to them soon. I know I said I was going to do the Monster Boy Band next, after certain Someone's Husband's audios. But they're kind of getting a bit more pushed back because I'm like, I need so much art done for them because their videos are going to be kind of different. But, I have an OC that I had planned, that I had like a vague idea. Well, I didn't know exactly how he looked. I knew like one feature that I wanted him to have. Because he's like themed around a certain animal, so I was like, I want him to have this feature. And I knew his personality, and I knew how you met him. And I have had him plan. I have like a Word document where I have all my audio OCs, like basic character bios and plans. And I had him planned before I ever made Satin's first audio. Like, I was looking, I was like, wait, where is he on here? I feel so bad. And it's like, Arden and Ambrose, like bullet points of them together. and then this guy, and then Saturn. And I just, whenever I scroll through, I'm like, I'll get to that idea eventually. Eventually. Okay, that's not true. It's Ambrose and Arden, Sorrow. Then Dimitri, then Valentine, because Valentine existed for a long time before he got an audio, because, Valentine's design, like, when I made Valentine was way before I made ASMR audios. I was trying to do this series of OCs where I picked a different monster, and then I picked a different pride flag, and then I had to design a monster with that pride flag color scheme, which is why Valentine has the mismatched shoes, because his design was initially based on the pansexual flag, and I needed to put yellow in there somewhere, so he got mismatched shoes. And I had a bunch of it. I made them in Pit Crew, where I was like, different monster, different pride flag, which is actually also where Orpheus came from. Was from that same series of character designs. I think I did him for the Demi-Boy flag, but obviously Orpheus is not a Demi-Boy. But his original character design, I think that's what he was based around. I can't imagine what else it could have been. That or the Achillean flag, maybe? I don't remember. But obviously neither of those flags apply to Orpheus as we know him now. But yeah, so Valentine, I had written that I wanted like a shy pastel goth vampire, but I didn't decide, why don't I just use that pastel goth vampire that I made a few years ago until much later. But just the notes of shy pastel goth vampire was on here for a long time. And then it's the mystery boy. And then it's Satin. And then it's Amoros, and then Silk. And then a bunch more ideas that I never expanded on, that I'm not going to say out loud, because maybe I'll get to them one day. But there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more OC ideas that just like one sentence. It's just like a descriptor and the type of monster they are. And then Ellis, and then Cassius, and then Johann and then Matthias, and then Lucian and Lysander underneath, but I made those I made them before, obviously. I just didn't have them in this document until then. Same with like Orpheus. I made him earlier. He was never, I realized I never made notes for him. And then notes about the other gods in the series, which I've been having thoughts about. I know obviously when I did the full character height sheet, you will have seen names of certain gods, or titles rather. I do want to design them, and I'm glad I waited. This other character that I've had the idea for longer than Satin, he's obviously back when I was working on those characters, I didn't have any god pantheon or anything planned. And even when Amor started, I didn't know there was going to be a pantheon around him. So... my brain. Definitely want this other OC. Now that I've waited, I can tie him a lot more to one of the gods. And I specifically know which one it's going to be. So I was like, oh, that's nice then that I waited. And also, I have a new design for him now that I like better than the original design. He's still going to have that certain animal feature that I wanted him to have originally, but the rest of him will look different. And I'm like, that's cool. And also, I've come up with another character that can be in his story, I guess. So I'm excited to get designs down for them, and they might come before the Monster Boy Band ones do. In terms of the other gods in the Pantheon, I I know how I want one of them to look. God of War, I still don't know. Because I've got to be real careful, because what I can't do is accidentally draw Ares from Hades. I can't commit plagiarism, guys. I just haven't had an idea of what he looks like yet, but I'll have to think a lot more about him. He hasn't immediately sprung to mind like the others. No. Otherwise H-Bomb guy will be after me. And what is mysterious him makes me so curious. I couldn't possibly comment on that. The music. I've got it on. I've got all my stream music on shuffle right now. It's been playing, the Ace Attorney orchestral album. So if any music sounds familiar, that's why. Talk is reminding me that no one will ever beat Green's record of fastest OC fan art. To be fair, Green had already been pretty fast before, because if we talk about like OCs in general, not just audio OCs, Green drew Bongle like within 30 minutes after I created Bongle. Maybe within 20 minutes after I created Bongle. So that Green was probably already the fastest anyway. But then he beat his record. If we're talking, well, in a way. Green said to a Bongle before we started dancing. Okay, so in terms of like the actual fastest of like when I've gone, here's an OC, how quickly has someone drawn them? It's Green with Bongle. Green drew Bongle within like 5 minutes of me first drawing Bongle. But we joked that Green drew Matthias before Matthias existed, which isn't true. I had shown the character design, the first drawing I did of Matthias, but I didn't share his name. I was just so proud of that drawing. I thought he looked so pretty that I wanted to share, so I shared it with my Discord. And then like a few days later, Green drew him in Julius Magma. So technically, that's not the fastest. Green drew it a few days later. But in terms of like me properly announcing an OC and being like, here's this man and he has a name. I just was fed up of keeping the secret, and it was starting to stress me out, especially since Green had already drawn him. And so we were in my Discord, and I would not say for work gen chat, that I was like, oh, Matthias has a whole design. In fact, you guys have seen him before, but I don't know whether I should say because I don't want to spoil it for anyone. And people were like, well, we don't mind. I was like, because like certain spoilers, like I'm not gonna share. Like I'm not gonna spoil anything what's happening with Ambrose and Arden and their backstory. But with the Matthias thing, I was like, I really just want to talk about him. Like I love them so much. I was so happy fixated on him and Johan in December. I want to be able to talk about them. And I was like, well, and Green's like, yeah, show me so I can draw him. And I was like, well, you see, the thing is, my good sir, you already drew it. You already drew him. That's what you get for being too excited. I need to drink more water. But yeah. I have some plans and stuff, but I'd really like to get to these other two OCs. I'm torn between whether to make them brothers or rivals. I'll say that. I'm not going to reveal much about them. Because nothing's super set in stone yet. But, because obviously if I make them, I think making them brothers maybe fits more and creates more, like, lore. But on the other hand, if they're just, like, rivals, then you can be polyamorous with them. But I don't know. I like the idea of them brothers more. And I can't imagine that I'll be able to give them two different distinct voices. Like Ambrose and Arden works because they have distinct voices. Other characters, there's at least one other pair of characters that I've thought about. I could do polyamorous audios with them. And they'll also have different voices. But I can't imagine that these two, their voices will be that different. And by distinct different voices, I mean, like, they literally have different accents, right? Ambrose and Arden have different accents. Ambrose and Arden have different accents. And Johann and Matthias have different accents. Obviously, if I've got to think ahead, like, if I ever want these characters to appear to... Lucian and Lysander, obviously, they were never intended to be a couple originally, but even now I probably still wouldn't put them together in an audio, because they kind of sound the same. I know they have different personalities, and you guys are very sweet, because I know some of you go, no they don't, and that's very sweet. But they do. I mean, like, I think they sound too similar. For you to tell who's talking, right? I think I like the idea of them being brothers more. But, there's, yeah, I got thoughts.
I was just wondering.
But literally it was one of my first ideas. And it's funny thinking about him now, because, like, I've always had his personality in I've always known what it is. And I'm like, he's basically like if you fused Lucian and Silks together. Not physically, but like personality-wise. He's like a combo of those kind of attitudes, if you will. Which is good, because I don't want him to be too similar to Lucian, considering they have something in common. Actually, they have a couple things in common now I think about it. I'm sorry, Green. I didn't... It's not a personal attack at you. The reason why he's similar to those two characters. Like I said, I had him in my head and his personality before I ever made Lucian or Silk. Way before. And this would really inspire me to create. Oh man, see, that's always really sweet. People say such sweet things. Like, you guys are freaking sweet. Whenever anyone in the Discord, especially about the Discord, whenever anyone says that, like, talking in the Discord has helped them either be more confident or made them want to draw more, because we share a lot of us share art in there very frequently. That, or like considers the Discord like a nice safe space. I'm like, that really means a lot. Because I try, you know, and obviously a lot of that's down to you guys as well. It's not just me making it that. It's because all of you guys are so nice and friendly as well. But especially if anyone enters and it makes them want to try drawing or makes them want to draw more. That's really sweet, because like I hope with, you know, when I started making the audios, I hope was that people will get comforted by them, or like I'll do gender affirmation ones and maybe it can help with people's dysphoria, and I really wanted to include, make sure I put aftercare in all the not safe for work ones, because I don't see that a lot. And I do get people say that audios help them with certain things, whether it be gender stuff or whether it... I mean, literally someone said in Discord this morning that they didn't know that visual stims were a thing, that they'd never heard of that before my Orpheus audio, and I'm like, oh, I'm glad you know now! And obviously the amount of people that also say with the... Because I really am passionate about making my audios safe, sane, consensual, even though, of course, it's a roleplay. You know, they're not real, but... in stuff like whether it's more an intense scene or a roleplay scene within the audio, we're gonna establish it's a scene, we're gonna have check-ins, we're gonna make sure you're reminded of the safe words before the scene starts, we're gonna make sure there's aftercare at the end. That's really important to me, even though it's an audio. But I'm like, dude, I didn't know a lot of these things before I started, like, running a Not Safe for Work blog on Tumblr and seeing other people's posts. So if I didn't know that shit, other people aren't gonna know that shit. I'm not the stupidest person in the world. And also I'm like, I know that I can go into a subspace, and I don't want anyone to go into a subspace in one of my audios and then just like dropped off a cliff at the end when it just ends. right? Like, I want there to be aftercare. I want there to be a reassurance that you're fine. Especially in something like, for example, like the Lysander Not Safe for Work audio, where he is role-playing with you, your first meeting, where he's like, hey, I know we met as a villain and hero and now we're a couple, but why don't we do a sexy roleplay of our first meeting, where we pretend like we're enemies again and like have like kind of a play fight. Because obviously I would assume anyone listening to that audio is okay with that scenario, but I'm still gonna put check-ins and I'm still gonna put aftercare at the end where you're out of the scene and reassured that everything's fine and he doesn't dislike you or anything, you know? That was really important to me. That I never expected there to be any, like, other things people would take from the audios. Like, especially anything like art-wise, or like art, motivation, inspiration. So that's been really unexpected. Just gonna really inspire me to create. Gonna stick my new OC in my next PG3 one. Ooh. In the Discord I haven't drawn for about a year before I drew that first picture. I was, aww. I've been the biggest motivator for drawing lately. It's been wonderful seeing people enjoy the things I draw. McGee, I mean, you put Arden shirtless on a motorcycle, and we should be thanking you. I always wanted to write a book, never got to writing it, but since I found you, I've put some more work into writing stuff. Aww! Where? Something for the age regression stuff really helps. It's so nice, everyone's so nice. I'm good! The audience will still get tested for the TISM. Oh. If you do go down the testing, I hope all your doctors are nice to you and believe you when you say things. Too many people have bad experiences. I hope you have a nice experience if you do go down the testing route. But as long as you do your research, we support self-diagnosis on these parts. Thanks so much. Quantum model, that kind of thing, it generally has helped me feel confident about boundaries and safe with conversation. I saw people talking about it in the Discord the other day. Saying that because in my audios, especially with Silk's audios, that boundaries are so heavily stated. And I mean with Silk, you know, it's not just sexual boundaries for him as well, but with Silk it's also because, like, you're kind of on, like, a client, like, parasocial kind of basis, but obviously it's a bit different with the Silk audio, because he does like you. Don't tell him I said that. But, with the talk of boundaries and stuff, it's just, I don't know. It's a subject matter that's important to me, as much as they are fantasy audios. It's because it's important to me, and like my audios are improvised, and even if I was writing them, because it's a topic that's important to me, I think it's inevitably going to come out in the audios, because it's something that I make, and it's such a big thing for me. That seeing people the other day in Discord talk about that it's helped them assert boundaries more, understand that what boundaries you can have, and it's like, oh, fuck, well then I'm really glad you listened to it. Boundaries are important. I'm like, I'm glad you found my audios then, because this is stuff that you should know. Not in like a mean way of like, ew, you should know that, but like in a, fuck, I'm glad you found out now. That stuff's important, you know? And you're not at fault for not knowing that before. I'm just glad, I'm glad you're thinking about putting down boundaries now. I haven't drawn fan up for anything like 5 inch length of this code, then I drew 4 pieces. Ah! Wow! Even though randomly helps me feel less alone, especially because since I'm almost also autistic. Yeah. Like, when I started making audios, I didn't know. I was autistic. I'm autistic. I didn't stop being autistic. And yet, when did I start autism code? And yet, I was autism coding RK900 from the beginning. And not knowing why, but I was like, yeah, I'll autism code him. And then obviously as that's become a lot more obvious, that, oh, I'm autistic. And I did a bunch more research and stuff, then I've wanted to put that in. I mean, I knew from the beginning that Orpheus was also autistic. I can't remember. I think I made Orpheus after I started suspecting stuff about myself. But obviously now it's a lot more freeing, because for a long time I was like, I can't tell anyone about the autism, I can't tell anyone. But it's been a lot more freeing since I've just been open about that. And, since I've been open about it, I felt more able to put more autism representation in the audios, because before I didn't want people to say, like, well, if you're not autistic, you don't understand, you shouldn't be putting this in the audios, like, what if people say I'm portraying something wrong, you know? And obviously autism is a very wide spectrum, and, you can't judge how autistic people act based on how one of my characters acts, you know? But yeah, once I was like, fuck it, I told people now, which was, I think while we were playing American Mickey's Alice. Has it been a year and a half? It hasn't been a year and a half. Has it? No, maybe I started talking about autism. I can't remember what. I know it was on stream, and I was so fucking scared. And you guys were so sweet and supportive about me saying that I have autism. I've been so scared for a long time, and I'd had bad reactions in the past when I'd said it to people, and lost friends over telling people. So doing it on stream, I was like, I could lose everything. But I didn't. And it's been freeing to be able to put that more in audios. Like Orpheus, like I said, was always intended to be autistic from the beginning. RK900 I coded from the beginning, but it was fun because no one requested any Detroit Become Human audios in a long time. So to get that Nines request a couple months ago for the Not Safe for Work audio, I was like, I'm bringing him back, and I'm making him so fucking autistic. And then obviously Arden now is autistic as well. And as much as it's not the listener character being autistic, because the reason why there's none where the listener character is clearly autistic, there's definitely ones where I will acknowledge the possibility of it, like a lot of the comfort audios and panic attack comfort audios, I will mention, like, it's okay if you're nonverbal, stuff that, you know, or it's okay if you can't talk right now, stuff like that, because I always want to be like, I'm not saying the listener in any of the audios is canonically autistic, but I want to acknowledge that they could be, so I try and purposely at least make them inclusive, and if you're autistic, you might pick up on that, maybe, I hope. I haven't done anywhere the listener, and I have had requests for, like, will you do an audio where the listener is having a meltdown? And I haven't, because autism is such a spectrum. I don't know if I could make a meltdown comfort audio that works for the majority of people, or even a good chunk of people, but also, me personally, if I'm having a meltdown, I can't calm down if someone's trying to, like, talk and comfort me. I need to be, like, left on my own to, like, calm down. And then, like, what me and Julia figured out works for me is just, like, distract me. Like, is for her to just start talking about some other topic, or being like, can I show you pictures of this, or can I show you my Sims build I'm working on? And that, especially if I've had a shutdown and I, like, can't talk for a bit, I can't tell her, I want to just go back to normal conversation now, but I can't get it out. But we've had enough discussions that, like, she, like, one time she was just like, should we look at pictures of bunnies? And then she just started bringing up pictures of bunnies. Not in, like, a heartless, and it's not a heartless thing for her to be like, well, let's just distract you with something else. Like, that's what I want and what I need, so that I'm not wallowing in it. Like, it's not like she does that immediately. Like, I get my emotions out and then we, like, do something to distract, otherwise I'll just stay wallowing in it. But obviously that's not what works for everyone. Some people might really want people around them when they're overwhelmed. I don't. I want to be left alone. That doesn't work for an audio. I can't have an audio where it's like, oh, hi listener, are you okay? Oh, you want to be on your own? Okay, I guess I'll just go and then the audio will be silent for 10 minutes. You know? And I get that it's like, well, some of you might want someone around, but it's like, okay, cool. I don't know what you would want a speaker character to say in that scenario, though. I have no clue what to say. I'm such at a loss of what to do with that I haven't made an audio with that. But I hope it's clear that it's always inclusive for the listener to potentially be autistic. And in fact, the RK900 audio, the Not Safe for Work one, the most recent one, was also specifically me trying to figure out, like, how to navigate not safe for work situations with the TISM. And, like, Nines in that audio being, like, I guess, I mean, I'm not going to describe the whole audio, and, like, it is Patreon exclusive, but this isn't really spoil. I can mention a thing, it's my own audio, that he's like, I want to know what you're going to do before you do it. Not like you have to say every little, I'm gonna kiss you here now and I'm gonna kiss you here now, but like, in terms of like what kinks you want to do and what position you want to do and whether you want to be the dom or the sub, I want to know that in advance before we get into anything, because otherwise that's gonna sneak up on me and potentially freak me out. I don't want surprises. And that was very much directly from my own thinking and conversations I've had about navigating not safe for work situations while having the TISM, and so it meant a lot to me to put that in the audio, and also to just be like, yeah, autistic people can like having sex. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, like, oh my god, because I think so many, obviously, most of you will be aware that mentally ill people often get infantilized, and especially autistic people. But I think people forget the people part of the phrase autistic people. You know. And yes, some people who are mentally disabled may not be capable of proper consent, but like, autism is a spectrum, and there are plenty of autistic people who are fully capable of understanding sex and boundaries and safe words, and like, just, you know, with Nines in that audio, it's like he just wants to know what's gonna happen beforehand. Like, if you want him to be the dom or the sub, if you're gonna touch him with your fingers, or if you're gonna penetrate, you know, anything, or like any particular kinks that you're gonna bring up, he wants to know in advance. And that doesn't ruin the experience. You know, some people might be like, but spontaneity, and it's like, that's fine if it's your thing, but it's not everyone's thing. And him knowing that and being told that in the Not Safe for Work audio doesn't, like, I hope, for anyone who's listened to it, make the audio less, for lack of a better word, sexy, right? Like, I don't know. It felt freeing and important to me to have an audio, to make a Not Safe for Work audio, make a Not Safe for Work audio with an autistic character who was also clearly bringing up autistic traits in the audio. Because, like, yeah, mentally ill and disabled people can still want sex, and some are still fully capable of consenting. And I say some because obviously disabilities and mental disabilities are very different, but, like, you know, and there's different kinds. But, like, Nines is fully capable of consenting. I'm fully capable of consenting. And I think, and I've seen the misconception, I've seen people think that, like, any autistic person, even someone who has low support needs, somehow isn't capable of being an adult and choosing to do things for themselves. Of course they are. So I don't know, for me, making that audio, felt empowering in a way. Like, and I hope, you know, doing those audios, some of them can be a way for me to vent about stuff in my life and get my own thoughts and feelings out on subjects, whether it's something like the Not Safe Work audio with Nines, or whether it's the Satin audio where he talks about trying to get that ghost shirt, and then they said, oh, well, it's still on display, so you can, like, have it, if there's still one on display, the only one we have is the display one. No, you can't have the display one, but if it's on display, that means we're getting it back in stock, and then you come back, and they never got it back in stock, and also the display one's gone. You know, sometimes you just gotta vent through, sometimes you write based on real experiences. But jokes aside, like, genuinely that audio was kind of empowering to record, and I hope, you know, when I put certain things in the audios, it feels nice for me to do that representation, especially if it's representation for something that I experience, like being trans or being autistic, that I hope it obviously it also is nice for other people to hear, even if it's the speaker character who's experiencing the thing and not the listener character. If that made sense. That was a ramble. So how hot they are. Which we all know. Like, I see you, chat. I know why you're here. I know you think Victor from Arcane is hot. You can't hide it from me. We're all in the same boat here. There's a reason multiple people on different platforms have referred to me as the Victor Arcane guy off YouTube. The fact that I'm happy to be the Victor ASMR guy off YouTube. I'm still dying over that happening. For people that don't know, I can't remember the name of the artist, but there's this really talented, not safe for work JVic artist on Blue Sky, and I had replied to that art being like, oh my god, this is so cool, and especially that it was like this little, almost like a comic, and they had like Machine Herald Victor's like closed eyes that are on the side of the mask, like open, like when he comes. And I was like leaving a little reply because I want to try and comment on people's art more. So I had written like, that's such a cool little detail, and I got a ping, like a notification that they'd replied and said thank you. And then 30 minutes, like 15 minutes later, I got a second ping that they'd replied again like, wait a minute, ... all caps. I know you! You're the Victor ASMR person off YouTube, I was listening to your audios the other night. I'm like, oh, am I getting enough followers to get recognized? And it happened on Tumblr with something as well. I think like someone had seen one of my pieces of art or one of my writings or something, and then sent me and asked like, I came to this blog because I saw you post this thing, and then I scrolled down and I was like, wait, you're the guy who does the Victor ASMR on YouTube. I'm like, hi. Yeah. It's me. I'll think about that, Blue Sky. Because it was just so funny. Like, it would have been amusing if they just replied like, oh my god, I recognize you from YouTube. I would have been like, ah. But the fact that they sent a reply and then 10 minutes later I got another reply means like, they were sat there for a while thinking, why is that? Why is the Vampire Prince a familiar name? That like, gets me a lot more. Oh. OCs be like, translate man given the tism. The long form sleep days help so much sometimes. I do have at least one, there's one 1 hour long one coming up soon. Not soon. Well, yeah, the beginning of April is soon. For someone who hasn't had one yet. I haven't recorded it yet though, because I just haven't had like an hour where I'm really... Because with the 1 hour long sleep aids, normally I'm like talking for like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and then the rest of it is just like sound effects of like breathing, or like if the speaker is falling asleep with you, then it's sound effects of them breathing, or if they're staying awake, like the Silk one, there was like book turning noises. I used to genuinely sit there and record like 40 minutes of me just breathing. And now I record maybe like 5 minutes and put it on a loop. Hope you guys don't mind. I was getting real understimulated sitting there for 40 minutes pretending to sleep. Autism is a neutral thing. I've had unpleasant conversations, find it unless it's just being... Yeah, sometimes autism is really like, sometimes sometimes I hate being autistic. Like, I wouldn't wish to be so a lot of the time, because it's like, especially having meltdowns and shutdowns and being like, I hate that I feel like my emotions are too big and I feel so angry. I don't like feeling angry. I hate getting overwhelmed, getting sensory overload. I hate not being able to eat most places. I hate like going out somewhere with someone and then having to tell them, sorry, I can't eat at, like, them being like, why don't we eat here or here, and then suggesting like 5-6 places to eat and I have to say no to all of them because I can't eat anything there. It can feel like so embarrassing. And like when I don't understand things and my brain gets stuck in these loops, I'm like, brain, why can't you just be normal? And then on the flip side, at times where I'm like, actually, this tism thing can be alright sometimes. Like how excited I get about my special interest. You guys have heard me ramble about Elizabeth Dust Musical. I don't feel like my love for it is overwhelming. I find that much emotion is fun. I love having a thing that I love. And, that my brain will hoard knowledge about something, even if it's not, like, maths, or, like, how to spell certain words. I'll never be able to spell the word species, or pieces, but I can tell you, like, almost every actor that's ever played Der Tod in the Austrian 1992 musical, Elizabeth Dust Musical, including all of its, like, international productions it's had around the world. And even stuff like that's like the top main special interest. I have a couple other things that I'm like, are you special interests? Because you've been here a long time, and the way that I get about you when I get to talk about you is the same feeling I get with Elizabeth, which is Castlevania, not just the show, but like the games and just characters in general. Like I know way too much about random NPCs. And Transformers. But for a long time, I thought you could only have one special interest. And then I learned that wasn't true. And then for a long time I thought if something was a special interest, you had to know every single thing about it. Or want to know every single thing about it, and like that's also not true, it turns out. And I like especially like lately when I almost consider making OCs a special interest at this point. At the very least it's something that I have such a big love for, and I do get excited in a way that is very clearly an autistic joy thing. And it's part of the reason why I couldn't hold back sharing about Matthias, because I was writing so much, and then what happened with the night where I made Lucille and Lysander canon, that was very much the tisming. So, you know, it's sometimes I'm like, wow, and sometimes I'm like, fucking stupid. But I think that's just I think that's just the experience of it. Green, I'm sorry you came back to me saying autistic people can have sex. I'm still seeing Moon Knight audios. I'm catching up on chat, I know I'm behind. The Moon Knight audios with Mark and Stephen and them are so comforting as the main front of our system. Oh, I'm really glad. Before I started doing any Moon Knight audios that had switching in, I did talk to autistic people in my Discord server about it, because I don't have DID or OSDD, I'm not a system. So I did really want to make sure, that I got opinions on it from people who were. But I'm very, as much as I felt some things, like some characters and some mental illnesses, I'm like, I'm not going to portray that because I don't know anything about it. But I'd already been subscribed to and watching videos by Dissociated for years before doing the Mark and Steven audios, so I had an understanding of what it is and what fronting is like and what switching is like and stuff like that, so I at least felt I know enough to tackle this, and to hopefully portray it accurately, and in some ways I try and do it in more accurate ways than Moon Knight does, and I don't say that to like big myself up like, wow, I'm doing such a good job, but like switching in Moon Knight is not accurate to how switching happens in real life, and I don't have DID, I'm not trying to speak for people with DID or OSDD. But obviously in Moon Knight it just happened really, really fast. Mark and Steven just switch all the time and they're fine. But in reality, it's much more draining and it can take minutes. It's not like just an instant, like an actual flipping a light switch. So in the few audios where Mark and Steven have both been in there, I've really tried to draw that out and make the switching process longer than it is in Moon Knight. Because I want to try and be accurate to how systems actually are. And I always feel nervous when there's an audio where they do switch because I don't ever want that romanticized or sexualized, which is why I've had people request many times over the years for a not safe for work audio with Mark and Steven in, and I always say no. I always say it. Same for Sun and Moon. I know Sun and Moon don't canonically have DID, but they are like two people sharing the same body, so that's how I interpret it. I will not do an audio where they switch because you can't have proper consent with that. One, you don't know how disoriented someone's going to be after switching, but also the whole like main thing with DID is that like the different alters you don't share memories, right? Unless you're co-fronting, right? That if Steven's fronting and then he switches to Mark will have no idea what the fuck is going on. He will have no memory of what's just been happening. And so if that happens mid-sex, you can't keep going. That person who just woke up in that body doesn't know where they are, doesn't know what's happening, and they're in the middle of a situation that they did not consent to be in. Right? So I'm pretty sure I put it, I eventually I'm like, when I made the I will not, like my audio request guide of like what I will not remote record, it's on there because it got requested far too many times and I'm like, no, I know that these are like fantasy audios, but I'm not about to portray something that if you did that would be dubious or non-consensual. Like not even like, it wouldn't even be CNC, it would be like, whoever's switching in hasn't been able to consent prior. I hope that makes sense. Like I guess potentially if they were co-fronting, but I'm not a system with DID, I don't really want to portray that. In case it's insensitive, but definitely like with switching, no. Because also the way that I would get those requests would almost sound like fetishistic of DID, like that they think it would be hot if like they switched mid-sex. Like no, it wouldn't. It would be actually really stressful for them, potentially disorienting. One of them would have, whoever switched in probably won't know where they are or what they're doing or what's been happening. Like, earlier when we said, like, disabled people are hot, I'm saying as someone who I know I said on stream before that I'm allowed to use that label for myself, but I always feel nervous about it. Not because I think it's a bad word, not because I don't want to be disabled, you know, but because I always worry that I don't qualify enough. But, like, saying like autistic people are hot as an autistic person, it's like we're allowed to say that, we're being jokey, that's not fetishizing it, you know. But like if someone said that and wasn't autistic and what, like obviously there is ways that people can fetishize things that could be creepy, and I just always kind of got rubbed the wrong way by those audio requests. I'm like, no, we're not doing not safe for audio when they switch. Like, magical not safe for work scenario where somehow they both have separate bodies, okay. But we're not doing one where they switch. I'm not comfortable in portraying DID in inaccurate and potentially fetishistic ways. The satin audio with the ghost always gets a chuckle out of me. I don't know if I name dropped what store it was, but I'll name drop it here. It was HMV. So, like, fuck you, HMV. I'm putting you on blast. What the fuck? What? Oh, the one time I ever found you selling a ghost shirt because you rarely have any. And there's one left on display, and you know how HMV have like the grid wall of t-shirts like in frames, and then they have them, you can buy them on the shelves underneath, right? There was nothing in the shelf underneath. And so I asked at the counter, which I've never done before. I was like, I hope I'm not being like cheeky or like rude. But like, would you sell the one that's in the frame on the wall? And they were like, no, because if it's on the wall, it means we'll get it back in stock. And I was like, cool. And then I went back a week later and it wasn't on the wall anymore and they hadn't got it back in stock. And I was like, bitch. I didn't then ask, like, what did you do with the wall display one? Because I was just like, I was scared. I guess I could have gone up and been like, hey, what happened to the one that was on display on the wall? But I was too nervous. I'm an anxious person. I was like, whatever, I guess that's... But joke's on them. Now I have a bunch of ghost shirts, and 0 of them were from HMV. Where were they from? 2 of them were from Damage Society. And the other 3 were from, I got secondhand off Vinted. So I'll put my money elsewhere at HMV. You try and catch up with chat. Ah. Your boyfriend bonded over your Victorias. Oh my god. Oh my god. If we eventually like have a couple that got together because they're both in my Discord server. That's gonna be wild. I mean, I know people have already made friends with each other through meeting in Discord, or enemies. Looking at you, Moth and Apple. But that's how me and Julia met. So, we met because she was looking up Victor content and found me. And before anyone thinks that that's parasocial, like, 1, I had like 200 subscribers at the time, and 2, she also was already a streamer and had an audience of her own. So like, I feel like if you meet someone else who also understands parasocial relationship and already has like followers, it's less worrisome. Also, Green, I hope your power sorts itself out. Transformers all the time. I grew up watching the 1980s G1 cartoon, Beast Wars, Armada, Energon, Cybertron, the 2001 Robots in Disguise, and then I watched some of Transformers Animated, and that's when I dropped off because honestly I didn't like the art style of Animated. I know it's a lot of people's favorite, but personally for me, who struggled and still struggles with body image stuff, the fact that my chunky robot boys in Transformers Animated are now either all like super skinny, like to the point where you're like, how do you become a car when you're that skinny? Like Prowl and Jazz or even like Bumblebee's models, or had super cinched corseted waists like Megatron and Optimus, and I was just like, and then the only character that like wasn't like that was the new character Bulkhead, who was there to be like the fat comic relief guy, and it's like, oh. And that's not me shitting on Animated or its art style. That's just, I was an insecure kid. And it made me feel not that great. I know, I guess just personal taste-wise, I don't like the art style that much. And then when Transformers Prime came out, I caught a couple episodes. I've heard really good things about it. I'll probably never get around to watching it, let's be honest. Then as an adult, I got into the comics. Specifically, More Than Meets the Eye and Lost Light, that I would recommend as a starting place. I love them so much. And the comics, that era of Transformers comics, like More Than Meets the Eye, Lost Light, are happening. And then at the same time, but with different characters, you've got the Wreckers series. And then happening at the same time, but in a different location, you've got Robots in Disguise, which got renamed to Optimus Prime. And then has the spin-off to Lola 1. All 3 of those join together and end in Transformers Unicron. There's a lot of LGBT representation. Like, I got that's how I was convinced I should read them and get into them, is because there's canonical gay characters, there's canonical trans characters, there's canonical trans gay characters in T for T gay relationships. The first ever kiss between two Transformers, because a lot of them don't have mouths, and there's not a lot of romance going off in Transformers. So the first ever kiss between two of them was Arcee and Ilarion, in... I forgot the name of the series, but in one of the Transformers comics in 2019, 2020, something like that. And Ilarion is a cis lesbian and Arcee is a trans lesbian. They're both robots, giant alien space sentient robots who got to smooch on the lips, and that's the first kiss between two Transformers. And one of those trans, and both of them were gay. Thank you, James Roberts. I don't know specifically if he wrote that scene, but I shouldn't say thank you, James Roberts. He was in charge of the More Than Meets the Eye and Lost Light comics. I don't know who was in charge of writing that scene, but in his comics that he ran, there was multiple gay and trans characters as well, so I'm always like... None of those writers, I think, work on Transformers comics anymore. Hasbro, sadly, because they wanted to reboot the toy line, they rebooted the comics from scratch in 2021. So all of those characters that I love and the stories that I love aren't... that storyline ended and they rebooted it from scratch. So. But that's fine, because I mean I probably could have kept up with the comics forever. Nothing special, interested in just focusing on a few things and then... Yeah! I love finding new information about Elizabeth. You know what makes me really happy is finding new pictures from the original production of Elizabeth Das Musical that I've never seen before. Someone sent me a couple, because I guess someone on Tumblr paid... I'd seen these previews of these Elizabeth Das Musical images, but only, they were half the image was cropped off, and it was watermarked because they were on stock image websites, but someone in the fandom went and purchased them, went and bought them, and got access to the full image without the watermarks, and just posted them on Tumblr, and I didn't know. And last time we watched Elizabeth, someone shared those posts in the Discord, and I was like, I've never seen these before. Not only are these pictures of Elizabeth Das Musical that I've never seen before, they are pictures of Detod from Elizabeth, Uwe Kruger as Detod from the original 1992 production that I've never seen before, and I was so happy, genuinely so happy. Hi Ninja. Yeah, I did a new model. I didn't plan this. I was watching Smilky's stream on Saturday, and they were showing off new stuff they'd made for their model, and I was like, man, remember when I really wanted to 2D animate a model? Remember that? Why don't we do it now? And then I just made it on Saturday. After having the idea, I was just like, do it before we lose the motivation to do it, because I've always been too scared to do it before. I animated it myself. Thank you. I'm catching up on chat. I'm quite behind. I'm glad thank you for bonding with me over HMV. It's all about how you confident on how you label yourself. It's not that I'm uncomfortable using the label. It's that I don't want people to then yell at me and say, no, you can't use it. No, you don't qualify. No, you're not enough. You're not, you know. With the vinyl for me, it's a local band and I really want to. I asked if I could have the one in the window display, because the last one they said come back next week, and if we don't have any, you can have it. And I came back a week later and they said they sold it to someone else. Fuck you, HMV. How dare you? Alright, I'm all caught up. There's new photos of the rehearsals of the new Dutch tour. Ooh, I'll have to go a-looking after stream. Because if I go a-looking on stream, we'll never get the Etsy orders done. Remember when we were working on Etsy orders? Remember when that's the point of Monday streams, even though I've almost been live for 4 hours? But this is good. It's distracting me from how shit I feel. I will say, now that it's been more and more hours since this morning, Stomach doesn't actually feel as bad. I've still got pain there. It'd be nice if these meds work, but who the fuck knows? Hope I'm well. I'm trying. I still am having aches and pains, but I got put on 2 different meds this morning when I went to the doctor's this morning. So at the moment, I'm still in pain. Maybe these will help, maybe they won't, I don't know yet. We'll have to wait and see. But the meds are making me kind of tired and a bit drowsy and kind of like just overall kind of achy and out of it, so if I pass out on stream, that's why. Right, I didn't even get my webcam into position before stream. I realized I hadn't done that, but I was like, I already stopped. But I only realized, like, while I was on the starting soon screen, I was like, I'll just do it later. We have 4 pages of stickers and 2 pages of badges to get done. You're also gonna cut out some little guys. Oh my goodness. We can cut out little guys together. What I will do is I will be right back and run to the bathroom first. And then, let's work on some Etsy orders, and maybe I'll put some like Vocaloid music on so we can wake up a little bit. I'll be right back. Hello guys. I was stimming in the bathroom because I opened Discord and Blue had very kindly shared the images of the rehearsal of the upcoming Elizabeth Das musical Dutch Netherlands tour, and I thought it was gonna be like rehearsal, like they weren't gonna be in costume. They're in costume. You guys know I'm very passionate about this musical, and I'm also passionate about the fact that the Todd used to be a character who was initially very androgynous. That was the whole point. The inspiration of him was David Bowie and Prince. So I don't know how we got to where we got. That he was this androgynous character, but also very gender fluid and pansexual coded. And oh Milan. It's also Pia looks gorgeous. The straps on the dress slipping off the shoulder. I'm so distracted. But is it back? Well, he's not in a dress. But right, he is in leather, which you might be like, oh no, they did that with Mark Seibert and he just looked like the most cis-het dude you've ever seen. Yes. But it's better. It's better because what? Yes, okay, leather trousers, leather. Well, it looks like a leather waistcoat, but it doesn't look like there's a shirt on underneath, so you can see chest hair. 2, we've got like this red leather coat, which is very reminiscent. I wonder if the reason why he's got a red coat on is because it's a reference to the original Dutch production, in which Death's costume in the original Dutch production, with Stanley Wilson playing Death, wore a red coat. He had like a black shirt and cravat, like black waistcoat, black trousers, red coat, and he had like his hair, a wig, like back in like a ponytail, like dark brown black with red streaks in it. So I'm like, I love that they're keeping the red theme. So you might not initially say that's super androgynous. He's got makeup on, he's got eyeshadow on, he's got his nails painted. Also, the actor was queer, so like, I have hope. I have hope. I don't have it up on my PC, so the best you're gonna fucking get is me showing it on my phone, because I don't have a way to get Discord up right now. Hey, look, a different Todd. Let's get this in the position it needs to be. Come on. Work with me, webcam. That'll do. Ooh. Ooh. Also, Pia's gorgeous, as ever. Are they doing a pro shot? I didn't know they were doing a pro shot. I didn't know they were making a pro shot. Oh my god. I didn't know they were making a pro shot. Sorry. This is the state I'm in now. Oh, I'm excited. I mean, the only way that it could get better is if he had a costume change, but the original Dutch production had Death in one costume throughout. Actually, I say that, I don't actually know if he had a different costume in the finale. I don't think so. I think he stayed in the one costume the whole time. He definitely did not have the myling dress. That's the only way they could make it better, but I don't think they would, considering the original Dutch production never had that either. So even though it's quite a mask outfit, it's got makeup and the nails. I keep staring at his hand. It's like this. Can't see. You just have to fucking. Maybe I can Google it. I can't get Discord up while I'm streaming because my PC will freak out. I don't know what to type in to find the picture though. Yeah, Google Images is not giving me anything. Did you see it on Tumblr? But again, my PC might freak out. Oh. Oh, different picture. Can see the whole costume. Of Milan taking a little mirror selfie. So, Death, aka Der Tod in the German version, aka Der Dude in Dutch. Here's the full. I'm not mad about that. And the wave in his hair. I never use this word. I almost described it. I almost said the cunty wave in his hair. I don't think I've ever said that word in my life. Like, without the Y on it, sure. But, like, I don't know. That was just like, that's the word that came to mind. Also, Milan is like, I don't know how tall. I know Pia's not crazy tall because she's shorter than Uwe. Is Milan just a lot taller than I ever realized? Milan has also played Herbert in Tanz der Vampire in Berlin, and Dimitri in Anastasia in Hamburg, wherever the German production of Anastasia was. I didn't realize he was that tall. I mean, he played Herbert, so like normally they even do quite tall people, but not everyone who's played Herbert has been super tall. Well. I'll have to add these to my collection of Elizabeth photos. But I always wondered, because I've never seen a production that has... Sadly, this production is doing is casting Elizabeth as a double role, so there's a young actress and an old actress. I don't believe in that shit. I think it should be one person all the way through. But... yeah, I'm looking, it seems like maybe, because I've always wondered where the switch is. They've done this before. This isn't the first production to do this. They've done this in German productions before. Not on the current German tour, but in the open air concert they did in 2019, one of the ones with Maya. They switched, and I never knew where the switch happened. But it looks like maybe it's at the end of Act 1, like when she steps out of the portrait. Maybe that's where the switch happens. Has the tour actually started now? Or is it not rehearsals? Has they actually started? Oh, it says tryout. Okay, so are they in like previews, essentially? Like their version of like how Broadway has previews. But some people have seen it. And it's taking all of my power to not read this whole post where someone's like giving their opinions on it. I'm like physically restraining clicking the keep reading button. Too late, I already clicked it. Oh, okay, they enjoyed the young Elizabeth actor, that's good. Okay, that's not been shown before. So I guess trigger warning, if you've seen the production before, it looks like they're adding in some substance abuse issues into Elizabeth's storyline, so I'm just gonna put that in there because that's never been in the musical before. So just trigger warning. I'm not gonna like read this whole thing as well because I know some people in chat are wanting to go see the Dutch tour, the German tour. I mean, this is specifically the Dutch tour, the Netherlands tour. But interesting, Mama will bits do. I'm just curious. I just want to know if this costume. I know I'm just being quiet. I just need to know if Todd has costume changes, okay? I'm not going to read everything out because I know there's people, at least one person, who's going to see it on tour, and I'm not going to spoil it. No. No! No! I had such high hopes after seeing Milan's costume. Maybe they'll add it in if they're just in maybe because they're just in previews right now. I don't know if I want to say because I don't want to upset. I'm upset. Oh, no, I think when Blue said I'm going, they mean they're going to the tour. I don't think they mean they're leaving stream. Maybe I'm mistaken, though. They've got a lot of good things to say about the Todd Elizabeth dynamic, which is cool, and a lot of stuff about how Elizabeth's character is handled, which is cool. Blue, if you don't want spoilers, I need you to plug your ears now, alright? If you don't, I'm gonna say a thing that might be upsetting. You might want to know in advance so you don't get disappointed. You've got to make that decision for yourself, because I'm gonna fucking say what I just read, because I'm fucking pissed. They cut out the Myling kiss. It's not in it. There's no... Maybe they'll add it back in after previews. Don't spoil in chat what I'm saying, because both two people in chat are plugging their ears so they don't hear it. So don't repeat what I'm saying in chat. This person saying, the main issue I have is the decision to rapidly reduce the homoerotic tension between Todd and Rudolph. The dynamic felt very flat, especially due to the very limited physical contact between them, no Myling kiss or even attempt at kissing. And also they're never really alone. Even during Deshatten, they put Elizabeth in the background, which kind of detracts from the scene because it's supposed to show how isolated Rudolph is and how Todd is the only way out for him. But you put Milan in such a gay outfit. They can keep their pro shot. I don't want it. I'm fed up of productions who get rid of the male-male gay kiss in this musical. It was in the original 1992 production, and some of the more and it's been in there a long time, but some of the more recent productions have decided to cut it out, and I don't see any reason that you would do it apart from homophobia. There is no reason to cut it out because also it's literally a kiss of death. Because he's meant to kill people by mwahing them. It doesn't make any sense to not keep it. I'm done talking about this. I'm gonna tell chat. Elizabeth, spoilers are over. You can unmute. I've written it in chat. Hopefully people see it. And we're not going to discuss what I said. Maybe people can guess based on my reaction. But they've written pros. It's a pros and cons list, and one of the cons is a big no-no for me. But there's plenty of pros they've written as well. I don't want people to be like, oh my god, I'm gonna be disappointed. I can't see the musical now because blah blah. Because there's still a lot of pros, and there's still, like, I read out things that I think is cool about it. But whatever. I'm just gonna save these images to my Elizabeth folder, and then we can get on with work. Pia put a bunch of photos on her Instagram story, I guess. Also, so a video with Christian Funk. I think Christian Funk is currently one of the understudies for Lucas Meyer, who's playing the Todd in the current German tour. I've heard nice things about him. I'm only familiar with Christian Funk because he's also another ex-Herbert. He's also played Herbert in Tanzi Vampire. So that's two current the Todds who were previous. In terms of I wonder how many the Todds have been. I think only 3 that I can think of. It's not like a common thing, but that's funny that's interesting to me that 2 of the current the Todds on tour are both former Herberts. Oh, stream elements. Oh, that message is old. It should not say that audio commissions are open. They are not. I never noticed that it still said that. Why do you say that? Don't say that. You're a liar. Oh no. Let me go fix that. I don't know if I'll update it live or if I'll just update it for next stream. Let's see. Oopsie. No, not stream a song list. Stream elements. Bear with me. I should have gotten more water while I got up as well. Oopsie. We'll just keep stream till I get the Etsy orders finished, and then I'm gonna go spend some time with Julia and make dinner. It's wild that it's already 6 PM. We haven't had daylight savings yet here, and yet it's already it's light. It's 6 PM. Oh my god. I never thought I'd see the day. Yeah, I know this. Yes, I know it happens every year, but I never get used to it being dark by 4 PM. I know. I assumed it was like 5, and I was like, it's 6. What do you mean it's 6? The sun's still up. Oh my god. Custom command. No, it's not custom commands. Timers. Thank you for stopping by, Rocio. I would like to edit you. Also, I don't have a throne wish list. I got rid of my throne wish list because I felt bad about having it. One, I'd rather have the money and get to pick something out myself, but also I just felt bad being like, buy me things. Like, if you want to give me an extra support, my Ko-fi donations are open, but I felt weird. I don't think it's weird for other people to have throne lists. I just got uncomfortable with it. And also most of the stuff I kept putting on there ended up never going through or being sold out anyway. I'd rather just save up for the thing and have it myself. Again, the Tism doesn't like surprises. So. Right. Webcam. On. As mentioned, the little boy's here. He's been here all stream. Well, since I went and grabbed him at the beginning of stream. It's Maury. He's got to go and sit to the side because I need to put my Etsy orders down. So you go over there. His little row. It's from It's not. Obviously, this is an IKEA alien. They didn't name the alien. The whole space collection was called Aftensparv, but like, they didn't have an actual name. The robe, it says his on it. It's from an entirely different plush. I don't remember what exact kind of plush. It was a plush that my mum was throwing away. Or like putting in a charity bag or something, and I was like, can I have the clothes off it? I've done that since I was a kid. I'd be like, can I have the clothes off that and put them on someone else, please? And I had a bag of clothes from various dolls and plushies, and I was looking through it to see if anything would fit Maury, and that was in there, and I was like, oh my god, I think this would fit, and it fits him beautifully. Like it covers his tail, but what can you do? So this is what he wears. He's always very cozy. Oh! Be free! Okay. Oh, I forgot the badge parts were in there. Okay. Saw some Ultra Kill stuff this week, I'm glad, because obviously that's the new stuff. So. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 sheets of stickers, and then I've got 13 badges and 1 pin. I've got 2 keychains this week. I already got those out before stream. We'll see how, the fact that my right side is really stiff today, we'll see how using the badge press goes. That ought to be fun. Alright, close the window though, I'm getting cold. Thank you for stopping by, Red. It's by Dimitri, yes. No Arden, someone ordered Ambrose and no Arden, can you believe it? He's down there. Oh, duh, it's your order! Oh my god. Well, here's your man, who was, I showed you guys on stream, right? They were stuck together. But he's okay. Wait, come here. Look, everyone can say their Etsy orders have been personally stomped on. There you go. Hope everyone's jealous. Ashley's order has a kiss from Mori on it. Right. Try and show the bed. Fucking shit. I'm trying to spell them. And we have 2 pages of badges. Someone asked for the neurodivergent symbol and I was like, sure, that can count as a, I know it's not a pride flag, but I have no problem putting it in the background. So I got no issues doing that. Because you can ask for flags that I don't have listed. The only time I'll turn, it's not likely I'll turn any flags down. The only time I've turned one down, and this is my personal, I don't want to start any fights. Oh god, I've never stated my opinions on this before. Be nice to me. I don't support the ally flags. Wait. Here's my reason. Because I wasn't sure when someone asked if they could put the ally flag on. I was like, well, that's actually, I don't know, because that's nice that they want to express that they're supporting a family member or friend who is gay or who is trans. There's a gay ally flag and a trans ally flag. It's like the rainbow or the trans stripe with like a big A on it. And I'm like, I don't have, you know, initially I was like, initially I didn't see why it was that much of a bad thing. So I was like, well, it's nice that they want to show support, right? But then the more I thought about it, and the more I like looked up other people's opinions, I was like, yeah, actually, wait a minute though. You don't need the there's no reason the ally flag needs to exist when we have the Progress Pride flag. Like, non-queer people can wear the Progress Pride flag, you know, the stripes with the triangle at the side with the trans flag in it, or whether it's the version that then also has the BIPOC stripes and the intersex bit. You could just wear that. Like, once someone put, like, I was reading other people's opinions on it, and once someone was like, just wear the Progress Pride flag, and explained their opinion on that ally flag not saying just use the Progress Pride flag instead. One, that already exists, you know, is kind of like, why do allies need their own flag? Are they inserting themselves too much? You know, the A doesn't stand for ally, it's for asexuals. But also the way that this person phrased it, which is what really put me on one side of the fence, because I was very on the fence about it, was having the ally flag seems a bit like saying, oh, I'm with them, like, oh, I stand with them, but I'm not part of them, which you may say, well, of course. Like, a straight person doesn't want to be accused of lying about being gay or queer baiting or anything. Like, they want to be clear that, you know, and that's fine, but I'm trying to explain it. It's a bit like, someone was like, well, I'd rather someone stand with me. I'd rather someone, they were saying that they would rather have someone wear just a gay stripe flag, because if you actually want to be a true ally, they think that you should be willing to be mistaken for being gay, be willing to, you know, if you're gonna go out and you're gonna stand with the queer community, then you have to be willing to get the shit that we get. Like, you know, you have to be willing to get looks or slurs yelled at you, or hopefully not hate crimed. And I was like, ah. So you're putting it that way of like, it feels a bit like being like, oh, I'm not gay, so don't beat me up, you know? That it's like, if you really were an ally, you wouldn't mind being mistaken, because it wouldn't be offensive to you or anything. I'm like, that's a good point. But I feel like also because we have the Progress Pride flag now, there is a little bit of a, yeah, right? That's like, I know to a straight or a cishet person, it might seem like they're saying, oh, I want to be clear that I support them, but I don't want anyone to think I'm queer baiting, I don't want anyone to think that I'm tricking anyone. And I understand that, but how it seems to some queer people is like you're saying, oh, I'm an ally, but I'm not one of those, right? That's kind of how it comes across, and it is a bit like, why do you need your own flag for that? Like, having their own flag is teetering on the verge of straight pride. It's like, why isn't there a straight pride parade? It's like, because pride is a I know I know at times it can look like a fun party, but it is a riot. That is what it is. It is a protest, and you don't need, straight people don't need to protest straight discrimination, because that's not a thing. So that's the only time I've turned someone down, and I did explain to them, because they wanted to get it to support their sibling, and I was like, I'm not personally comfortable doing the ally flags, but I think it's perfectly acceptable for a cishet ally to wear the Progress Pride flag. Because the Progress Pride flag is not the gay flag, right? The gay flag, you can either have the regular rainbow or the Vincian flag, which Vincian means gay male. It's like the gay male equivalent of lesbian, and it's very similar to the lesbian flag, but it's like shades of blue and green instead of pink and orange. Like, if I see someone wearing the Progress Pride flag, I'm not gonna assume they're queer, and I would never accuse them of queer baiting for wearing that, you know? I don't think there's a problem with cishet allies wearing the Progress Pride flag as a pin. I don't think there's even a problem if they wanted to just have the trans flag on their bag. Like, yes, I can understand if you see that and think, oh my god, another trans person, then talk to them and then find out they're not trans. But I would never accuse someone of queer baiting for that. I'm just like, oh, they're just trying to show support, you know? So that's the only time I've turned down a flag, but plenty of people have asked for like xenogenders that I haven't had listed, because on the actual Etsy listings for the badges I only have like so many flags listed, because I can't list them all, there's so many. But if you don't see the one you want listed, you can just DM me on Etsy and I'm more than happy to add it. I've added like very xenogender ones with people before. Or if there's like a different version of a flag I already have on there, but you prefer a different color, a different version of it, I'm fine with doing that. You just have to be able to link me to an image of it. Like, I don't have like the Uranic Saturnic ones listed on there, but you can have them if you want them. That's fine, you know. And like that person asking for the neurodiversity one, I was like, yeah, I don't have a problem with doing that, it's fine. I would say no to country flags. I don't know that anyone's ever asked, but I would say no just because I would worry getting requests for certain countries whether or not... There is no country out there that is full of evil people, I want to be clear. There is no one group or one nationality where like everyone from that is bad. That's not a thing. But I don't want anyone to ask for any specific flags and then be a fascist. Let's put it that way. So I on the side of caution on that. I would probably say no to that. But yeah, Green to say, I don't think I've ever heard of queerbaiting applying to real people, because it can't. Because it doesn't. And the amount of times queerbaiting is literally a fiction device where like a writer purposely baits their queer audience by putting things in their show, in their game, to make it seem like the characters are queer on purpose to get a queer audience, but has no intention of ever making that canon. That's what it means. So you can't do that in real life, because it literally is a fictional thing. Not as in like it's something that only applies to fiction. It's like not a literary device, but you know what I mean. Now, someone could lie about their sexuality, but that doesn't make them a queerbaiter. That makes them an asshole. That makes them a liar. But the only time I ever see people accuse real people of queerbaiting is always transphobic. Like, it's always like the amount of people that I see saying that like Harry Styles queerbaits or Damiano David, the lead singer of Måneskin, queerbaits because they wear androgynous outfits, or they wear pink, or they wore a skirt once, and it's like, that's not queer. I'm sorry, we're meant to all be for breaking down gender norms. We're meant to be all before boys can wear skirts. And boys being allowed to wear skirts and makeup also applies to cis-het boys. You cannot break down gender stereotypes and break down norms and stop like sexism and transphobia and all that by saying that somehow femininity can't apply to cis men. That's just not. No. Like, are you gonna say that women can't wear pants next? Like, that's where you're headed with that. Like, what? One, it's kind of homophobic to say that if a guy wears a skirt or a makeup, he must be gay, as if you're saying, like, all gay men are feminine. That's not true. Or if you're trying to say that, like, only trans men can do that, then it feels like you're being transphobic, that you're saying that trans men are inherently feminine and are women light, which is not true. But, like, I know I'm probably talking to it, like, I know you guys are probably like, oh, duh, of course. Cishet men are allowed to wear skirts and allowed to wear makeup, are allowed to wear dresses. Cishet men are allowed to be gender non-conforming. Like, in their presentation, if they want. Like, because as soon as you stop that, then you just are gonna be headed to transphobia. You just are. Because point number two, like, thing number two, how do you know if that man is a cishet man? You have no idea. Just because someone is not publicly out does not mean that they are not queer. It just means they aren't publicly out. Which doesn't mean you should start, like, posting theories about... Yeah, hills, exactly, right? That's what I'm getting to. Like, what? Which doesn't mean you should post, like, theories or ask a celebrity if they are queer, or, like, let them come out in their own time if they want to. But it has happened so many times where celebrities have been accused of queerbaiting only for them to actually be queer. Here's two examples. Kit Connor, who plays, Nick in Heartstopper, was, like, sent death threats and a lot of hate because people assumed he was straight and he's playing a bisexual man. To the point that he had to come out as bi to stop getting death threats. That is not how someone should come out. Someone should get to come out on their own terms. It's real cute. Hi, sorry I was writing about homophobia. It's interesting that you came in to stream because and saw the new model. This is new for today because this is your fault. Because I know it had been a while since I popped into your stream, just because life has been a lot, and I haven't been watching anyone's streams. It's not just been you. But I popped in on Saturday because I wanted to wish you happy birthday, and you were showing off your new model stuff, and I was like, man, Smokey's always really inspiring to look at. I always get ideas and motivation to do art whenever I watch their streams, and the little voice in my brain was like, hey, remember when you made your last model and you wanted to animate it and then you got too scared and you never did and it just ended up being a PNG? And I was like, yeah, little voice. And it was like, what if you, like, made a new model right now and, like, animated it? And I was like, right now? Like, right now? And then that's what I spent Saturday doing. I lurked in the rest of your stream. And I think this took, like, 10 hours. I rotoscoped the hand, so I did film myself holding, I have, like, a little goblet thing. So it is rotoscoped, it is traced from a video of my own hand. But then the talking loop, the mouth animation and the eye animation is not rotoscoped. It's just regular, like, 2D animation. Because I don't know enough about animation, to have not rotoscoped the hand. Yeah, so then I did this. And Ollie, thank you so much for the follow. Because I'd always wanted to upgrade, no, I shouldn't say upgrade, but change from PNG to GIF because I'm not particularly interested in having like a 3D or a live 2D model because I just don't care about 3D animation that much. I've always wanted to put more 2D animation into my model. And I had the last model from November 2023 and had wanted to add more animation to it and just never got around to it. And then seeing your little brute pointer, and how you can hold your babies and stuff, and I was like, man, I'd never upgrade my model even though I keep wanting to. Was like the final kick up the butt that I needed, I guess. So this is your fault, just so you know. Oh no, the head pats are off because the model is in a different position. Ah, where are they? Where are they? Where are they? Where are they? I have too many. I have too many head pats. I have head pats on everything now. There we go. There we go. Also, yeah, Julia's up at the top now. I moved her. There's been some things moved around. Oh, oh, and I moved Gabriel, but I didn't move his head pats. Oh God. Oh shit. No. What the fuck? Okay, I got them. I got them. There they are. Oops. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I'd been depriving Gabriel of his head pats all stream. I'm so sorry. I think Julia's are a little off as well. Yeah, let me nudge. The light is already starting to go. There we go. Okay, everyone gets their pats. Yeah, apparently people keep looking at the- I'm glad, because I was worried about it being really choppy since it is rotoscoped, especially compared to the blinking animation and stuff, but people have been really nice about it. Ollie, thank you so much for the first time chat. First time catching your stream, happy to be here. Happy to have you here, thank you so much. I presume then that you came in through, from Discord or Patreon or YouTube. Which, speaking of, weird. Fastly approaching 1,000 followers, which I didn't expect to happen anytime soon. And, the Olrox thing. Yeah, what keeps happening when I catch Olrox out of the corner of my eye is I keep thinking that people have redeemed head pats, and I keep almost saying thank you for the head pats, and then I'm like, nope. Nope, no one redeemed head pats. No one redeemed head pats. That's just Olrox. That's just always there. But that was made with Pet. Let me find it. Someone on someone on NeoCities made this, which is called Pet Generator. So you can upload any image you want. Ideally, it would have a transparent background. And it will put the head pats like GIF on the top of it, and also squash your image up and down as it gets the head pats, and you can change like the size and the squish and the squish and the speed. I didn't fiddle with any of those settings. I left them alone. But yeah, you can choose file, and then it'll make. I'll drop the link in chat if anyone wants to go make their own little pet. Okay, from YouTube, well, welcome in. Just a reminder, since you did come in from YouTube, that these streams are 18 plus. Please be at least 18. Which the warning should have popped up anyway if it's your first time here. We talk about stuff. We've talked about stuff today. We hit 1,000 fan arts for 1,000 fan. You guys have been ridiculous with fan art lately. Like, we hit 900 pieces of fan art, what? Like 16 days ago? No, 800 pieces of fan art 16 days ago. And now we're at 900 pieces of fan art. What? I just finally updated the fanwork slideshow. I got updated. No, I'm kidding. I need to try and get into the habit of like updating that every week. So it's not as big of it. I'd have to add 300 images all at once. But yeah, 1,000 sure is creeping up. I was hoping to do something for it more than just karaoke again. Hopefully it can line up with me getting a new PC. I need to talk to my dad and discuss like what exactly I'm gonna be buying. Because he knows more about computers than I do, and I want his opinion. And hopefully I can have whenever we hit 1,000 can coincide with the little donathon I wanted to do, to help raise money for the PC, which I talked about before, but it might have been a while. What I want to do for that is brave my stage fright in a way. If I can do karaoke, maybe I can do this, and actually do a keyboard stream, because I've never been able to do one because my electric piano and the real acoustic piano obviously are downstairs and not able to get upstairs, but Mum says I can use her keyboard. So, because that's the only keyboard we have in the house. We have so many. My dad is a music teacher. He has a lot of keyboards. We have so many in the house, but my mum's is the only one that has speakers in it. So the hope is that the donathon thingy for the PC fund will be I'll get the keyboard out and hopefully it sounds fine. And there's space for it. And I was thinking like every £3 Ko-fi donation, because that's like Ko-fi's kind of default amount is 3. Is what it will cost for a song request. I know like when I do regular karaoke I don't charge for song requests, but the point of it is to be a donathon, and I'm running out of reward ideas ever since the one we did last year to raise money for Julia's dental bill. I kind of don't have any ideas for rewards left, and maybe that'll make playing less scary because maybe I'll be less overwhelmed with requests. I will have, like, how we do karaoke, I'll have a list of pieces I already know how to play, and you'll have to pick from that list. Hopefully that seems fair. I'm terrified. I get really scared playing in front of people. Hang on. I don't know how to pronounce that. Eziemka, thank you so much for the follow and becoming one of my children of the night. Welcome in. But yeah, I want to do the keyboard stream for the PC thing, and hopefully that can coincide with 1,000 followers. My brain is mush. These new meds, I swear. Hopefully people would pay for that. I don't know. And I do have, the only other thing I thought of, we could still have, like, group goal rewards as well, like if we hit a certain amount, and I was thinking, to try and keep with the theme. I have a Vocaloid medley that I have arranged for piano that I keep adding songs to. That I essentially play Monitoring by Deco27 and then just mash different songs on top of that. With the monitoring, like, left hand. That I made up for fun because I love Vocaloid medleys. But how many songs I added? It takes like 30 minutes to play the whole thing. It takes a while to play the whole thing. And I thought maybe as like a group reward goal, if we get to a certain group amount, I'll play that on stream. It won't be like a regular request because it takes so long to get through. But I don't have any sheet music for it because I suck at transposing things. Whenever I make up my own arrangements for anything, I do not write them down because I'm not good at not transposing. Sorry, I'm not good at transcribing like note rhythms accurately. So what I have, where is it? I literally just have like the notes app on my phone. And I just have all the songs listed. Which is like 3 pages worth of songs. And then I just have to remember them off by heart. I don't know if they're- and I'll try and have like maybe some art giveaways in there as well. Bear with, because it has got pretty dark. So I need to close my curtains and turn the light on. And then actually do my Etsy orders. It's closed. There we go. Don't worry, Green. The one Vocaloid song you know is in the medley. That's not true. You know more than one. But yeah, sorry, that was a whole ramble. But yes, go follow Smilky if you're not. The other reason I accidentally had a new model today. Right. I know 5, I think. That's true, because I accidentally got you addicted to Confessions of a Rotten Girl. I feel so bad. I mean, I don't feel bad. It's a good song. Who doesn't want a song about Miku loving Yaoi, right? But, I feel bad that how many days you had it on a loop. It says sheet music for flute as a kid, but mostly just do stuff off by heart. You just get told off for not looking at the page. There's no problem, like, and again, like, whenever I talk about piano, I always recommend people try to learn sheet music because it will, like, try to learn how to read sheet music because it will just make your life easier, because a lot of pieces do have sheet music out there, and then it will make it easier for you to learn things. And once you learn how to read sheet music, like, sheet music is the same for every single instrument. Obviously just what note, you know, I don't have... Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. God, I haven't drawn a treble clef in a long time. That's not what one looks like. For example, this is the worst thing I've ever drawn. Don't, I actually can't show that treble clef. I was so confident that I remembered how to draw one. Ignore it. I'll draw a better one. There we go. I don't know why I forgot how to do it the first time. Ignore the scribble. That's middle C, if we're playing this in the treble clef. And obviously, on a piano... Gosh, I need, like, things in front of me. 1, 2, 3... You have, like, a group of 3 notes and then, like, a group of 4, right? God, you guys shouldn't get me talking about music. Right. Like, on sheet music, that's a middle C, and then on the piano, that key is C. I don't know why I felt like I had to draw that out. It just helped my brain. Whereas, obviously, like, on a guitar, that sheet music, that, if you could play a guitar from sheet music, and you know that this is C, but obviously you just have to know what C is on a guitar. Which, it's been so long since I played my guitar. We're gonna say ukulele. If you're playing a ukulele and you got 4 strings, there you go. That's a ukulele. C is that string. You don't need to put a finger on any fret on it. It's just that open string is C. But you could read the sheet music and still play both of those instruments from the same exact sheet music. Like, it's not different per instrument. I don't know why I had to draw that down to make that make sense. I hope that makes sense. So it especially makes things easy if you want to play multiple instruments, if you can learn sheet music. But I know it's not for everyone. There's no shame if your brain just doesn't. But I would always recommend people try. Because if not, then you're gonna have to rely on, like, synthesia videos. You know, there's videos where there's, like, a keyboard roll at the bottom and then there's light, like, coloured stripes coming down to it. Or, you'll just have to learn things by ear. Which means you'll have to learn stuff off by heart. You'll have to learn it by memory and know how to play it. Whereas if you have a sheet... I have a good memory. So the fact that I can read sheet music, is really helpful, because then I don't have to remember every piece I've ever learned. I can just, like... I've been playing a lot of Ultra Kill on the piano. Not actually. I'm too scared for that. But I've been playing the Bach... Not the Bach piece, the Beethoven piece that's in Ultra Kill a lot lately. So Symphony number 7. And I've also been playing The Fire Is Gone a lot lately. I can't remember how to play it off by heart. there's not enough room in my brain. I remember someone saying when I was a kid that the brain stores like 2 hours worth of music. I don't know if that can be true. I remember a lot of Vocaloid songs. Maybe they meant like sheet music or something before, like, some of it will get pushed out for new stuff. But I don't have to remember it off by heart since I can read the sheet music. But obviously, like, if your brain just doesn't with sheet music, there's absolutely no problem with it. I just get frustrated when people say there's no point in learning sheet music. You can just watch these videos on YouTube. I'm like, there is a point in it. Actually, it will make things a lot easier. If we do the keyboard stream, obviously I can show people the mouse the mouse cage in action. That I always say my 2 tips for learning the piano is 1, joining your fingers up, so instead of going like burp, 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 and taking your finger entirely off every time, you're gonna play the next note as you let go of the first note. And then the second thing is you don't want your hand flat. It will be uncomfortable. You won't physically be able to reach the keys if you try and keep your hand flat. The way that my dad taught me when I was a kid is pretend that there's a mouse under your hand and you're trying not to crush it. Green didn't understand that, so we used a Tsum Tsum as the example. Is imagine there's a Tsum Tsum under your hands. Because, like, if you try- I'm trying to do this sideways so you can see, like, if you try and play the piano like that, it's just not gonna work. Like, you physically won't be able to move your hand around. You want to keep it like this. You want to play with your fingers curved like that at all times. And the way my dad taught me when I was, like, 2 was, like, imagine there's a mouse under there. You gotta keep him in there, and you don't want to do that or you'll kill him. Do you want to kill him? Then keep him safe. I've drawn this on my sticker paper, but it's fine. But yeah. And I have a bunch, there's a bunch of places that you can get sheet music for free. You don't have to worry, like, if you can't get physical books or anything like that. I use MuseScore a lot. I've got MuseScore open right now, which you can't see at all. And the thing about MuseScore, let me pause this, is, even with, I don't pay for MuseScore, you can pay to upgrade. Well, the fucking, there we go, you can see it. There's sheet music, but also you can play it. It will play it for you so you know how it sounds. Right? Come on. And there's, you can kind of see there's a blue bar going across the sheet music so you can see exactly where you are. Which is really helpful. It also means you need to have short nails, and my teacher always complained. Don't listen! Look at my nails. Look at my nails. I mean, don't look at them too closely. I don't do anything to them. I don't like having my nails short because it gives me... Also, don't... My hands are... I've had severe eczema since I was a child. Don't comment on how horrible my hands are. I still play. You can do... it's not painful or uncomfortable for me to play with nails my length. The reason why I have my nails long is because I have such tiny hands. That with my nails longer, it makes my fingers look longer. Because I do have, like, child-size hands. And I literally wear child's gloves. And I have I have, like, size 3 UK feet. There's people, like, Julia's 4 inches shorter than me and she's got bigger feet than me. I have tiny feet and tiny hands. Which, incidentally, is not good for piano playing because I can barely reach an octave. Like, it's painful for me to stretch pinky to thumb to play an octave, so, but you could try. I'll spike good. I was gonna say, there are certain instruments that it will be really terrible to have long nails with. Like, if you play guitar, you will see, if you play, like, acoustic guitar, right? And this, if you're right-handed, then, you know, your left hand's up on the fretboard, and this hand is on the strings. It is nigh impossible to play, to get your fingers on the fretboard when you've got long nails, because you need to get the very tip of your finger on that fretboard, and you just won't be able to. Your nail will be in the way. Whereas on this hand, you need your nails to be long, because if they're short, you literally won't be able to pluck the strings with them. So... when I used to play guitar, I haven't for many years, and now it's painful if I try again. It will make the tips of your fingers pretty calloused and dry and hard. And they were hardened and tough for a while, but now they're soft little baby fingers because I haven't played in like 10 years. So, I'd have to rebuild. But I can't rebuild green. It hurt too much. The moment I tried, I was like, owie! No. How do we get on to fucking talking about— oh, because of the keyboard stream. Yeah, so hopefully, I mean, I'll be really scared during playing the piano live in front of people. It took me like so long to even just be able to do it at my house in front of people. Because obviously, gotta practice on the piano. You can't plug headphones into an acoustic piano. So everyone would hear. I mean, pianos have practice pedals. In theory. No, they do. It's because the practice pedal on my dad's piano is broken. It's been broken for a long time. Which makes the sound a lot quieter. It like dampens all of the keys. But even then, and like if anyone was over at the house, like my nan used to come over every Sunday, could not go on when she was over. And then when Dad got me my electric piano, was it 13? I want to— no, before then. No, maybe when I was 13, because he wanted me to do grades. That's less intimidating because I can turn the volume down, and also I can plug headphones in. But usually I can play on there okay with without the headphones in. If I'm learning a piece for the first time, I can't play it out loud. I have to put the headphones in. I get too scared of like people hearing me mess up. Which no, not only cannot guarantee, I guarantee that I will not play anything perfectly on the keyboard stream whenever it happens. I'm not claiming that, but obviously like quite a few of you have heard me play before. Because is it just the one ASMR video on YouTube? Or one of the old— I don't even want to say the character's name, because of stuff that happened, but there's an old audio I had on there where I'm playing the piano in it, so there's an example there. And I've shared audios in stream before. I was sharing audio recordings of me not in stream, sorry, in Discord. I made you guys listen to the fact that Ultra Kill had brainwashed me hard enough I was learning it on the piano. Yeah, I always think it's 2 as well, but I can't remember what the second one would be. I think it is just the one. The quality of that audio is not as good, not only just because it's older, but I can't get the piano up near my microphone, so I recorded that on my phone. So that's why the audio is not as good in that one. And that's why I haven't done another one since. I know people have asked for me to do more ones with the piano in, but there's no way for me to get my PC set up downstairs now, and my laptop's broken. So if my laptop wasn't broken, maybe so, but yeah. I've got to try and think and put a list together of what I even can play on the piano. Or even if I don't remember, what I could potentially at least kind of sight read. I do have a bunch of stuff saved for musical, but there'll be some folklore on there, there'll be some musicals on there. Probably a lot of video game soundtracks. We'll see. It'll be a real eclectic mix. Oh no, it's 2 birthdays. Oh, really? It is 2? I didn't remember that I'd done 2 on— that I'd recorded 2 on my phone. Huh. I only remember the one— did I have one where I just like played like one piece at the end? Because the one that I always remember is the one where I played like 4 different pieces. I know piano lessons with Dimitri would be really cute, but it would have to be Like, at some point I would like to get a laptop. As well as the new PC, so that I have a computer to bring with me when I go visit Julia. And when I go stay with Julia, right? So that I'm not, like, completely cut off from being able to get any work done. But that would come after the PC and after moving out. Like, those have to be the priorities before I get a bonus computer. But that's the only possibility of when, because then obviously I could move the laptop into whichever room the piano is and plug my mic into the laptop. Guys, I've just been talking. I haven't been cutting. I haven't been cutting anything out. Right. I said I'd put Vocaloid on. Let me do that. And we'll just have that on shuffle. Probably not all my Vocaloid songs, but like the most recent. I have like a playlist I make just for stream. I don't know if Rotten Girl's on it. Oh, it is, but like I say, it's going on shuffle, so who knows if that's what we'll get. Which one have I been listening to a lot lately? I'm still so in love with Wayward Romance is still like my top one at the moment. Every time it comes on when I have things on shuffle, it just makes me so happy. So maybe we'll start with Wayward Romance for me, and then we'll see what else pops up. Where is it? Which I'm so excited to see what else Flavor Frawley make. If I had a nickel for every time I get into a song using a synth V instead of a Vocaloid, a synthesizer V voice bank, that is Chinese and doesn't have an official English voice bank, but somehow they've made them sing English, but also throw in a couple Chinese Mandarin words in there, made by Flavor Frawley. I'd have a couple nickels. I'll try and get the music thing set up so you can see the name of the songs. I don't know if I have anything in the right position. There we go. Hopefully, if I juggle this right, you can see the name of the song. Sorry, I'm gonna cut through my beautiful drawings now. I'm sorry, ukulele. I'm glad some people have ordered the Ultra Kill stuff since that only went up in the shop a couple of weeks ago. I'm sorry if anyone wanted that as a sticker. I love the backing vocals. There's so many synth-Vs in the backing vocals. I know Gumi's in there. I think Asterion and Solaris are in there. There's like 31. And the description under the song is... So Flavor Frawley is a group of 3 different Vocaloid producers. And the description's like, I think Jamie Page is like, they made being like, I forgot the name of the other person in the group. No! Oh, I have songs by them. Hang on. I don't want to say and get it wrong. Vane, okay. So they were like, Vane made 31 different backing vocal tracks and didn't label any of them, and which ones were the backing vocals and which one was which, and there's so many tracks and I had to go through and figure them all out, and just like this long paragraph as their like author's note, and then Vane's author's note is just, I forgot, just like but it's Jamie P, aka Jamie Page, Vane Lily, and Ricey P is this trio. Oops, sorry. There we go. I love this song so much. It's making me want to bounce up and down. I was gonna say, wouldn't it be funny if Confessions was the next thing? I haven't listened to Like Training ages. I was so in love with this song for a while. And I still really like it. I've heard this before. Oh, Like Train's so nice. I love playing this on the piano as well. But yeah, we've got the names up top. I know it's not including the artist, but that's because like I shuffle when I get songs. I shuffle them around into like my own like made-up albums as if they're playlists. So you won't be able to see. It'll say it just says like Vocaloid as the artist. It's Yuki's voice. Oh fuck, who's the fucking producer? I can check, but I wanted to be able to remember. Inabaku Mori. But you can see the name. If you put that and then Vocaloid, it'll come up. You can Google or YouTube or whatever. I don't know the Japanese lyrics, I only know the Will's English lyrics. But it made me so happy to see people using Yuki again. I know we're in the what people are calling like a Vocaloid resurgence, which I have no. I'm so excited. I was such a big Vocaloid fan in like 2009 to 2013. I like wouldn't listen to anything that wasn't Vocaloid when I was a kid, and it's so fun being back into it now, especially since what are people calling the Teto resurgence. Essentially, ever since Teto's synthesizer V voice bank was released, a bunch of people started making songs, and obviously Mesmerizer got really fucking popular, didn't it? And so a lot of people make Miku Teto duet stuff, but I just feel like, I don't know, there's been so many new people getting into making songs, and it's been really fun. Oh. I might have some human covers in this playlist as well, I can't remember. And if anyone ever... Here we go, I forgot I had this command. If anyone wants to more easily find the Vocaloid songs that we listen to, I do have a YouTube playlist. Some of my favourite Vocaloid songs, all the songs we're listening to now are in that playlist, as well as a bunch of others. But if you want an easy way to find a bunch of Vocaloid stuff, I've got the YouTube playlist. If that's helpful. What goobies? There are some goobies. Now we can cut them out for you. I just like getting them cut like that first, it makes it easier to be more accurate with them. Most of the songs that I've currently got playing were released in the last couple of years. I don't have a lot of older Vocaloid songs on the current playlist. Oh hell yeah, I've been so into this song lately. This is the remix. This isn't the original version of the song. This is the remix version. I like the original, but the remix is fun too. I don't think, can I make that? I don't want to do that. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I was trying to make the column longer so you could see the full name of the song. It's not that cut off, but this is the remix. I forget who the remix is by. I was listening to this a lot this morning. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. but I'll probably forget. But, I mean, I was listening to this morning and I was like, I wonder if there's any human covers, because this feels like it would be impossible to sing. There's not many. I did listen and I was like, oh my god, yeah, this is difficult. This is a difficult one. I don't blame people for struggling with it at all. Trigger warning if you look up the music video for this, for, like, religious imagery and blood, and quite a bit of blood at the end, like, sort of, like, the crucifixion at the end. So, like, just be careful if you look up this music video. That shot of the music video freaks me out. I don't like it. The vocals are interesting. This is Una, Otamachi Una and Kagamine Len singing like together at the same time. You don't really notice Len's there until someone points it out. Yeah, if I go quiet, it's because I'm concentrating. So you guys just listen to the silly leak girl music. Even though, I mean, Miku isn't singing this song, but the amount of people that have pointed out how I cut things out, I never intentionally started cutting this way. I think it's just like I've been cutting out stickers by hand for almost 8 years now, every week for Etsy. The way I cut things out, people always point this out, I don't go like snip, 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 like I don't move the scissors, because I find that takes more effort and it's more strain, like on this hand if I'm constantly going snip, snip, snip. So what I do is instead of moving the scissors around like that, I just do one cut and I move the paper with my other hand. I don't move the scissors, I move the paper. It just, I don't know, apparently people find that satisfying to watch. It was never a thing I started doing on purpose. I guess it just became the quickest way for me to cut things out. I've forgotten about chubby cuts. Yeah, it does prevent that as well. Yeah, it feels like it gets a lot smoother, yeah. The only time I'll do just single cuts is like something like the D20s. I love it. Sorry. I got so excited. This isn't a full song. This is like a minute long, 50-second long cover that someone made of QQRarin using every single Kaito voice bank, and I think it's so fun. Personally, I really like how Kaito V1 sounds. I know a lot of people with Vocaloids want to make them sound as realistic as possible, and I get that, and sometimes it sounds really nice, especially for like a slower song or a ballad. I get having a more realistic voice. But I'm also a sucker. I don't mind if they sound like a robot. I like robots. So this is a really short. I do have a full version of this saved as well with Kaito singing the full thing. But this is each different voice bank, and I think that's fun. This is Kaito V1. Also, no, I'm gonna start stimming again. There's a part of the song, the tuning is insane, like insanely good, where normally it's originally sung by Kafu, and the way that she sings kawate nakute, she goes nakute, but the way Kaito is tuned here just goes nakute, and you can hear like the tongue click. I'm like, how did they tune that? That's insane. It's the best thing I've ever heard. I might be becoming a Kaito boy. Gakpo has always been my favorite male Vocaloid. I think it's literally just the long hair, and that I was way too into the Duke Venimania song as a kid. I was like, I shouldn't say child. That sounds worrisome. Like at maybe 13. Maybe that's still bad. But anyway, I'll just play it. What is that click sound? What is that? How did they do that? That's insane. I'm like, even though this was like just like a short cover, I was like, I have to have that saved. That's amazing. That's so satisfying. This cover is by, let me find who it's by Izer, Izer on YouTube. But like I said, it's in the YouTube playlist. That probably makes it way easier. It's in the YouTube playlist. It's a YouTube short. I'm gonna rewind so we can listen to that again. It makes me so happy. This is Kaito V1. And this is Kaito V2. V3 Whisper, right? I meant V3, not V2. Sorry. And then this is V3. Oh god, what's this? Strong? That's not what it's called. He's got like 3 different movie nights. And then I think it's called Soft or something. I really like that little short. Sorry, the music got a bit loud. Back to cutting. I gotta straight this. I gotta have my tea. I gotta have dinner at some point. And Julia's on her way home from work. We're gonna co-work together after stream. I don't know what I'm gonna work on. Think of something. I was really motivated to draw last night. Like, I had all the motivation, the energy, and no ideas. And then it was bedtime. I mean, I can update the fan art museum for one, can't I? You sillies. Ashley, it's time. Gotta make sure I do a good job. Here he comes. It's him. Round off his little toes. Oh, that's Wi-Fi. Oh no! Every time it switches, I'm like, is this the time it's gonna be Rotten Girl? Yeah, it's Solaris time. This is Miku and Solaris doing this. Miku is a vocaloid, obviously. Solaris is a symphony. I love her and Asterian's designs. They're gorgeous.
But I really wanna argue with you. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? You've tried 100 times, 100 lies. It's your favorite pastime. You try to convince me I'm crazy, baby, and I know you're right.
I can call it a stim, but watching you cut the stickers definitely eases my brain. Aww. I'm trying to make sure, so like instinctively I want to like lean back in my chair and cut, but I'm trying to make sure it's on camera. Oh, bye Miggy. Drowsy, if you meant to add something else to your order... Oh, I might already be shipping it out though. If it's in this pile. I was gonna say, if you place an order and then realize you wanted to add something, you can DM me on Etsy. And I can get a custom listing up for you so you can add the extra item without having to place another order and pay shipping again. But I can only do that if I haven't already made your order, you know, or haven't... I can only do that if I haven't already made your order, I haven't already shipped your order out. And if your order's in this pile, or you already shipped it, obviously I can't do that. I have like 3 orders right now that have come in that aren't in this pile. You ordered like an hour ago, shoot me a message on Etsy. And tell me what item you want to add. If you want to, you don't have to. But if you do want to add it to the order without having to pay shipping again, shoot me a message on Etsy, and I'll get a custom listing for you set up that is just the price of the sticker with free shipping. And you can buy that, and then I'll add a note to that it's going to be shipped with the previous order. Just shoot me a message on Etsy so I remember, and also so I know what order number is yours. I don't mind doing that for people. I've done that before. I don't like advertise it because I don't know. I don't want people like constantly like I don't, even if I put it like in my shop description, 99% of people don't read that before they place an order. It's like no one's gonna see it anyway. And I also don't want people getting annoyed if they go, can you add this to my order? And I go, I'm sorry, I literally just shipped it an hour ago, and then they get angry with me. Most people and most customers on Etsy have been fine. I've had a couple. I've had a few. I had one straight up lie in their review saying that, like, I ordered a pin, but all I got sent was a sticker, and the seller refused to correct it. And I'm like, girl, you ordered a sticker. You didn't order a pin and get a sticker. You ordered the sticker. Like, there was a drop-down box where you could select pin or sticker, and you selected sticker. If you meant to select pin, that's your mistake. Also, you never also, them saying, I tried to contact the seller and they refused to fix their mistake, wasn't my mistake. You ordered the sticker and you got a sticker too. When they contacted me, they admitted to me in DMs that they'd made a mistake and ordered the sticker instead of the pin, and then asked if they could have the pin for free. And I said, no, you can't have it for free. And I can't just switch out the sticker for the pin because the pin is like 3 times the price of the sticker. I can cancel the order for the sticker and you can order the pin. And they said, no, it's fine, I'll just have the sticker. And then left a review on Etsy. Just the straight up lying. Straight up saying that, they'd ordered a pin, they'd ordered a sticker, and saying that I refused to correct it. And it's like, no, I said I wouldn't give you stuff for free. That's the most insane Etsy review I've ever had. They gave me like 1 star, and I was like, girl, that is not what happened. And I tried to report the review to Etsy because I was like, she's literally lying. I have DMs to prove it, and Etsy wouldn't take it down. And I tried to leave a public reply because you can leave replies to comments on Etsy's. But I left the reply before I'd noticed that she was the girl from my DMs, and I was like, no, that you asked for a sticker when you got a sticker, and then I realized, oh my god, it's that person who tried asking for free stuff. Wanted to edit the comment, couldn't, deleted it to leave a new one. You can't leave a new one after you deleted it, so that review just sat there. I had 2 people order from some of my listings. I sell as like wooden pins and stickers because you can get the same art on a wooden pin or on a sticker. 2 people ordered them and then ordered stickers and then complained that the stickers weren't made of wood, like just misread. Those are the only 3 bad Etsy reviews I've had where someone is just literally like, where I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Of course it's not made of wood, it's a sticker. The description says what kind of paper it's printed on. I had a couple, I will say, in my first year of running my shop, which was, what, like 2017, and I was a full-time student at the same time, I had a couple of 4 stars reviews because I sent out an order a day or 2 late, and that's fully on me. Like, I fucked up. But I don't blame them for that. But those 3, especially the girl who just straight up lied and left a bad review claiming I got her order wrong, and it's like, no, I just wouldn't give you free stuff. I got it with the talking animation. Oh, I'm really glad. It's only like 4 frames, but the way I looped it is, initially I thought of just looping, you know, closed, open, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1, like if that makes sense, like going from the closed to the maximum open one all the way back to the closed, all the way back to the max open. But what I did instead with the loop is actually it's going to all the way through from 1 to 4 for the most open, and then it's only going back down to 2. It's not closing all the way, so it's opening and then half closing and then opening and then fully closing. And I think that helps a lot, it looking a bit more like it's syncing up to my actual voice a bit, even though it's obviously just a loop. The fact that it is doing that like half close before it reopens, which again, let me, so you can see the whole loop. Essentially it's going ba, 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 and it's not like, if that makes sense, it's not closing all the way through the first time. I think helps. God, if this gets in my head for a whole day again. That's true. That's my worst review. My best review? Someone ordered a pin badge. One of like my button badges, and accidentally like left it attached to their jacket after they put their jacket in the wash. It was a Victor one as well, and it survived the wash. It survived the washing machine and didn't get damaged, and they took a photo of it through the washing machine of it in the washing machine. Favorite, because you know, like when people leave reviews of like the Deltarune and Undertale plushies on Fangamer, especially the Spamton one, and people will take pictures of him like in the microwave, in the freezer, like doing all sorts of stuff. I'm like, oh my god, this is my Spamton review. Also, I guess accidental endorsement. Then I don't recommend that you put them in the washing machine or that you put them in the bath or take them out when it's chucking it down with rain, because I had someone else say that they took them out in the rain and they got water damaged. So I wouldn't like recommend doing that. I don't know why those ones got water damage then when this person survived the washing machine without any without any water damage. I don't know. It's in my head again. It's a good song. It'll just drive me insane. I do like the song though. I think it's fun. The animation's really cute too. But this and Mochi Mochi by the same person, and the animation for both of those are so cute. They have Mika doing little dances. It's all like 2D animated. You know how Mochi Mochi? Sorry, let me pause it. For those who have heard Mochi Mochi, they have like the one of the Undertale sound fonts. They have the sound font that was used in Megalovic. If you don't know what a sound font is, the random songs. Someone ordered each of the papas in their robes, apart from not really, because now they're the 5th one. I need to make more ghost stickers. Okay, I put shuffle. No, I didn't put shuffle back on. Oh no! Well, I guess we can listen to overrides. I meant to put shuffle back on. Bye, Blue. Thank you for stopping by. It's really hard for me to listen to Override without doing the pose from the video, which is Teto has like her hand like under her chin, and is just bopping it up and down the whole time, and then in the chorus she's doing this and then like that, right? Something like that. I can't remember. She's like pointing up or something. It's been a while since I watched it. Oh, she's like pointing at herself and then doing the hand thing and then pointing at herself. It's really hard to do that to the song. You can see me doing it. See my shadow. Don't do that with scissors in your hands, chat. It's not safe. Don't be like me. This order of fungus stickers was strange. They ordered a Bella and Moonless, and then they said dealer's choice for the other 3. I don't like getting when people go like, yeah, when people order a pack of 5 stickers and then go, one, if you want me to choose, just say that. Don't order pack of 5 and then just like put nothing in the personalization box. I mean, you shouldn't be able to put nothing. You have to put something, but I don't mind if you say dealer's choice, but I'm always like nervous because I'm like, what if I end up picking a character that you don't like? But they said dealer's choice, so what I did is I literally closed my eyes and then moved my hand around and then was like, whichever funky character I land on, that's the one you're getting. Gakpo! This isn't the original song, this is a Gakpo cover of this song. But I went looking for some Gakpo covers recently because I miss him. No one makes songs with Gakpo anymore, and I get that he hasn't had a voice bank, a new voice bank in a while. Apparently, I've also people saying like he's quite difficult to tune. So I'm like, oh, I guess that's why. I miss him. I miss my wife, Tails. I miss him a lot. The music's scratching your brain in that kind of ways. Yay! Also, enjoying my men's. Thank you. Also, I did see the update to the Ambrose and Arden in Minecraft. I saw the ears. I don't know what I expected. I was like, how are you gonna get ears on something that is 1 block wide? They put levers on either side. Sure. Thanks for me, boys. Amoros. Whoa! I forgot who I said for him, so I'm excited to remember. Oh, I remembered. Still, I'm excited to see. I remember who it was. It was Wish Me Mail, right? Because because she, like, her whole thing is that she, like, helps, like, collect and send, like, love letters, and I was like, yeah, that works. Or just letters in general, but she's also, like, does have, like, a crush on someone. It's the best girl. It's moonless. She's so big. She's not the worst to cut out. I would say the worst to get to cut out is the succubus Jolter from Castlevania Nocturne. The wings are so pointy. I mean, it's just like her other form. The show refers to it as her succubus form, but clearly is a reference to the succubus from the games. But maybe Jolter's, have you ever thought Jolter's cool like that and just has different forms because she's so cool? This is another cover, but I haven't heard the original. I thought this was the original when I first heard it. Kaito's mixed so well here. And then I think the backing vocals are Luca and Len, which sounds really nice. But yeah, I'd never heard this song before the Kaito cover. Listen to this nearly a month straight, oh boy. Yeah, I've had songs to do that to me. Look who it is. It's my husband, chat. Maybe I'll just keep it. It definitely is Len. That was Len's voice, so it must be Len and Luke, I think. I can vocalize it so nicely. And it's nice having Luca get used. Most people are in their Miku Teto, like, hyperfixation right now. And more people using synthesizer V voice banks on the Vocaloids. Just fair. I mean, there's like, I'm sure there must be like price differences, and maybe like some people just like how synthesizer V as a program works more than Vocaloids. Found a Teto cover recently, I'm obsessed. Honestly, I mean, she got a synth V-Bank, so Teto was originally an Utaloid, she was originally an April Fool's prank. Like, pretending to be like the new Miku. There's different kinds, for people that don't know, there's different kinds of vocal synthesizers. Vocal synths, I should say. Vocaloid is just one of many programs. So Teto was originally an Utaloid, which is a free fan-made software that's like Vocaloid, but it's free. And anyone can make their own Utaloid by using your own voice, the way that Miku was made using... I don't know the name of Miku's voice provider. Although that Gakpo was made using Gact. There we go, that's a voice provider that I always remember. This is not a Vocaloid, this is a real person. Sorry, Pseudo. So you can use Utaloid's free to use, and there's a bunch of Utaloids that are free, so that's how Teto became alive. And then Synthesizer V, which is a different software from Vocaloid, like a competing software. I guess they, with the rights holders for Teto, were like, what if we made like a new updated voice bank for Teto? I'll try and see if I can show you guys the difference. Do I have any old Teto songs that use her original voice bank? Yeah, so then when the Teto's original voice bank came out, maybe like, I don't know, like 2012. Her Synthve voice bank came out in 2023, which is why there's been such a like a resurgence of like active Vocaloid stuff, and a lot of people making stuff with Teto, because the Synthve also came with like an official English bank as well as a Japanese bank. Hang on, there's YouTube videos that compare the sounds of both of them. Why don't we just do that? Teto Utaloid versus Synthve. And I don't mind Teto's really robot sounding voice. I don't know if I would have recognized new Teto as Teto without knowing that it's her. And I'm getting distracted. Let me get distracted, it's fine. I don't know if this person is like doing the same. This is not. Are they gonna cut to the same song? No, that's not helpful then. Hang on. There's someone I follow who does like comparisons. The new game was powers up. Okay. Is this the I can think this is the. I think this is the person who I'm thinking of because they always use the same art. I'm not subscribed to them? Ridiculous. I'm gonna fix that. Somewhere. Okay, here we go. Because you can see based on the outfit. So Teto's original outfit is the like really dark grey and pink, and the Synthve outfit is the light grey. Sorry. My parents are yelling in because I don't have any music playing. You could probably hear that. So when the dark grey outfit is lit up, that's original Teto's Uto bank. And when the grey one is lit up, that's the new and improved Synthve Teto. So that's the new one. And the original. Much more of a little robot girl. And if you go like, well, if she sounds different, how is that the same character? How is that the same voice bank? Because it's using the same voice provider. So all vocal synths are made with a voice provider, with a real human being who provides the voice, gets paid to provide the voice, and, you know, obviously therefore the voice is used with their consent. Not like shitty AI voices. I'm fed up of people being like, but isn't Hatsune Miku AI? It's like, not the same thing. The person who gave her voice to be used for Hatsune Miku, one, it's not generated by AI. Like, it takes a human being who is skilled to tune Miku and make her sound good. Two, the person who provided the voice of Miku got paid and hired and consented and used her. It's not at all the same thing. So it's just they're using the same voice provider, and essentially, like, you get a human in, they sing every single possible syllable of a language, and then that's what then when you put words together, you're just matching those syllables together that the person has spoken or sung, I should say. But yeah, I hope people don't completely phase out of using the older banks, because I think Vocaloid sounding like robots is cute. I don't think we need them to always sound realistic, as fun as that always is, as well. I don't think it's always necessary. Oh, I was gonna skip this, because this is a real human being. No, this is not. But it sounds pretty realistic. I use Vocaloid. I don't. As long as you don't mind me rambling about Vocaloid. When I say Vocaloid, I really do just mean any vocal synths. Vocaloid's obviously just the main software that most people know. But there's a bunch. This is sung by two synthesizer V voices. This is sung by Poppy and Rose. I really like Rose's voice. She does such a good rock. There's a Rose cover of Leia. She's perfect for it. Poppy's voice is quite soft. Rose has like this kind of rock scream to her voice. And I was like, okay, at the moment I found out about her voice bank, I was like, I need to hear her sing Leia. Oh good, someone's done it. Good. But no, this is a cover of an actual human sang song. But using two vocal synths. But yeah, I really I fell in love with Vocaloid and found it back in confession. I don't know if I've ever said this before. When I got into Vocaloid, and I remember like playing it, and my dad was like, "What's that?" And I was like, "Oh, I hope you don't think it's weird. It's like this virtual voice." And he was like, you don't know I've shown you Miku before." And I was like, "What?" But you weren't expecting Prince found out about Vocaloid because of their dad. Because my dad's a music teacher and he really likes different like music software and stuff. He actually had bought and owned Lola, which is the first ever female English Vocaloid. The first ever Vocaloids were Leon and Lola. So he actually had bought and owned Lola because he was curious how it would work. Because he just likes playing around with different music software. And either Miriam or Sweet Anne, I don't remember which one it was, but he had two of the English lady ones. And he said, years ago I played you one of Miku's demo songs, which is Nebula, and I still love that song. Partially because I'm nostalgic, because this is the first one I've ever... And he played me the video, I was like, oh my god, I do kind of remember you showing me this now. Oh my god. So my dad knew about Vocaloid because he's a music nerd. I found out about Vocaloid through getting into anime. Yeah. I can't remember exactly how. Like, what was the first Vocaloid song I found on my own? I don't remember. But I know Nebula was the first one I heard because my dad played it for me years before I then went and looked it up on my own. But yeah. And I was very into it and kept up with like new songs that were coming out from like 2009 to about 2012. And then I dropped off. Then I was only aware of occasionally of a new song coming out, and then for a long time I just wasn't aware of anything. I was like, I still sometimes go back and listen to the old ones I liked, but the idea of keeping up with new Vocaloid releases just felt overwhelming. But now I'm like, no, it's fine. I can occasionally just like check out a composer, or check the front page of VocaDB, or to be honest, YouTube will just recommend me stuff these days. I mean, there's someone I'm subscribed to on YouTube who makes Vocaloid medleys. Let me find the name. KSM on YouTube. And what I want to do is go through all their medleys, because I really like listening to them, and actually like find out what songs are in them. And then that's a way to find a bunch of new songs. Yeah. So I'm having my Vocaloid renaissance right now. For like the last year. But I got back into Vocaloid in like December 2023 for a bit, and then I kind of fell off keeping up to date with it. And then about October 2024 I got really big back into it. What song was it that like fell me down the rabbit hole? Was it Hole Dwelling? Oh, that's ironic. And then I like found like a Vocaloid piano medley I liked listening to. Budokan Dance, Villain, Goddish, and then Goddish and Lag Train happened, and I had those on a loop for a long time. And then Monitoring came out and got released, and My life's never been this. I'm fully like, I'm managing to kind of stay up to date. Not all the Vocaloid songs that I found this month or in February or January are new songs. Some of them are. Some of them I found, like, I found Confessions of a Rotten Girl like 12 hours after it got posted. Some of them are a couple years old. But they're new to me. YouTube using me in German Vocaloid. I can't help but think that might be my fault, considering I got you into listening to Vocaloid again. And also into learning German. And told you that Vocaloid German covers exist. Not German Vocaloids. German human beings singing Vocaloid songs in German. Right, that's every sticker. I'm gonna make the badges and then make it end stream. Hopefully this won't hurt, because I said like my right side's feeling stiff today. Hopefully the badge machine won't hurt me. Let me, I want to play a bit of Leia, because I also think it's one of the few that Green is familiar with. But yeah, I found out about German covers by accident, because I was trying to find Goddish on YouTube. Was it Like Train? I was trying to find Like Train, and I didn't realize that what I'd clicked on was the German cover and not the original version of the song, and I was like, wait a minute. This is, oh, hang on, let's go back. But then eventually I was like, okay, who was that? What was that? So I really like listening to Ginger's German covers, Jinja. She's also a German VTuber here on Twitch. Her cover of Goddish. I will never be able to sing German that fast. But I really like, yeah, you've heard of Jinja? Yeah, I don't understand German well enough to watch her streams, but I do really like her German Vocaloid covers, especially the Like Train and Goddish ones. Yee. But what I was gonna do, I was gonna play. Where's the original version of Leia? Here's his original Leia. Which again, Vocaloid songs can be anything. I think people assume Vocaloid songs have to be pop. There's jazz ones. There's like more kind of indie and acoustic ones. There's like EDM ones. There's some 80s like pop style ones, and there's metal. This is probably the first metal song I ever listened to. I would have been like 12, 13. I still don't know the... I only some of the old English lyrics. Again, if I ever say there's English lyrics, as in like fan-made ones. There's not official English ones. This is sung by Luca. I'd say of every metal Vocaloid song, or just rock in general, Leia's probably the most well-known and the most beloved. It's probably over 10 years old now and I don't want to think about that. It's about a man falling in love with the painting of a woman that he's drawn. It's very Italian, the original of that, but yeah. I forget what the original. There's like a play about it, but yeah. I mean, I don't remember actually if the plot of the song. Some vocalist songs have plots. The thumbnail and like the artwork for it is like a painting of a lady kind of coming to life. I can't remember if it's from the perspective of the painting falling in love with the painter or the other way around. The reason I paused it, that's the original version, and Luca's singing it beautifully. But the moment I heard Poppy's voice, sorry, not Poppy, the moment I heard Rose's voice, who's a synth-free, I was like, someone needs to make her sing later. Like, again, like Rose's this one. I was like, she's got like a rock kind of scream in her. Like, yeah, people have covered Leia with her. She sounds so good. She's made to sing the song. Sorry, I mean, it's Luca's song, but if anyone had to cover it, I feel like her voice just so... I want more people to cover rock songs and metal songs with Rose. Because there's so many soft, cutesy vocaloids out there, and the fact that she's got this scream in her. Like this very chest voice. This really strong chest voice. I need more covers of rock songs with her. Like, no offense, Luca. This comes really good. I have to stand up through this. The paper's too thick. Hell yeah. The shooting on this is so good. The original song is by ENVtuber. Oh, I don't know how to name the person who did the cover because their name's written in kanji. I can't read kanji. I don't have the romanized version. There's a split second where I thought I was about to cut through my headphone cable. song. If I could recommend another rock Vocaloid song, I don't know why I'm saying this, like, if you guys will let me. Like, it's my stream. It's my stream. But, there's a Vocaloid song I love, and it's sung by Luca, and it's also, I don't know if it's, I can't remember off the top of my head well enough how, it might be classed as metal, how hard rock it is, but I love it. I've always really had a soft spot for it and really liked it, but, I don't know anyone else who's ever heard the song. I don't remember how popular it was at the time when it came out. It's maybe like 10 years old now. It's called Corruption Garden. It's sung by Luca. It's by Kaz. I really like the song. I don't know anyone else who has this in their top Vocaloid songs, or has even heard of the song. Maybe it was popular at the time when it came out, and now it's been kind of lost to time. I remember it had like a 3D music video where Luca was in some kind of like sci-fi dystopian or like mecha world something. I really liked it, and I just never saw it got as much love as I had for it. So, just realized do Matthias numbers have the same eye color? Yes, and yes, it's intentional. Ambrose had brown eyes before he was turned. I made it that vampire eye colors can be inherited. Because while Johann is Ambrose's sire, Matthias is Johann's sire. So. Hehe. There's a reason. There's a few reasons why Ambrose reminds Johann of Matthias, but any information about the eye thing in particular and what effect that has in Johann, you'll just have to wait until the next part of the Arden Ambrose backstory to hear it. It will be brought up, but you gotta wait. Is it the next part or is it the part? No, it's not the next part. It's in the finale, it's in part 5. Sorry, I got confused what parts had been out because I've already recorded part 4 and 5. It's in part 5, not in part 4. Sorry. So wait till part 5. Part 4 is coming out at the end of March. And part 5 will be coming out early April. And then that's that little kind of audiobook, audio drama series done. But don't worry, we can move on to someone else after that. I don't know if I'll ever do a series like this again that doesn't have a listener character that is more kind of like radio drama. Like, it's been a lot of work to voice like 3-4 different characters. I shouldn't have said that. No, there's not like a surprise character, there's just like a random NPC in the finale for a bit. It's not a named character. No one else is showing up. It's literally just like random NPC background chatter that I needed to add atmosphere, right? So having like a lot of stuff. And obviously actually scripting parts and having to plan stuff out a lot more. But you'll realise, especially with part 5, that as much as I said don't take everything from the previous Ambrose Arden audios as canon, because obviously I didn't have a backstory for them planned for them when I originally started voicing. Like, originally Ambrose's backstory originally was going to have his vampire sire be absolutely evil and horrible. Obviously that is not the case anymore. So it was more like, I can't remember if I mentioned anything about Ambrose's vampire sire in the early audios, and if he describes his sire in any negative way, I hadn't made Johann yet. I hadn't cemented his backstory yet, so it was more like, disregard that. And while I didn't make Johann until December 2023, until December 2024, sorry, while I didn't make Johann until December 2024, I had known for a little bit that I was gonna make, that is my medication reminder, I had known for a little bit that I was gonna make, I was gonna try and approach Ambrose's vampire sire and that he was going to be nice. Hang on, let me take this. Okay. while I didn't know like his name was Johan yet, or that he had a husband, that he was a widower or anything like that, I always knew, even before I decided that Ambrose's Vampire Slayer was gonna be nice, I always knew something about Ambrose, and like that something, I can't even explain it all. I always knew something in his backstory, regardless of how his Vampire Slayer was. Something has always been the same, and that something that has always been the same from the beginning, a piece of his backstory that's remained the same, is mentioned in some of the earlier audios, so it will still seem like I was foreshadowing really well, because I mean, and back when I plopped that foreshadowing in the earlier audios, I never knew I was going to do a backstory series. I just thought maybe one day Ambrose will just explain what happened, but I think this has been more fun. I mean, it's been a lot more difficult and a lot more hard work, but to actually get to see what it is, well, a little show don't tell. Also, there's another there should be another audio dropping before part 5 comes out that will also have some more foreshadowing in it. Can I check my Patreon schedule? Because I like don't remember seeing it in the library in a bit. But I'm like, no, it has to be in there. It's meant to come out between part 4 and part 5. That's not part of the series. It's a present day audio. That will set up a bit more foreshadowing. In a little... Yes, okay, yes. It will go up between part 4 and part 5. That will add a little bit more blink and you'll miss it foreshadowing, that if you listen back to it afterwards, it is a... There's a solo Arden audio that will go out between part 4 and part 5 that is a modern present day based off a Patreon request as usual. But there's a little thing in there that wasn't intentional foreshadowing. I said it, and then was like, oh fuck, I shouldn't say that as Arden because I don't know that Arden would say that, and then was like, wait a minute. We can make this foreshadowing. I improvised it and then was like, oh shit, wait, that doesn't make it, I can't say that. And I was like, wait, yes I can. So... I'm so scared that people are gonna, I can't say anything. I already said something last week and people were like, what did you mean by that? And I was like, I'm sorry. I just hope at the end nobody hates me. Let's play Corruption Garden. It's another kind of rock vocalist song using Luca, and I don't think enough people know about it, and I really liked this song. I haven't listened to it in a long time, but I remember really liking it. And I feel like it's underrated. And either it was popular at the time and now it's forgotten about, or no one paid attention to it in the first place. See, I was into 2 metal songs when I was a baby, and now I like Ghost, which is a very baby metal band to like in some people's opinion. Kind of metal. No, yeah, it's metal. It's just harder than I remembered. The song is harder than I remembered. Wow, I listened to more metal than I thought, by which I mean one more song than I thought. Oh, I'm glad I still think this is a ball. I'm glad I think that's still a bob. No, judgment of corruption, you shush. It's just because I searched the word corruption. I'm gonna add that to the YouTube playlist. Okay. I'll put the regular playlist back on, unless anyone has any... Because we're not going to be streaming for much longer unless anyone has a Vocaloid request. Whether anyone has a particular song, or if someone has like a, do you have any Vocaloid songs that sound like this, or any songs about this, or any songs of this genre, and I can have a little scroll through. Statistically, probably. I need to re-find every now and then. I remember that there's this like one. There's not many prog rock Vocaloid songs. It's just not a popular genre within the Vocaloid space. But there's like one song that I found once on VocaDB. Because there's a bunch tagged with prog rock, but I'm like, this aren't really prog rock. But there was one where I was like, this is pretty close. This is the most prog rock thing I've heard of any Vocaloid song. And I never remember what it's called because it didn't have a romanized title. I gotta re-find that, but it should be on VocaDB. But if no one's got any prompts for me to find a song, then I guess I just have to pick. Oh no! What was I listening to earlier? Oh, I was listening to Rock for Clout again. And the Rock for Clout Medicine mashup. Julia! Yes, turkey bacon, welcome in. I'll be ending stream soon. I just gotta finish off making these badges. Also, I've become I've become Prince 3.0. Julia already saw the model. Of course, she got to see it early, of course. Episode while I was out as a welcome back. I was saying, like, because we're not streaming for much longer, if anyone has any, like, Vocaloid requests, like, if you have a specific song you want to see if I have, or if you have, like, a prompt, like, do you have a Vocaloid song about this topic, or do you have a Vocaloid song of this genre, or using this particular voice, or, I don't know. I can have a little scroll through and see if I have anything that fits. Thank you, Julia. Thank you. I did work hard on it, I just didn't work long on it. I really was like, quickly, you don't want to animate very often. It's very frustrating. So, quickly, while we're still in the mood. When it's up to me to pick the song, I'm like, I don't know what to do. There's too many. Let me see. I do really like Friendzoned, which is a Deco 27 song off the Transform album. And it's like either the only song or one of 2 songs on the album that are not singles. And I'm like, and so it has like way less views and listens than the others, and I'm like, I think it's one of the best songs on the album. Are you kidding? No thoughts on it. That's okay. I'm like staring at a list of songs and I'm like, I don't know. First song I ever listened to was Ghost Rule. It's not basic. Oh my god, I could play my first Vocaloid song and then I could play Ghost Rule if you want. I'm pretty sure I have it. My first Vocaloid song is both basic and also like not in a way, like as in it's basic because it was literally like a Miku demo song. Like it was one of her like first songs that was released to like as a demo to like not as in like how you think of like a demo for a video game. It wasn't like a short version of the song, but it was released every time there's a Vocaloid they get a few demo songs which the actual voice providers usually, not for the voice providers, the company that made that Vocaloid normally commission people to make so that they can advertise like, this is what Miku sounds like, here's some songs, here's what she sounds like. So it's a demo song is kind of basic in a way. But also barely anyone I feel like has listened to Nebula. I'm really nostalgic for it. I think it's a nice song, and obviously I'm really nostalgic for it because it was the first one I listened to and didn't know. I probably found like Mel or World Is Mine or Rolling Girl or something like that. You know, probably heard it in like an anime AMV or something. And then when I was like, oh Dad, I'm listening to this thing called Vocaloid, don't think I'm weird. And he's like, why do I think you're weird? I literally showed you a Hatsune Miku video like a year ago or 2. And I was like, what? And he's like, yeah, because I own a couple of Vocaloids. I was like, what? And then he played me the video, I was like, oh, I did. I have a vague memory of this. It's not like the fanciest Vocaloid song. Like, it was a demo song. I don't know if it was by Trip Shots. I don't know if they made any of the Vocaloid songs. This is Nebula. I don't know if it's actually a Miku demo song, but it was one of the first ever ones released with her. Okay, I forgot how much about. I think it's still kind of a bop. Obviously, I'm nostalgic and biased, but I think it's so underrated. Not a lot of people have. Drowsy! Controller is my favorite Vocaloid song. Or one of. I guess I can't pick just one, but I love Controller so much. I don't care that the music videos often have a dark story. I probably had gender envy for Kaito and didn't realize, because most of the illustrations for that song have like historical period clothing, and I wanted all of that clothing. Have Controller on karaoke. We will do karaoke. As well as the keyboard stream, I will do regular karaoke when we hit 1,000 followers, so you can always make me sing Cantarella. Loving historical outfits is probably why we're so into the 7 Deadly Sins series as well, and like the Duke Venomania song. I probably wanted Kaito's outfit, Gakpo's outfit. Kaito is in the Duke Venomania song. He, cross-dresses. He goes in disguise as the hot. Oh my god, I'm not explaining the plot of the 7 Deadly Sins song, but basically, man has a harem of girls that he's like hypnotized into being there. Kaito, one of them is Kaito's girlfriend. He goes to rescue her by going in disguise as a woman, wearing a dress and a wig, and seduces Gakpo. And then it's like surprise bitch and stabs him and then kills him, and then the curse breaks. But like, hang on, I need to pause. I just had a realization that I think that potentially was my trans awakening. I mean, I didn't realize I was trans for many years later. But it just clicked in my brain how obsessed I was with that song, and not just with that song, but like shipping Kaito and Gakpo. Not so much their characters from that series, because obviously like fuck Gakpo's character in that series, like he's hypnotizing women without the consent. But just the vocalist himself and that whole scene of Kaito approaching, and you're like, oh my god, it's a girl, and then surprise, it's a guy, even though in that case it was like a cis man in disguise. In order to kill this like borderline like predator. Aza. Oh no. I'm realizing I'm like, oh. Oh no. Was that like even though it's like, but that's just his man, like just as a woman, it's like, right, but what it also appears is like, is you go like, oh my god, there's a girl here, but then it's like, oh, there's actually a guy underneath, which is a kind of trans man thing to do. That's not all what the music video is trying to do, to be clear. But that would have been the first time that I ever saw a character and think that they were one gender and then, oops, they're another. Oh no. I still have loads of pictures saved. I'm like, I had loads, I still have them in like a folder. I was like, I can't delete them, I'm nostalgic of like Kaito and Gakpo in the outfits from that music video. It's probably the first time I ever saw a guy in a dress at all. Oh, revelations are occurring. I thought, and to be clear, and I didn't know, again, I didn't figure out that I was trans until years later, because I didn't know that being trans was a thing, and then even when I did, I didn't know it could apply to me. And I found out being trans was a thing, but that I didn't know there were trans men. And then I didn't know that that could even apply to it. It took a long time. Oh no. Yeah, that song might have been the first time I ever. Oh. And I wanted to be Kaito in that song sometime. Oh, I'm realizing why I wanted to be Kaito in that song. It wasn't just to kiss Gakpo, was it? It's because I wanted to throw off my female for oh shit. Well, sometimes you have quarter life crisis revelations on stream. My whole life's been a lie. I'm gonna unpause Nebula now. Also, Drowsy, Meltdown is also one of my favorite Vocaloid songs. I love Meltdown. Oswald's also a bop. I'm gonna unpause. I'm gonna go cry on the floor. Oh my god. I didn't mean to pull out my headphones. I'm having a great time. Oh god, it's 8:20. Stop letting me talk, chat. Julia wants to co-work with me, and I haven't eaten dinner. I did not remember the guitar solo. Hell yes, Nebula, you're better than I remembered. I was so worried I was gonna play it and it was gonna be kind of boring. So happy this song holds up. I was like, I don't know, I liked it when I was 11, so maybe it's not that good. It's good. Maybe not 11, maybe like 12. I don't know what year it came out. Somewhere around like 2009, 2010. That's when Miku came out, what, 2008, 2009? That's be around then. But yeah, Gakko badge, finally. This is the first ever badge I've sold of Gakko. There he is. I got one of Haku as well. Who's not a Vocaloid. Who is an entirely fan-made character who has no canonical voice. People just did that. People just made fan characters like Neru, the one that's not Miku or Teto from Triple Backer, the blonde ponytail. She doesn't have a canonical voice. She's just a completely fan-made character. She's not a Vocaloid. There's official merch of her. Like, Vocaloid, I guess, adopted her as an official character, but she was just like a fan-made character that had no official voice. If people gave her a voice, either it was literally just Miku, or it's her dialing her phone. It's just like phone sounds. What was the other one? I'm pretty sure I have Ice. There you are. It's not basic to have your first Vocaloid song be Deco 27. Deco 27's great. I used, like, when I was like, again, when I was a kid into Vocaloid, I loved Two Breaths Walking by Deco 27, and ENVtuber. And now, I love my current, like, go-to Vocaloid song if I want to, like, cheer up. One of my favorites is Monitoring by Deco 27. It came out in November. Like, to be 10 years older and still listening to Deco 27, but also that Deco 27 is still releasing new songs that are great. Hell yeah. I mean, not as in, like, I only heard it recently. I did hear it around the time it came out, but, like, because that was, like, 5 years after I got into Vocaloid, I'd still consider it, like, a more recent Deco 27 song. It's not at all, is it? Well, let's listen to attention that came out. Fucking Charlie. You baby. I'm kidding. I'm just like, oh god, that makes me feel. How old was I when it came out? At 19. Right. But that's a Deco 27 song that came out in 2016. That's my favorite Deco 27 song that came out in 2013. I just had a horrible thought. Like, babies that are born now, there's kids alive that are younger than Hatsune Miku. For some reason, suddenly the idea of people considering Miku, like, old music, because she's older than them, I'm like, no, Miku's not meant to be old. I don't know why that freaked my brain out so much. I don't like that idea. Anyway, we don't have time to play full songs. Because I want to play Monitoring. Which came out in November 2024. So literally, 11 years later, and I'm still bopping to Deco 27. Payback, Josie. I love Monitoring so much. It came out back in November 2024, and I've been in love with it ever since. It's the pick-me-up I needed, because, like, I got home after Julia had to go back home, and then a couple of weeks later this came out, and I was like, oh my god. And sorry. I couldn't mute in time. I've been way more actively into Vocaloid since getting into Monitoring. I mean, before that, I was, before that, like I said, I'd already got back into Vocaloid, so I was already listening to Goddess and Lag Train, but it was kind of potentially waning, but because of Monitoring, I've stayed. I haven't left the Vocaloid, stopped listening to Vocaloid music yet. Miku's older than my brother. I'm so sorry, Green. Thank you for the goose and do. I mean, it's not the most recent Deco 27 song, because Deco 27 can't stop putting songs out every couple months. They're, like, unstoppable. Anyway, I love Monitoring. This came out a couple months ago. Well, not a couple months ago. Don't tell me that the November was 5 months ago. Don't tell me that soon it'll have been 6 months since Julia was here. That's not. Anyway, let's listen to the song where Miku watches you through the peephole of your apartment. I saw some people, like, theorizing about the song, like, being like, maybe the song's about, like, the person inside the apartment is, like, really depressed and, like, hasn't been at school for a few days, and maybe the reason why Miku's outside and looking through the peephole is because she's concerned, and I'm like, did we listen to the same song? Because in the opening paragraph, she literally says that she can see you masturbating in there. Like, you guys can have your own theories about the song. But, like, and obviously it's not that serious, it's just a fun, like, pop song. But, like, no, I think it's pretty clear that she just has a crush and is kind of creepy peeping on you. Am I gonna have to read out the lyrics of Monitoring? And when people are making all these, maybe you're just depressed and she's concerned and she's come round because I'm like, no, mate, she's spying on you. It literally, yeah, the Vocaloid lyrics there, page says warning, questionable elements, stalking sexual themes. Yeah, duh. Here's the opening lyrics in English. Guess what? I know that you're all alone. Beep, because there's a censor. So, like, I'll replace the censor sound with the word blank, right? Guess what? I know that you're all alone. Blanking it. I'm wise to it. Twitching your dissected heart spasms. Your moans are audible. Just come clean secrets out. Anyway, how was it? It's so normal. So normal. Are you embarrassed? Everyone does it on the down low. And I'm like, did we listen to the same song where you think, like, maybe it's like you're sick and you haven't gone to school in a few days and she's here because she's concerned. And I'm like, guys, the music video has English subtitles on it. There's no deeper meaning to monitoring. It doesn't have a deeper meaning. And, like, I remember, like, the Kaito cover that someone did, and then the comment, one of the top comments is like, wow, if the monitoring theories are true, then maybe in this, because the illustration Kaito looks a bit older, maybe he's like a teacher who's come around because he's so concerned about his student. I'm like, no. The lyrics about watching you jerk. Guys, I'm starting to think that that you didn't look at the English translations of the song, even though literally officially it has English subtitles on the song, on the upload of the music video. And don't get me wrong, the video, the music lyric, the lyrics also allude to the person inside crying as well, and she's like, and I'll hold you and I'll make you feel better, and it's like, that's sweet, like, it can be about, like, yes, the person, like, yes, she's also seen you crying in there, because she's, like, stalking you and watching you through the peephole all the time, no matter what you're doing. Like, obviously, IRL stalking. Don't do that. Finding monitoring fun doesn't mean that you, like, I don't know if some people are, like, coming up with theories because they're like, well, if Miko's a stalker in the song, then I can't like it. You can. It's not real. Liking monitoring doesn't mean you support any, like, IRL stalking. My god. But I'm like, what do you think the censor beep at the beginning of the song? Anyway, I'm gonna play monitoring now. Hope I didn't ruin the song for anyone by saying that she says she can see you blanking and jerking it. You know, but you know, it's still a fun song. Sorry if people heard me do it in karaoke and didn't know the English lyrics. I don't know why people have theories. I don't know why, I guess people just like making up theories, but I'm like, guys, it's not like a song that has some kind of hidden meaning. You don't need to be Mr. MatPat in order to figure out what monitoring is. See, it's censored out. Why do you think it's censored out? The only other time I've heard a word censored like that in a Vocaloid song is in Air Arso, which is also a sexual song. They censor out the word fuck. She goes, come on, let's blank till the morning is now. What word do you think that was? Alexa, I got you've been listening to it too? I just think it's just a fun song to dance around to. Also, the instrumental, if you haven't listened to Monitoring's instrumental, it's so interesting. There's so many, like, if you listen out, well, there's so many tiny little random guitar licks and little things going off in the instrumental. It's really interesting. Especially, like, in the verses. Not so much in the chorus, but I don't know, I think the instrumental's really interesting. That's like my shopping list for the weekend. I was like, what is... Just think monitoring's fun. Pop these over there. Because we're all done. Turn this off. Turn the webcam off. Oh, my stomach's hurts. At least the paint's back in the middle. When it was at the side, I was freaking out earlier. But also because I'm hungry. I can also tell it's also that I'm hungry. Oh my god, yeah, it's 8:37 p.m. And I had lunch on time, so no wonder I'm hungry. Oops, Julia, I'm sorry I got distracted and overstreamed again. I will come be with you soon. I didn't know. The thing that you bought, I didn't know if you like actually had it. I didn't know if you'd actually like bought it from a store, or if you meant and so you had it straight away, or if you meant you'd like ordered it online. You bought it from a. You have it. You have the thing. I thought maybe you'd ordered it online and you were gonna have to wait. If you want, I can get food, and I can go back, and we can watch Power Hour, and instead of co-working, we could hop in VR chat if you want. I have to reinstall it. I haven't, because we didn't use it in so long. Me and Julia used to have little VR chat dates, like, a couple of years ago, when we first started dating, and we found a world. There was one world. I mean, there was a few different worlds that we just like ran around in because I'd never used VR chat before. So Julie was just like giving me a tour. I remember one world a couple of worlds we found later, made by the same person. That was like, it was like these like underground ruin things, and like, it was so massive. Like we just kept thinking we'd hit the end of it, and then there was just like more and more. But also we found that cinema world that definitely is totally legal. There's a cinema world where you could actually like sit in like this kind of little home cinema thing, and it had movies. You could put movies on the screen. The Sanrio might have cinema on Batsmadu. What, in VR chat? VR? That's mine and Julia's boys. What do you mean? I'm Googling. It did! We watched the Care Bears movie in there together, I remember. I grew up watching, and really loving 3 1980s 2D animated movies, which was the My Little Pony one, the Care Bears one, and the Transformers one. But I'd never seen the sequel to the Care Bears one, which is actually like a flashback origin story of the Care Bears. But Julia had, but I hadn't seen that one. I'd only seen the one with like the creepy carnival and the two like kids and whatever. So yeah, we watched that in there. Sanrio VR chat. VR chat Sanrio Virtual Festival 2025. What? A limited time VR theme park, because It's from February 9th to March 7th. Oh, it ends today! Green, it ends today! Oh, it's a paid thing. Isn't it? I'm on this website. It ends today, and it's just like and it has prices. Oh, there's a free thing. Okay, so you can go to the area for free. But then if you want to watch, like... Okay, so I guess it's like a concert within it. It's one of those, like, VR concert things. So for free, you can go in the world. But for monies... If you want to watch the artist performance, then you have to pay monies. I don't know if you get anything? Or is it just you can walk around the world? Because, I mean, if they had a cinnamon roll model... I'd like to have that. I'd like to have a cinnamon roll model. We could do, okay. Julia, Sanrio Day, and we do, I don't know what the ride with cinnamon roll and bats is. Is it this virtual boat ride? Julia, we can go on a boat ride and sail past Bats Meadow. That sounds like a good time to me. I gotta remember, and take cute fucking screenshots, and then I can add more screenshots to my little web shrine with Julia. There's like a photo gallery of us, but it's just screenshots of us in different video games. Julie's all cool. I don't know if I'm allowed to say she's been thinking of like getting like a custom model and stuff. But I don't know if I ever would, because I personally don't play VR chat enough. Well, it's that I don't know if I can use a VR headset because I have motion sickness and I'm kind of sensitive to it. But I don't know. Maybe a VR headset wouldn't trigger it. I do not know. So when I do play VR chat, I'm using mouse and keyboard. But if I could, the plan is, like, maybe I test someone else's. If it doesn't, then maybe I can get one. And, because it would be, because me and Julie are long distance, it would be a nice way to feel a bit closer to each other, to be able to do VR chat with the VR headset on. But it's still fun for me, even with just the keyboard. But, on one hand, I'm like, I don't know what custom model I would have other than literally my VTube model, which is, like, just me. But then it's like, do you want people, like, crowding you and recognizing you? But the model that I use normally, I have a few different ones, but there's a Super Smash Bros. World that has a bunch of, I guess not models, avatars, I guess they're called in VR chat. It's been so long since I played. And I got a model from the Super Smash Bros. World. And that's my default go-to, because if I'm not gonna be me in VR chat, then you fucking bet I'm gonna be one of my kins. I'm just chilling. You wanna try and get on in there? This is the first day, this is the first time I went in VR. Was this actually, I don't know if this is the first day. Because we went round a lot. Yeah, I'm Alucard. Duh. But yeah, I mean, we tried out a bunch of different mods. I don't remember having that many saved. Because there wasn't loads that I like. I know I showed Green these before. Julia found these little baby sun and moons. They're really small and they have little pacifiers in. They're just little babies. I'm Sun and Julia's moon. I don't remember where Julia found them. She found a bunch of different FNAF models and worlds. This one, I don't know if you remember this, Julia. I hope I saved it. This one was crazy. It was gigantic. I think they had a couple. I think they had like a library, or maybe it was all one thing where you started in like a library and we were like, oh cool, like an old-fashioned library. And then we just kept going and it turned into this massive fucking cave with all these ruins. And, like, there wasn't, like, anything to do there other than, like there was no, like, screens. I don't think there was even many mirrors up and stuff. But it was just, like, fun to explore. It was massive! Every time we're like, oh, this is gonna be the end of the path. Oh god, there's more. There's, like, way more. I imagine I must have saved it. It's gonna trip me out with the headset. Wow. But I must have saved that one, and there was this cute little... Look at us. Watching Game Grumps in VR. Like the nerds that we are. This cute little one. I remember one time you took me to a world that had like a screen and you put Markiplier on and I didn't know because I was like facing the other way and he scared me. I was just like, oh, what? Where'd Markiplier come from? Why can I hit Markiplier? Oh. Julia put Markiplier on the TV. Well. I don't know midnight what time zone. Hopefully Japan time zone. It seems like it's like a Japan originating event. Like this website. Like the prices are in yen. So we'll have to, you know what, I can have VR chat installing while I go make food. I'll probably do some pasta. Because that I think will be the quickest thing for me to do. And then I'll go chill with Julia. Thank you guys for stream. Thank you guys for liking the reveal of the new model. I guess it feels weird to say I worked hard on it when I like... It wasn't like rushed. I mean, it took like 10 hours. So, I don't know. I'm way happy with it. Especially even just the way... Like, ignoring the animation, even just the way the face looks, I think if you look at each model, you can see me getting better at anatomy and proportions and stuff with each one. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a lot happy with how this fit. I think the last one, maybe it was just too big, and definitely the face was like too long. Hang on, I think I have the I have the PNG up, so we can pop them side by side. Like, definitely the face was like too long in the past one, and the hairline was too high up. For sure. Yeah, I mean, because I've noted, I'd felt like I was drawing people better now than I used to, but I think certainly seeing the side by side, it's like, oh yeah, this looks better. It looks more like, I don't know. I think it looks nice. Definitely not as weirdly elongated. I know I was doing that for all with faces because I was just like, oh, it looks nice, or like I was worried I was drawing them too short, but. Yeah, looking at the old one, I'm like, oh god, that's not how I used to draw, is it? Oh no. How was I using the 2.0 model for so long when it looked like that? I don't know. That's definitely, doing that comparison's definitely made me a lot happier with this one. Oh, but yeah, it was some people's first stream, so if you didn't know, I debuted this new model today. My 1.0, we can quickly go back over everything. As just quickly at the end of stream. I've added the 1.0 and the 2.0 models as channel point redeems. Come on. Okay. This was me 1.0. I used this from I've drawn all of my models myself. So this one I used from May 2022 until November 2023. This was Prince 1.0. That pupils are very thin. You can see I've stuck with the same art style roughly. Like I still use the same brush. I still use a sketchy brush for everything, and then just kind of shade with kind of gradients. Not gradient, but like just kind of dabbing the brush on, and a more kind of sketchy line art style. I've definitely stuck with that style of line art and shading. But I had really thin pupils when I first started doing this art style. You can see them as well in Ambrose and Arden's first thumbnails that they had on YouTube. And then this was Prince 2.0, so I did this model from November 2023 up until May 2025. So normally I would have been like this big. Like, obviously the pose is a lot nicer and more interesting, but it is inspired by Floor Nest's fan art they did of me, which is what my profile picture is. And I said, like, at the time I wanted to animate that. Like, you can see if I bring the screen share up. Oh, you can't see. Never mind. There's like 33 different pieces in there. Like, I did actually, for the 2.0 model, draw every single part individually. Like, the hand and the arm stuff, like, because I was gonna tween it, or, like, keyframe it in ENVtuber Plus, and then that didn't work out because I couldn't use the program. And then I never ended up doing it in After Effects. I could have, and I just didn't. So I just got scared, and then forgot about it, and then was like, yeah, maybe one day I'll, like, actually animate a model. And then I got inspired by Smilky. Not that Smilky made a model like this, but just seeing them share stuff for their new model. And I was like, oh yeah, remember when I used to remember when I wanted to make more models? And now with this, I don't know if I want to pull it out a bit more. I know I'm covering up quite a bit of chat. But as long as, like, obviously some chat is visible, that's fine. Because, like, when I watch streams back, I want to be able to see chat and what it's saying. Redoing the overlays next. This is my first overlay. I've never updated it. I've wanted to update it for so fucking long. And I just never get around to it. I'm just like, I've got so much other stuff I need to do first. You're now? Whoa. I mean, this model is, I'll show. Actually, no, I can't show because do I have the... I can't show because the Photoshop files also include the frames that I rotoscoped, which has my face in them. I should be able... but I can show Julia off stream, but essentially, all of the body is one... All of the body and the face is one image. Like, my face without the eyes or the mouth, and the body is one image. And then each of the other arms are separate images, because I want to be able to switch the arms out for different poses, like if I want, like, a sketchbook in my lap or something. And then I could have, like, animate a hand just kind of going back and forth with a pen in it, right? And then obviously the hand at the front is on its own bunch of layers. There's, like, 13 frames of that animation. It is rotoscoped, so I filmed myself doing that with a little goblet I have. And then just traced it, rotoscoped it. And then, the eyes and the mouth are separate layers above the... Well, I get the eyes are separate layers above the face, and then the mouth plus jaw, is the separate bits of animation on top. But I can show Julie off stream. But hopefully that makes sense without me showing the Photoshop file. It's just the original frames of the video that I rotoscoped the hand over in there, which obviously has me face in it. Not that my face is like a big old secret, but I don't really want to share that video of me like in my pajamas. I was literally in my pajamas. But yeah, thank you guys for stream. Oh my god, it's like 9 PM. No wonder, like no wonder my stomach hurts. I should have eaten food. I actually wanted to eat. Yeah, I meant to eat food at 7. I forgot. I wrote down on my... Now that I have like 2 meds that I'm gonna be on for the next few weeks. I wrote down that I was gonna eat at 7 PM. That didn't happen. Don't let me do this on Wednesday. Shit. Okay. Thank you guys for stream. I'm gonna run away and make pasta now. And now I'll go chill with Julia. Yeah. I gotta go eat. My god. Lucian audio tonight. BFE, Transman Top Dysphoria Comfort audio on Wednesday, and Lysander audio on Saturday. Hope you guys enjoy. I'm sure Green will. Bye-bye.